Towards Socialism N. The End of Capitalism. Iskra Books. Towards Socialism N. The End of Capitalism. Torkil Lauesen. Contents. Introduction. Why this book? 1. Part L. Perspective, Methods, and Concepts L. My Method 1s2. What is the difference between capitalism and socialism? 28.3. Morals and P0 Lit 1 CS 42 Part LL. The History of Revolutions. The Communist SPECRER of 1848-54. The Franco-Prussian War and the Paris Commune 64. From Revolutionary France to German Reformism 09. The Establishment of the Second International 83. The of 1917-89. The Attempt to Build Socialism under Lenin 92 Europe The Revolutions that Failed 109 II The Third International, Comintern 12. Stalin, From the World Revolution to Socialism in One Country 154 13. The Chinese Revolution 162 14. The Third World Rise 194 15. The Cultural Revolution 204 1K USSR 1956 90. The End of Existing Socialism 229 17. The Chinese Encounter with Neoliberal Globalization 237 18. Xi Jinping 260 Part Ill the 19. Additional Historical Lessons 278 20. The End Game 315 Conclusion Towards a Strategy for the Transition to Socialism 540 Appendix 365 Bibliography Figures Figure I China and Russia's shares in World GDP, 1992 M7 244 Figure 2 of the Development of In Capitalism I want to thank the known and unknown reviewers of the manuscript for their valuable and Ness, Joseph, Genovese, and staff TLW of editing Torkil, 2024 Introduction Why this book? Me begin on a personal note my motivation to write the book. I have been studying the political economy and history of capitalism since the late 1960s, collecting a pile of puzzle pieces of information. When one gets old, there is a tendency to move towards grand theory. One wants to assemble the puzzle and GER the full picture and understand the process, trying to envision in which direction it is moving. Most of my writing has been concerned with critiquing capitalism and imperialism. Sometimes I have been challenged with this question. I'll share your critique of capitalism, but what about the alternative? There have been many attempts to build socialism in the past, but they have not been very successful, neither in terms of delivering material goods nor democracy. In this book, I respond to this line of argument. When one tries to write the history of the efforts to build socialism, one fights not only against hundreds of years of the European sense of superiority and anti-communism, but also against the disillusioned socialists whose ideals have been betrayed. However, the establishment of socialism is not some kind of ingenious social engineering. Socialism is developed based on technology and knowledge, the productive forces of capitalism. When the capitalist mode of production, the way it manages society, stands in the way of the development of the productive forces, then the transformation to socialism becomes possible. How is this contradiction expressed? In the form of structural political and economic crises and in the current destruction of the foundation of human life itself. These crises give rise to class strues, which contain within them the transformative power towards socialism. Industrial capitalism has now lasted for 200 years and is reaching a turning point where it has become a serious burden for the development of humanity on Earth. Unfortunately, we have inherited more than just technology and scientific knowledge from capitalism. Its culture of selfishness and greed will not simply disappear, nor will the ecological problems it has created. Socialism is not destined to succeed capitalism. Capitalism can collapse in a brutal, chaotic endgame of wars and natural disasters. To avoid this is our task, and to accomplish that task, we must fulfill the transition to socialism. To do this, we need to learn from the past and mobilize, organize, and develop a strategy for future THIRD-WORLDISM. The purpose of analyzing the attempts to build socialism is not just to understand the world as it is, but to develop the strategies to produce the world as it should be. To see the struggle for socialism as a long process of global transformation since the mid-19th century is also somehow comforting on a psychological level for an old man. The struggle and suffering of millions of communists and socialists for the past 200 years have not been in vain, but are contributions to this long process of creating a better world. Be part of this process, a tiny cogwheel in the machinery of transformation, and give it a little push in the right direction seems to be the meaning of life. Not founded in some religion or a belief in life after death, but founded in historical materialism and the meaning of life before death, to hand over a world more equal and in balance with nature to future generations. The problem for the next generation, however, is that we are running out of time. Our task as the subjective forces is to work for a transformation of system into a more democratic and equal world order, in balance with nature, in the next several decades. In this book, I examine the major revolutionary attempts from 1848 to the present to see what can be learned in terms of building an organization and developing political and economic strategies. There are many revolutions and struggles which I do nor cover, or which are only boned in passing, due to space constraints of a book that is already long. To see the transition as a long and global process is not only a matter of theory, it also has practical political implications. The current lack of confidence in socialism is to a great extent due to the disappointment with the experiences of socialism in the Soviet Union, China, Eastern Europe, Cuba, Algeria, Vietnam, Mozambique, and so on. However, these experiences were not experiences of socialism. They were a series of efforts to build socialism within the sea of capitalism. In fact, only Stalin claimed that socialism was established in the Soviet Union in 1936. These transformations towards socialism have taken place within the framework of, and in dialectical relations with, capitalism. The different stages of the development of capitalism have had a huge impact on the attempt to build socialism, and the attempts to build socialism have modified the development of capitalism. I have described the history of capitalism in my book IHE Global Perspective. However, in this book, I focus instead on socialism itself to draw some lessons for the development of a strategy for the coming struggle. The quest for socialism is as old as capitalism, and the idea of a society without exploitation is much older. Thomas More wrote Utopia in about a society where the community came before profit, private property was unknown, and in which workers controlled the means of production. Light French author Pierre Leroux is credited for coining the term socialism, derived from the Latin word socialis, meaning sociable. In the beginning, I was connected to the idea of a social contract. Robert Owen used the word as early as 1835. In the word socialism was used to mean a social system based on state or other forms of collective ownership of the means of production and regulation of distribution to common benefit for all members of society. The word communism derived from the Latin communis, meaning common, and appeared in the 1840s as a theory which promotes the abolition of private property and the organization of work to the benefit of all members of society. In the first part of the 1840s, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels not very accommodating to these early utopian forms of socialism and communism. Theorists such as Moses Hess and Wilhelm Whiting dragged Marx and Engels towards socialism. Weitling, a prominent figure in early German communism, was a tailor. As opposed to the utopians, he did not believe in reforms from the ruling classes. Instead, the workers should organize themselves and carry out the revolution. Later, in April 1846, Marx broke off his relationship with Whiting due to differences over how to organize the working class. In Torkil, the 2018, 1890, Engels, in a new preface to the Communist Manifesto, described the socialist and communist movement in 1847, Nevertheless, when it appeared, we could nor have called it a socialist manifesto. In two kinds or people were considered socialists. On the one of England and the Franquists in France, both of whom, at date, had already dwindled to mere sects, gradually dying on the ochre, the manifold of quacks who to eliminate abuses through their universal all-kimls of averting ital profit in the who the labor movement and who looked for support rather to the educated classes. IHE section of the working, however, a radical of Kieti. That Jekyll then called itself commune still only and frequently some asterisk had immunism, yet it was powerful enough to bring into TWO system S of utopian monism in France, the of C.AKT in of Weitling _Socialism 1847 signified a bourgeois communism meant. Socialism was, on the continent least, quite respectable, whereas monism was the very opposite. And since we were very decidedly of the MST task off the class itself, WCNA hesitation as to which aft C2 names we should choose. Nor has it ever occurred to us to repudiate it. During their lifetimes, Marx and Engels developed their perception of socialism and communism without pointing out or explaining the differences, perhaps because they did not believe in a fixed and ideal definition of socialism. It was a mode of production that would originate out of a specific historical situation which to a large extent would define its content. Engels, in Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, identifies the founders of socialism as Henry D. C. Saint-Simon, Owen, and Charles Fourier, and he refers to the actual monistic theories of Etienne Gabriel Morelli and Gabriel Bonheur de Mably. Y. Proudhon and I.A. Uis Blanc both produced plans for a communist organization of society in the first part of the 19th century. Marx was familiar with this tradition and assimilated, criticized, and modified many of his predecessors' ideas. From Saint-Simon stems the idea of a planned economy, from Proudhon Marx heard that property is theft, from I.A. Uis Blanc the precept from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Lenin states that Marx's ideas are a synthesis of French socialism, German idealist philosophy, and British political economy. However, there is something more to add. Marx's work was part of the scientific breakthroughs of the mid-19th century and the subsequent organization of knowledge into modern academic disciplines. Besides the significant developments in the social sciences, there were major discoveries in natural science, the our geological history, biological cells, the origins of species, and energy transformation. Marx's ideas were highly influenced by natural science. One example is Marx's theory of the metabolic rift. It was built on the German chemist Justus von Liebig's observations of how nutrients were systematically removed from the soil in the form of agricultural products and shipped hundreds and even thousands of miles to the new urban centers. The result was pollution in the cities and less fertile soil. Based on Liebig's research, Marx's critique of political economy included an ecological critique dialectically connected to his overall analysis of capitalist production. The capitalist mode of production disrupted human relations to nature and thereby provoked of course, only abolished given TWA practical prem for and power, i.e. power against which men a revolution, it have thx great mass at s of world of wealth and both of which condominiumitions presuppose a increase in productive power, a high degree of its development. And, on the other hand, this development of forces makes nation dependent on the relations of the others, and frivolity has put world historical, empirically universal individuals in place of local this. Of themselves called not have developed hence intolerable they would have remained conditions serbi superstitic, extension of would rally. Is dominant peoples at once and simultaneously. Which the introduction development of productive forces and the world up with. Utfly precarious position power scale cut off from capital or from even a limited Sarisf and lion and, therefore, no longer merely temporarily rived itself as reso off life presupposes the world though pralitu yet exist tericali. Just accivacy. Only have exigence world historical existence of individuals means existence of individuals which is directly linked up with history. Communism is for a state of affairs which is to ideal to which reality will to adjust itself _WC call communism movement which the present state of things. The conditions of this movement result from the premises now in existence. What Marx and Engels are doing here is giving a credible forecast of the possible development of communism. As it does not exist, one can not analyze it. The premise for the development of communism is that the vast majority of the masses are proletarians, propertilks wage laborerg. A certain level in the development of the productive forces is also necessary. Socialism with less developed productive forces would only mean the generalization of poverty. Another strategic insight is that it is hard to imagine that communism can exist as a local prolet. It would produce hostility with the surrounding capitalist world. And finally, that communism is not an ideal to which reality will have to adjust itself. It is a movement which abolishes the present state of things on the conditions of the existing world. All these roars were presented in the Communist Manifesto in 1848. Communism and socialism are no longer utopian ideas of a better society, but a prognosis built on an analysis of history, sociology, and a critique of political economy. Abstract of the book: I take a long and global perspective in my investigation of the struggle for socialism. Since capitalism was born, developed, and accumulated as a world system, the analytic perspective has ROB global. In addition, the transformation towards socialism must comprise the vast majority of the world system to be effective. The many local and national attempts to build socialism in the past 2 centuries have to be seen as part of a long transition process rather than failures, attempts which have contributed to the progress of the transition by modifying capitalism, as well as to the learning process of how to develop socialism. Historical periods do not follow one another as one step follows the other. History moves often in leaps and bounds and in a zigzag line, as mentioned by Engels, and the different modes of production interpenetrate and exist over a long period of rhyme. Any national revolution is a factor in changing the nature of nor only a single nation, but also the entire world system. The way capitalism works today is a product of the Russian Revolution and Soviet industrialization. The anti-colonial uprisings in the Third World, the 1968 uprising, and the current Chinese development of socialism. This book is divided into 3 parts. In the first part, I present my method, its core concepts and some theoretical and philosophical reflections to be used in the analysis. As the development of capitalism is a global process, this process has a principal contradiction, which shapes the transformation towards socialism. The principal contradiction is the specific historical presentation of the general contradiction in capitalism between the development of the productive forces and the mode of production. The principal contradiction changes over rhyme as the balance of its aspects changes, through feedback from class struggle generated by the contradiction. Since the theme of the book is the transition from capitalism to socialism, I also discuss the basic difference between the 2 modes of production. The first part ends with a discussion of some moral aspects of political struggle. In the second part, I use these methods and concepts to the history of major revolutions and their interactions with the capitalist world system. The Russian and Chinese revolutions and their subsequent attempts to construct socialism are of course important elements of my analysis. So are the revolutionary spirit of the long 60s and the various other attempts to build socialism in the Third World. However, this is nor primarily a history book. I focus on forms of political action, types of movements and their form of organization, strategies, and tactics. What are the lessons to be learned from different? Marx and Engels had a general vision of the transition from capitalism to socialism as a series of revolutions starting in Western Europe and spreading globally, driven by a proletarian struggle with a degree of national coordination and solidarity. Hence the need to organize the international. With Lenin and the Bolsheviks, the creation of a new type of long-term professional revolutionary, the strategy for the world revolution, and the construction of socialism became a bit more specific. revolutionary center had moved from the core of the advanced capitalist countries to its margins, Russia and China, due to their position as weak links in the capitalist world system. This development was a consequence of the polarizing effect created by the colonial expansion of capitalism, which dampened the revolutionary spirit in the advanced countries in the West, yet amplified the need for a revolution in the East. This change of location within the world system also changed the model of transition from capitalism to socialism. In traditional Marxist thinking, the socialist mode of production does not develop within the old capitalist mode of production, but rather replaces it when capitalism has exhausted its possibility to develop productive forces. However, in Russia and China, capitalism was underdeveloped. The revolutions occurred because their route to the development of productive forces within the world system was blocked by imperialism. The long transition from capitalism to socialism has therefore evolved not only through the class struggle between capital and labor on the national level, but also through Benvene states who wanted to promote capitalism and the post-revolutionary states who want to use elements of capitalism to develop their productive forces in order to build socialism. On the one hand, we have a history of 200 years of unsuccessful attempts to end capitalism and construct socialism. I'll term socialism in this process is discredited in many ways. On the other hand, it is obvious to more and more people that capitalism cannot continue, as its form of accumulation creates misery along with the destruction of the global environment. Capitalism is ripe for replacement by another mode of production, which can provide an equal, democratic world in balance with nature. This leaves many questions: replacement by what, and how? Which way is China heading? Are new revolutions on the horizon as consequences of the capitalist crises? Will capitalism break down in chaos from which a lifeboat socialism will emerge? The third part of this book draws some lessons on how to construct socialism. The socialist mode of production is nor an ideal utopia, it is a solution to the problems caused by centuries of capitalism. The capitalist mode of production has turned from a dynamic system, leading to the huge development of the productive forces, to a system that blocks the solution to global problems and thereby the continuation of human development on Earth. Light continued development of the productive forces demands a socialist mode of production. Light task is to develop this mode of production as a realistic, rational praxis of how we manage society. How do we produce, divide, and consume the social products to solve global inequality and ecological problems? In the final part of the book, I analyze the structural crises of capital light on possible roads towards socialism. I do not ism and try to cast some believe rat capitalism will survive this century. Capitalism reached its zenith around 2000. It is still dominant, but is in decline, reflected in the turn from neoliberal economic globalization towards military defense of a U.S. hegemony that is no longer economically based. The decline of U.S. hegemony and the rise of China as a driver for a more multipolar world system can lead to a geopolitical balance, in which social movements and nations in the global south can move in the direction of socialism. The situation has some similarities with the long 60s when the balance between the US and the socialist bloc, led by the Soviet Union, opened up space for decolonization with a socialist perspective. However, at that time Western capitalism was still virile. It was superior in technological terms, as it was leading in industrial production and it ruled the world market. The Third World couldn't run national liberalism into economic liberation from imperialism. The socialist bloc at the time did not have the technological and economic strength to support such a change. The Third World was not able to cut off the pipelines of imperialism. Instead, U.S. imperialism wed free of the anti-imperialist offensive and launched neoliberal globalization as a counterattack, which gave it 40 golden years under U.S. hegemony. The situation is different today. The U.S. is no longer the driving force in the development of the productive forces on a global scale. They do not have a monopoly on high-tech development, and they do not dominate global trade. While the socialist bloc already was in a political and economic downturn in the late I-70s, China has a tailwind. It is the leading industrial producer and the actor in the world market. It is the driving force behind the effort to establish a multipolar world. The intergovernmental organization BRICS has united the largest global South economies of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. In August 2023, it also added Saudi Arabia, Iran, Ethiopia, Egypt, Argentina, and the United Arab Emirates. As the membership indicates, it is not a socialist bloc, or even an anti-imperialist bloc. It includes very reactionary and conservative capitalist regimes. What unites them is that they no longer believe that the interests of the West are equivalent to their interests. They want to develop an alternative to the US dollar-dominated trade and financial system. Many other countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America are supporting this agenda. THIRD is significant for shifts in the world balance, as it is now increasingly south-south after 500 years of uneven north-south economic relations. Light decline of US hegemony and the emerging alternative financial world system may give the Third World the possibility to accomplish the economic transformation it could not make in the 1970s. Imperialism is crumbling. The ruling elite has calculated that the US cannot compete with China economically, making China's rise an existential threat to the future of US-led imperialism. This made the switch strategies from economic competition to geopolitical territorial rivalry. However, in this process of economic warfare using boycotts, blockades, and economic punishment packets, the transnational institutions built under neoliberalism are eroding. Light market of neoliberalism is split apart. The US is destroying the goose which, for the past few decades, was laying golden eggs. The transformation towards socialism can be smooth as the global South gradually delinks from imperialism, building socialism with different national characteristics and creating an alternative international economic world order. Or, the transformation can be traumatic, resulting in global wars, including the use of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. Then the transition will be, if not the end, then starting from 12. Scratch. We must avoid this outcome. We must avoid revolutionary adventurism in our strategy. If capitalism is still dominant in the second part of the century, then catastrophic economic and social problems related to climate change will play a huge role. It is in these unstable and dramatic circumstances that the endgame of capitalism must be played out. The strategy for this THIRD-WORLDISM is discussed at the end of the book. In my analyses and discussions, I hope to develop a form of applied thinking that does not reduce itself to pragmatic or cynical reformism, nor turn into a critique based on abstract or romantic ideals of communism, nor devolve into explanations based on conspiracy and personal treason. Much discussion related to the development of socialism has focused on the struggle between different political lines within communist parties operating first in the Soviet Union and later in China instead of the actual material conditions which these lines represent. My judgment of these struggles does not rest on some sacred socialist values but on being rational. When things go wrong, it is not necessarily because of mistakes or treason of subjective forces, nor because of communists betraying the true values of socialism. The history I want to review is not a history of morals. For a materialist approach, the questions of betrayal or rectitude have only minor relevance. The struggle for socialism is a collective project, created by the effort and support of millions over the past 200 years. A specific economic and political constellation in the world system can make it impossible to move in the direction of socialism at any given point in history. A detour might be necessary. This does not mean that there are always excuses when things go wrong. Mistakes and treason do happen. However, we should be careful to not retreat to idealism and hand down a quick verdict, but rather conduct a dialectical historical materialist analysis of the facts so we might learn from history. Marx and Engels were hesitant to describe communism in specific details because the development of the new mode of production would nor be the result of ideal imagination. Marx and Engels rigidly refused to paint pictures of future communist society. As Eric Hobsbawm says, Marx did not paint pictures with brush and oil, he took photographs of the world. That is to say, he sought the development of communism in the context of the real movement. An analysis of the real movement is a necessary step toward developing a communist practice worthy of its name. The possibility of a successful and stable transition towards socialism will be limited if it only takes place in one country or region. There has not been one sole socialist country at any point in time. Not in the Soviet Union nor in China or elsewhere. Socialism in one country has obviously not been a success. A genuine and comprehensive transfer from capitalism to socialism has to involve the majority of the world. Capitalism is a global system, and the attempts to escape it from any nation-state have immediately been confronted by the surrounding dominant capitalist powers. However, the road towards global socialism passes necessarily through national #. Any national state is still the primary political framework in the world system. Thus, any national struggle has to be fought with a clear understanding of the global perspective, prioritizing internationalism both in terms of economic and political cooperation. There have been many attempts to build socialism in the past. Here, failure does not necessarily mean that their strategies were wrong, that their attempts were fruitless, or that their mission is impossible. The transformation from capitalism towards socialism is a long ongoing historical process of effort, learning, and trials as the capitalist mode of production runs out of options and declines. As the capitalist mode of production is reaching its limits in economic, political, and ecological terms, the transition towards socialism becomes urgent if we are not to end up in a chaotic collapse of capitalism. Afterword to Karl Marx critic __JFPART. 1. Perspective, methods, and concepts. There are many reasons why people want socialism. Some people want socialism because they can hardly earn a living despite hard work. Others want socialism because capitalism is in the process of destroying the ecosystem, or because it leads to war. Yet others want socialism because the current system causes alienation and stress, and they want more community, less inequality, more common property, and so on. Without anger and a burning desire to change the world, it is not possible to mobilize and organize the forces that will create radical change. It is these forces we call the subjective forces of revolution. However, it is also a common experience that revolution and the establishment of socialism do not occur just because people want it. In the 1960s and 19,705, millions of people wanted to, and did, fight and die for socialism. They were indeed ends of strong revolutionary movements with a socialist perspective from Southeast Asia across the Middle East to Africa and Latin America. Even in North America and Europe, the movements of 1968 put socialism on the agenda. However, this wave fizzled out. The possibility of radical change depends on not only the wish, will, and organizational strength of the subjective forces. It also depends on the contradiction within the mode of production, the objective conditions. My method. Chapter 1. My method is to real and dialectical materialism are very broad terms, covering many approaches and reaching very different conclusions. Therefore, I need to be more specific on my definition of historical and dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism is not just a research method. It is the conscious capacity of seeing society as a process and of understanding the direction and the eventual goal of the process. The world is in constant transformation. Any phenomenon has a past and a future growing out of a synthesis of external and internal contradictions of this past. It presents itself to us in its current form. This is already due to the action of its own combination of contradictions, changing and giving rise to different future possibilities. The future world both preserves traces of the past and gives rise to new relationships, structures, activities, and ideas. The meaning of seeing things as a whole lies in the ensuing capacity to act in line with reality thus understood. This future is dependent on the action of people, who under the influence of internal and external contradictions, change the present through transformative praxis. What distinguishes Marxist analysis is THIRD produces the theoretical insight that complements the kind of action that changes the world. My interpretation of dialectical materialism is not very philosophical, it is more a tool for analysis to develop strategy, and thereby practice. My method rests on three pillars. The first is the global perspective, which understands the world as a whole, as Marx writes in Conclusions from the Materialist Conception of History. More the original isolation of the separate nationalities is destroyed by C. Lauesen, Torkil. 2020. 16. The mode of production and intercourse and the division of labor interally bmght by true history becomes world history. 2. The global perspective is grounded in both the history of capitalism as a world system and the development towards a global value of labor and goods within a THIRD system. Taking the global perspective might seem obvious, but it is nor so. Most political strategies rake the starting point of the local perspective, and then add the international perspective as an afterthought. The second pillar is the driver of this process, the contradiction between the development of the productive forces and the mode of production. This general contradiction has taken different forms in the history of capitalism as the system attempts to find a way to continue the development of the forces of production within the capitalist mode. This leads us to the third pillar, the principal contradiction. If the development of global capitalism is one process, then this process has a principal contradiction. The principal contradiction determines the outcome of the local contradiction, but is at the same time modified by it. In this interaction, the principal contradiction changes over time. The concept of the principal contradiction takes us from the general level to the specific level. It is a tool for developing strategy and practice. Let us look at these three assumptions in detail. The global perspective. First, I want to emphasize the use of the global perspective. The understanding of the world system, as a multiplicity of cultures and political systems integrated into an extensive division of labor within a single. My method world economy. Capitalism was born in a long process of global colonization from 1500 to 1900, giving rise to the development of this particular economic system in Europe. Wallerstein has described this process in detailed historical and political terms in his four-volume work, IHE Mode World System. Wallerstein argued that capitalism is a historical system that has gradually built northwestern Europe and North America as the core, a few other countries as the semi-periphery, and most of the world as the periphery. 7. The process of colonialism connected and polarized the world simultaneously into an imperial center, and its exploited periphery arrangement was necessary for the continued accumulation of capital. The extra surplus value generated by the exploitation of low-wage labor in the periphery secured the rate of profit and funneled the spoils of this ever-expanding market toward the imperial core. Wallerstein's theoretical framework originates from dependency theory, which was a response to the development theory of the 1950%, according to which the underdeveloped countries in the Third World had to progress on a similar path as the US and Europe. A group of scholars turned this paradigm around and claimed that Europe has developed due to the plunder and exploitation of the Third World. André Gunder Frank's IHE Development of Underdevelopment, Giovanni Arai The Political Economy of Rhodesia, Argyri Emanuele Unequal Expange, Samir Amin's Accumulation on a World Scale, Rui Moro Marini's The Dialectics of Dependency, and Walter Rodney's How W Europe Underdeveloped Africa are examples of discussions within and between radicals of Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America in the I-60s and 1970s. Emanuel and Amin underline the transfers of value by unequal exchange between the so-called underdeveloped countries to so-called developed countries, and that this is the essence of capitalist accumulation on a world scale. Amin argued that Marx's bourgeoisie and proletariat could be mapped to nations of the globe rather than merely as classes within nation-states. The current iteration of capitalism is nor just enclosure. It is also the appropriation of wealth from the colonies. Immanuel and Ammon were central in sparking world systems. IB perspective. Methods. And PTS analysis. They were also influential in extending this analysis into the realm of political economy by describing the creation of global value. Worldwide law of value operates through a truncated market that integrates goods and capital globally, but this is not applied to the labor force, and hence, not to the price of labor, the wage. In today's system of neoliberal capitalism, there is a global market for capital and commodities, with globalized production chains linking together labor power in the north and south. Furthermore, with the increased industrialization of the global south over the last several decades, the level of technology and management regimes are also becoming similar on a global level. The value of a commodity is no longer based on varied and isolated national conditions. The value is based on global conditions, and as such, labor power has a globalized value. As Samir Emin explained, my major contribution concerns the passage from the law of value to the of structuring itself price of labor power around its value __. This value constitutes the basis for imperialist Rene. The seaport worker who loads containers in Shanghai creates as much value as the port worker in Rotterdam who unloads them, assuming that the work is of the same intensity and uses the same technology. The price of labor power, the wage, varies due to the different histories, social relations, and political conditions, and the limited mobility of labor. As Samir Emin noted, capitalism is not the United States and Germany, with India and Ethiopia halfway capitalist. Capitalism is the United States and India, Ethiopia, taken ibis s that single chat which associated with deductive forces taken globally. In answer ro the polemical argument had been put against him: how can o compare the value of an hour of work in TLW to that of a stat and argyri. Ewell wrote, just as one the value of an hour's work by a New York hairdresser to of an hour's labor by a worker in Detroit. You have b. You cannot invoke inescapable globalization when it suits of you and refuses to it when you find it troublesome. However, though there exists of capitalism, that labor power is nonetheless recompensed at very different. The combination of globalized value and low wages in the South is the basis for the extraction of surplus value, which generates super profits for capital and relatively low commodity prices relative to northern wage levels. Any difference between the value of labor and its price, therefore, corresponds to a transfer of value from the South to both capital and labor in the North. Therefore, my global perspective is founded on the historical development of the world system and the prevalence of globalized value in capitalism. Productive forces and the mode of production. What is the driver of the development of capitalism? What is the contradiction that forces it to move ahead and constantly expand and change its appearance? The conventional Marxist answer is class struggle. However, change depends not only on the subjective conditions. It also depends on the objective conditions. As Marx explains it, in the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite which ue of talk ir will. Nw li of tien to a given in the of material forces of production. Ib toralirati of these relations af product. Lion constitutes the of thx real foundation, on which iris is a legal palatii 11 to which definite the prospects of revolution are determined by whether the existing relations of production promote or inhibit the development of productive forces. The source of that contradiction is war. We call the material or objective conditions for revolution. Let me elaborate on this. Marx and Engels write in the Communist Manifesto, I am aware of the cost of rep labor are cheaper in the global south in the fond and certain services. Others elements compare a simple in X slum is than an in European city. However, a is up 10 European standards, with where hearing, air is often expensive in the global than the north with a of to m market price. History of all hitherto existing society is the history of class oppressa. Interrichten and u hidden. Open fight. That time ended, either in revolutionary reconciliation of society at large or in the co-mon ruin of the contending class struggle is a manifestation of an underlying contradiction. What Marx and Engels discovered was the foundation on which class struggle takes place, on the one hand, production maintains and develops society through a comprehensive division and organization of labor, but on the other hand, there exists the private ownership of the means of production, and thus the drive for private profit, regardless of the social needs or consequences. With this contradiction in mind, Marx and Engels laid the foundations of historical materialism. As Marx wrote in 1859, in studying such transformations, it is always necessary to distinguish between the material transformation of the economic of production, which be determined with the of natural the legal, political, mystic in which men af this and fight it out. Just on a does judge an individual before he thinks about himself, so one cannot judge such a by its but, on the conthees of material life from the conflict existing between the social forces of productivity and the relations. If we look at society as a whole, the fundamental contradiction is between the development of productive forces and the relations of production. The productive forces stand for technologies, practical and scientific knowledge, logistics, and management. The relations of production stand for the relations that humans enter into when using productive forces, first and foremost. They concern property relations. The contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production exist in all societies. It defines societies and their classes. In capitalism, it takes the form of the contradiction between the social character of production and the private ownership of the means of production, or as Engels puts it in Socialism, utopian and contradiction. My method 21 between social production and capitalist appropriation. This refers to the fact that, on the one hand, production creates the basis of our lives, and develops society with the help of an extensive division of labor between workers as well as between corporations, while, on the other hand, this is done based on the means of production being privately owned. Despite the damaged brand of socialism, in the past decades, this contradiction is expressed in common everyday considerations: why nor share and have more common wealth instead of individual consumption? Why are the financial capitalists so greedy and rich while there are so many poor people? Why do humans not live in balance with nature and instead destroy the living conditions of future generations? Because the conflict between capital and labor is the class expression of the basic contradiction of society. IR is obvious. IR ultimately determines when the class contradiction assumes the form of open antagonism and develops into revolution. When the property relations, that is, the way we produce and consume, conflicts with the development of the productive forces, then economic, political, and ecological crises develop, and revolution is around the corner. As Marx continues, at a certain stage of the material productive forces of interdict with thing in legal terms with property relations within framework of which have operated forms of these relations turn into their fetters. Jim in sooner or later to the transformation of he whole IRNMCNSC. It is worth noting the formulation then begins an era of social revolution. In such an era, different revolutionary processes develop, each of which can be explained only based on specific national contradictions and their interaction with the global principal contradiction at the time. In Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels apply this law to the bourgeois revolution, which breaks out when feudal relations of property come into contradiction with the already developed productive forces. Looking at the history of the transformation from feudalism to capitalism, we find that in no instance do we encounter a pure bourgeois revolution. 6. Similarly, for the transition period from capitalism to socialism, there is no pure socialism. It is also important to underline what Marx writes in the next sentence in the Critique of Political Economy: "Nor is all for which it and superior af never alter ones before the material conditions for their existence have within the framework of the old society." In addition, a positive socialist outcome is nor given, and it is nor mechanically determined by the contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production. Outcome depends on how prepared the proletariat is ideologically, politically, and organizationally. Over the last 200 years, there have been several severe crises in capitalism, creating multiple national attempts to develop socialism within the surrounding dominant capitalist world system. However, Capitalism has shown an extraordinary ability to roll back these attempts and assimilate its critiques, finding new escape routes from its problems. The capitalist mode of production has developed the productive forces at a speed and extent never seen before in history, creating growth in the ERT-R population from 0.9 billion in 1800 to 1.65 billion in 1900 to 7.8 billion in 2020. Fueled on fossil energy and constant innovations of new technology. Capitalism has developed an enormous variety and volume of products for sale. However, it has also created hunger and misery for the majority of the world's population that cannot afford to buy the goods they need. My method 23. The historical development of capitalism is determined by the inter-acrian between the economic laws of the accumulation of capital and class struggles, entailed by the consequences of these laws. Certain conditions must be fulfilled to secure the accumulation of capital. Laws of accumulation can even be expressed in mathematical formulas, such as the rate of profit. But actually existing capitalism is not a machine that functions exclusively through laws and rules of accumulation. Nor is it a system of balance and harmony. Society is classless, stateless system of direct democracy that has overcome the exploitation and alienation of humans and the devastating exploitation of nature. Production is based on the communal ownership of the means of production and is generated by the socialist mode of production, where you contribute according to ability and consume according to need. Critical arguments against attempts to build socialism have been made from such ideal definitions of how a socialist society ought to look, neglecting the historical, economic, and political circumstances under which these attempts were when we look at the historical attempts to construct socialism in the last century. You may ask, if a planned economy should be better than capitalism? How is it that the living standards in the US or Scandinavia are so much higher than in the old Soviet Union or contemporary China? Liberal economists and politicians often talk about the superior effectiveness of capitalism with reference to how the consumer market looks in capitalist and socialist states. In planned economies, there are queues in front of the stores, the selection of are limited and of lower quality than in the capitalist market economy, in which all kinds of goods are always available, etc. Why could the Soviet Union only produce an outdated copy of an old Fiat the Lotto while customers in the West could choose between huge selections of stylish cars? When actually existing socialism is compared to actually existing, what is the difference between capitalism and socialism? 29. Capitalism, you have to take into account that imperialism generated a polarized world system. Capitalism is not only the United States and Germany, but also Bolivia and Kenya. The shopping malls may look overwhelming, but that does not necessarily mean that the system fulfills the needs of the population. Abundance in the market is not always a sign of effectiveness in distribution and wealth. It can also be the result of an imbalance between the size of production and the power of consumption, which is generated by production. The capitalist market economy is an effective producer, but it has always been a problem to distribute the social product in accordance with the needs of the producers. There are all kinds of goods available to the consumer in both Copenhagen and Manila if the need is backed by purchasing power. These is, however, unequally distributed. Overproduction of food and hunger exists side by side within the system. In comparing the two systems, one must take into consideration that the first attempt to develop actually existing socialism took place in the least developed economy in Europe, and the rest of the Soviet Union was feudal or based on subsistence farming with no industrial development at all. If one wants to compare actually existing socialism and real existing capitalism, it would be fairer to compare the economic development of China with India, or Cuba with Haiti. However, let us return to the fundamental difference between the capitalist and socialist modes of production. Humans are social beings. To appropriate nature and reproduce, we need to cooperate. In all historical modes of production, there is a certain division of labor inside each community. Some make bread, some make coats, others cut hair, etc. the division of labor implies rules of how to produce and divided production, that is, the exchange and distribution of the social product among the participants based on class relations. However, it does not follow from these premises the only way to make decisions on investment, the division of labor, and production should be the individual, or the distribution of the goods should be determined by market forces, as in capitalism. The basic problem in human production is the allocation of resources to a different kind of production. The solution to this question is determined by the social relations of production. In a socialist mode of 30. Production, the division of labor and the rules of production and distribution are the primary inseparable processes set up by a decision-making body tasked with planning the economy. The plan asks, what are the priority of needs? What are our human and natural resources and our technology? The plan then determines who is going to produce, what is necessary to fulfill these needs, and how. The essence of a planned economy is that decisions on investment, production, and distribution are political, and determined beforehand and not as a result of the capitalist market forces. This means there exists the possibility for a democracy far more advanced and substantial than the bourgeois parliamentary democracy, in which the core economic decisions are in the hands of a minority, the owners of capital. Liberal political democracy can modify and regulate these private decisions to a certain degree, but the capitalist economy is the framework of society, and its laws set limits on the decisions of liberal democracy. Capital accumulation has to be secured. The ownership of the means of production can take different forms to facilitate worker control and a fair distribution of income. However, collective ownership alone does not cancel the capitalist dynamic. Cooperatives and publicly owned companies within a market economy still function within the logic of capitalism. In an economy dominated by market relations, the producer's collective or privately organized production is inevitably motivated by competition to lower production costs and expand production to capture a share of the market. Those who fail to do so will be threatened by a lower income or bankrupt. In an economy with a large-scale division of labor, there are only two types of institutional arrangements. Light allocation of productive resources and the distribution of goods can be done either through market mechanisms or by planning. In a market economy, investment decisions are made on the prospect of profits, which is dependent on the realization of sales in the market. A planned economy is defined as an allocation of productive resources according to decisions made by a political institution. This presupposes the social ownership of the means of production. In a capitalist economy, the relationship between production and consumption is turned upside down. The size of production. And what is the difference between capitalism and socialism? 31 types of goods are decided by market forces. Human needs are only valid if they are backed up by purchasing power. It is private exchange determines the future division of labor through independent decisions taken at the level of individual producers. Nothing is produced without an expectation of selling it, and anything will be produced if it can be sold. There may be idle hands and underutilized resources on the one hand, and an urgent need for food, clothing, and shelter on the other, and yet there will exist no possibility of these needs ever being met. In capitalism, the purchasing power is not just a matter of the distribution of the product, it is the very condition of its scale, and the nature of production. It is a common experience that you can get the goods you want if you have money. But, you cannot always get money for the goods you have. And so, capitalist crises occur when there is a lack of purchasing power to consume the produced goods. We have become accustomed to this as the natural way of economics. But to make production dependent on consumption is to turn things upside down, and it has not always been that way. In most social formations before capitalism, the limiting factor for the fulfillment of needs was the ability to produce. Pre-capitalist societies produced what was possible according to the available natural resources, technology, management form, and the size of the workforce. Then production was distributed based on the prevailing social power relations and rules. Here may be hunger or unfulfilled needs due to natural conditions, war, primitive technology, or labor shortages. However, it would be absurd to starve or stop the production of products in need because of some rules of consumption. As Hickel and Sullivan observe, is not difficult to meet basic subsistence requirements, and historical data ESTS that niddies normally of doing so, in Austrial with TLWJR with TLU in air environment or through exchange. Main exceptions to this are in cases of disaster, AR in which people are cut off from land and coin one non-s, or when their labor, resources, TIW by Rulm. Historical data we review that it was the capitalist reintegration that mainly pushed people into extreme poverty and social to deteriorate. And the 32. The colonization of India, Africa, and Latin America, and the destruction of pre-capitalist production systems, caused extensive hunger and the death of millions. In capitalism, the problem is marketing a saleable product. In socialism, the limiting factor for fulfilling needs is the ability to produce. The most advanced technology and effective governance enhances this ability. Transform human needs via a political process into priorities of production and rules for distribution. In a planned economy, it is possible to decide the quantity and nature of the goods to be produced beforehand through an assessment of the capabilities of production and the priorities of the needs in society. The goods are produced according to the demands of society, so to speak. As soon as the goods are produced, they can be distributed by the rules adopted by society. All of this entails an enormous capacity to process information, which has been a historical problem for planned economies. However, with the development of new information and communications technology, this problem has been reduced. The imbalance between the size of production and purchasing power, which haunts capitalism, does not need to exist in a planned economy. A planned economy does not have overproduction crises, as it can create its own market through political measures. Therefore, the distribution of goods the market looks and works very differently in a planned economy as opposed to a capitalist system. The capitalist market is a buyer's market. The supply of goods is overwhelming and there is a variety in the designs of everything from cloth, ink to cars. Huge sums are spent for branding and marketing to promote consumption. However, the market in a planned economy is the pro-market. There is no pressure from advertising to buy more. On the contrary, the less unproductive consumption, the more share is for new productive investment to fulfill urgent needs in the future. In the transition process towards socialism, it is possible to have a mixture of a planned economy which decides major strategic investments and a market economy, which allocates resources to the production of final. What is the difference between capitalism and socialism? 33. The planned economic system has the advantage of handling the relationship between investment in the production apparatus and the final consumption of goods in a rational way. The surplus generated by an economy capitalist or planned can be used in two ways: final consumption or investment in a new circle of extended production. The two parts are inversely proportional. The more that is used in final consumption, the less there is for investment, and vice versa. However, in capitalism, investment in production presupposes the consumption of final goods. Hence the need to treat final consumption and investment in production as directly proportional. Light wish to invest in extended production is greatest when the available capital is lowest. The different ways in which the market operates in a capitalist versus planned economy is also reflected in the labor market. Unemployment, which haunts the capitalist system, is not a problem in planned economies. A planned economy can use all the labor power they can get to fulfill the needs of society. Conventionally, we think of the transition from capitalism to socialism within a national framework, although both Marx, and later Lenin, were aware that socialism could only be realized as a world system or at least as a major part of the world. In the last 500 years, the division of labor has taken an international form, which has polarized the world into rich and poor countries. However, One can very well conceive a socialist planned economy implementing the division of labor and the distribution of products on a planetary scale, one which promotes equality. In fact, it will be necessary for the solution to the planet's ecological and social problems. On the one hand, 200 years of industrial capitalism developed the productive forces to a level where there is no technological barrier to the solution of global social problems. Capitalism has paved the way for socialism. On the other hand, the capitalist imperative of growth has created a mode of production that has spawned social problems, and has threatened to destroy the global ecological balance. Marx's emphasis on the importance of productive forces for the development of a society is very different from the capitalist preoccupation with the need for 34. Constant economic growth. In capitalism, the development of the productive forces are a double-edged sword. The development of productive forces make possible increasing emancipation from natural, as well as social, constraints. However, 200 years ago, before today's climate problems, Marx wrote that capitalism can only develop the productive forces at the expense of the two ultimate sources of all wealth, nature and human beings. Capitalist production, therefore, develops technology, and the combining MTO by source of all wealth the soil the capitalism is through its own logic of accumulation forced to constantly develop technology, increasingly mechanine labor, and apply scientific knowledge to material production in order to force uninterrupted economic growth. By its very nature, it develops the productive forces not as an end in itself, but as a way to increase profit. Through the development of the productive forces, capitalism in the end turns into a destructive force, blocking future progress. In of octa stage P rive and means of into WH the X's ring relationships, only cause mischief and are no longer productive but the T forces. This prediction by Marx has taken on its full meaning in an era haunted by the possibility of atomic war, pandemics, pollution of soil and water, and climate crises. Nevertheless, the development of the productive forces under capitalism constitutes a favorable basis for the development of a future socialist mode of production. Assuming that the resources and technology available to humanity today are applied rationally free from the demand of profit accumulation, the standard of living in the global south would rise by leaps and bounds. A social revolution will change the way we produce and consume goods from systems based on privatization to ones based on collectivization. IR will not only change our choices and our ends, but will also rationalize and speed up the creation of the means of production themselves. For this, we must improve technology and increase the productivity of. What is the difference between capitalism and socialism? 35. Living labor. Socialist production is nor less advanced than capitalist production. Au contraire, a socialist mode of production desires to use the most advanced technology possible in order to produce higher quality sustainable goods with less labor power. Robot industries are better than assembly line factories. Windmills and solar energy are better than plants fueled with fossil energy. Socialism is nor only concerned with eliminating poverty within the national framework, but also creating a more equal world. Within the capitalist mode of production, it is not possible to raise the living standard of billions of poor people in the global south to the level of the US or Germany. There are simply not enough natural resources. Accommodate their needs, what is required is not only a change in the relations of production and the patterns of consumption, but also a continued development of, and implementation, of the most advanced technology. On this Emmanuel writes, steel, aluminum and copper, of which the masses consume such quantities, do nor serve only produce gadgets or books as well up to late of this society. There at least one anti on which is in agreement is the absolute priority of the maximization of available leisure, rhyme being the prerequisite for the quality ire. How then can we rid yourselves of proits leisure time and increased exing function of the in time at work? Naturally. If it is shown that the consumer sassacry is in any case a material impassibility on a world scale, the question OFC highs na longer presents itself for 4/5 of humanity. The idea that thx remaining which the privilege of this of the che 1 ge not a statement essay that one could excuse f fro m demonstrating. Point 6 The socialist mode of production is not only about economic ratio, nality and technology, but the means to fulfill needs. The definition of needs and the rules of distribution of social products is of a political nature. With advanced technology and changed consumption patterns, a raise in the quality of life and a growth is possible. The state in the transition from capitalism to socialism. When you grow up in a capitalist society in the imperial core, its logic, norms, and values are internal. It can be difficult to imagine that things can be organized differently. The American philosopher Frederick Jameson stated in 2003, someone once said it is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. We can now revise that and witness the attempt to imagine capitalism by way of imagining the end of the world. However, it is important to keep in mind that capitalism is like all other historical modes of production, it had a beginning and must have an end, and another world is possible. One major factor of the transition is the role and character of the state. All revolutions with a socialist perspective, from the Paris Commune onwards, have organized a bureaucracy to run the economy and have established some kind of security to maintain the power of the proletariat against internal and external enemies. Light form and role of this bureaucracy has constituted a problem for all new revolutionary states in the first part of the transition period, from the moment the proletariat takes power to the moment when they reorganize the economy, the yield of the economy will fall. This happened in Russia and China. This was the experience of Cuba in the 1960s, of the Allende government in Chile in 1970, and in Venezuela today. To get through this difficult period, until the planned economy begins to function, the proletariat must organize itself for the direct exercise of political power. The enormous problem is not some supposed inefficiency of nationalized enterprises. The problem is the capitalists will divest. They will salvage as much as can be salvaged from the economy while dilapidating the rest. This is not only a problem on the national level. World March 7 Jameson, Frederick. Foucault City View Left Review. Number 21, 2003. https://newlfreview.org/issues/221 single quote article/Frederick-Jameson-future CIT single quote Why What is the difference between capitalism and socialism? 37 Kerr has enormous power in terms of the movement of capital, exchange rates of currency, and determining the price of commodities. President Nixon ordered the CIA to make the economy scream in Chile to prevent Allende from building socialism. Often, the pressure from the capitalist world system takes the form of outright economic sanctions and military intervention. The attempt to defeat neocolonialism by transforming national liberation into economic liberation failed in many socialist-oriented states in the 1960s and 1970s in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Near-weak economies, often skewed by 100 years of colonialism, could not stand the weight of the internal and external pressures of capitalism. Despite the intention to build socialism, their economies slid back into capitalism under pressure from global neoliberalism. Liberal ideology presents the difference between capitalist and socialist state management as respectively democratic and authoritarian political rule. The free choice in a market economy supplements the free choice between political parties in government, while a planned economy generates a bureaucratic authoritarian state. However, this connection is false. In 1970, the socialist Salvador Allende was elected president of Chile and began to nationalize industry and rural estates to transform Chile economy from capitalism towards socialism. However, after a CIA-supported military coup in 1973, Chile became a testing ground for neoliberal economic ideas. CIA, with the help of neoliberal economists from Milton Chicago School of Economics, provided the economic policy that Chile's junta enacted immediately after seizing power. It is ironic that Friedman, who wrote the book Capitalism and Freedom, driving home the argument that only economic liberalism could support political democracy, could so easily disentangle economics from politics, when the eugenic theories he advocated coincided with a fascist regime. 0. There is no fixed link between the capitalist or socialist mode of production and the political rule of the system. The Chinese political historian Zhang Weiwei has challenged Western liberal conceptions of formal market-based democracy. According to Zhang, China, while lacking informal democracy in Western terms, has been successful in the development of a substantive democracy. Western democracy means the election campaign is based on political marketing paid for by capital and lobby organizations. Substantive democracy, in Zhang terms, means good governance, relying on both meritocratic selection and elections, so as to generate a political system that draws on the full range of abilities of the wider population, while focusing on satisfying their real developmental needs. In line with popular opinion, so-called actually existing socialism offers a variety of attempts to establish transitory economic and political systems within a dominant capitalist world system, using a mixture of planned economy, capitalist investment, and market forces. The former Soviet Union, China, Vietnam, and Cuba are examples of such states. For these states, situated in the periphery or semi-periphery of the world system, opening towards the surrounding capitalist world has been necessary to import technology, and thereby to develop their productive forces. The focus on advancing technological progress does not mean that social relations are irrelevant. Link between technology and social relations is flexible enough to enable the usage of the first to change the second, as Lenin, Mao, Ho Chi Minh, and Fidel Castro thought. Bliley all wanted to use the latest technology and methods developed by capitalism to fulfill social needs within a planned economy. What has constituted a problem in the past, both in theory and in practice, is the political form of the state, which corresponds to the period of transition to socialism, that is, between the proletariat seizing state power on the one hand and the substitution of cooperative production for all remaining capitalist forms of production and distribution on the other hand. Socialism is nor established by a magic stroke, as when Fidel Castro and Che Guevara drove into Havana in 1959, or when Mao proclaimed the People's Republic of China. What is the difference between capitalism and socialism? 39 in 1949. Taking state power can happen over a relatively short period, but the transition from capitalism to socialism is a long and complex transformative process. The transformation process is as complicated as the subsequent development of the socialist mode of production, which has to take place within a dominant capitalist world market. What kind of specific state is needed to keep the proletariat in power in relation to both internal national class struggle and the surrounding hostile capitalist world system? How should the economy and political system be organized to fulfill this task? A new revolutionary government must try to answer these kinds of questions. Following lessons learned during the Paris Commune, Marx and Engels formulated their thesis concerning the role of state in its transformation towards socialism in the preface of the new 1872 edition of the Communist Manifesto. The working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made machinery and wield it for its own purposes. The revolutionary forces have to establish their own, novel form of the state, as the old capitalist state is built to serve the interest of capital. They need to defend the state against counter-revolutionary forces. The proletariat needs to organize itself directly into a state apparatus. It is this exercise of power that constitutes what Marx labeled the dictatorship of the proletariat. His concept is often misunderstood because of Marx's polemic use of the word dictatorship. It is actually an argument for democracy, as the rule of the working class, which establishes new institutions with which to dictate the will of the proletarian majority over the bourgeois minority. After the proletariat has established itself as the ruling class, it exercises its power as the class struggle continues both inside the state and between the new state and the surrounding capitalist world system. The dictatorship of the proletariat is distinct from two other dominant perceptions of the state among socialists at the Rhine: the reformist, represented by Ferdinand Lassalle, and the anarchists, Represented by Mikhail Bakunin. The reformer wanted to take over the bourgeois state and use its institution to introduce socialism, while the anarchists argued for the abolition of the state entirely. However, what the reformers failed to realize is that the state at hand is an expression of the economic and political logic of capitalism. It cannot be used as a tool for introducing socialism by the class that it exists to oppress. And what the anarchists failed to realize is that as long as capitalism exists as a major force within the borders of the nation, and in the world system, the proletariat needs a state to implement its policy, a dictatorship of class interests. In all class societies, a coercive state ensures the existing order and preserves the social equilibrium. The bourgeois class set up an apparatus occupied by a permanent staff, the creation of its own hierarchy endowed with a degree of bureaucratic autonomy, in the sense the office becomes its own end, making efficiency its ultimate goal. To accomplish this, it had to run the system according to the rules of the capitalist econ, only. Under the conditions of a dominating market economy, a so-called independent state apparatus cannot help but become an instrument of capitalist dynamics. This was the problem of the Allende government in Chile in 1970, both in terms of economic policy and state power. The old state machinery, the police and the military, could not serve the interest of the new socialist government, and so they turned against it. It is not enough to have power in the parliament, it takes the dictatorship of the proletariat to transform society. However, this apparently necessary coercive apparatus has the potential to create a new ruling caste of bureaucrats. Within specific, unfavorable national and international relations or forces, the proletarian revolution thus has to face a dilemma: weakness and inefficiency or strength and bureaucracy. To sum up the tasks of the state in the transition period, it must develop the economic preconditions as well as the forces of production in terms of size, differentiation, and technological level in order to progress toward the socialist mode of production, and to maintain the security of the state during the transition period from attacks from the class enemy from within and by the surrounding capitalist world. 42. Perspective, Methods, and Concepts. Chapter 3. Morals and Politics. Throughout history, humans have committed atrocities against their fellow human beings in pursuit of power and wealth, or for family, clan, class, or nation. However, love, compassion, and solidarity are also part of human history. Humans are biological creatures with certain biological needs and abilities, but humans are not by degree evil or good. Humans are social animals organized in societies to fulfill their needs and express their abilities. Violence is not inherent in certain trans-historical ideas or cultural values, nor are these related to certain ethnic groups. It is historically specific and related to the material basis of social reproduction. Violence is endemic to class society. The wars and violent suppression of people in the Third World throughout the 20th century were necessary for capitalist accumulation. Without violence, there cannot be the super-exploitation of labor, which cheapens the costs of production and gives rise to unequal exchanges between the center and periphery in the world system. In addition to being an essential precondition of the accumulation of capital in general, war is itself an industry. The weapons industry produces arms and reaps super profits. War employs people to kill people. Violence intensely consumes labor at a high rate of exploitation. The productive life of a soldier is short. War was also a method for primitive accumulation, the genesis of capitalism, colonial plunder and slavery, which costs millions of lives. The wars in Iraq have had a similar effect, handing over the nation's oil resources to U.S. companies. The major inter-imperialist wars in the first half of the '20th century caused millions of deaths. The early quests for socialism were partly a reaction to these atrocities. Since World War I, there have been more than 100 armed conflicts in the Third World, causing the deaths of more than 20 million people. Politicians often take a moral stand and reject violence as a method for political means, even if their country's wealth is built upon violence. The global north possesses the vast majority of military hardware. U.S. centered military alliances account for 3/5 of global military spending, and yet they are now looking to spend even more at an unprecedented rate. In political practice, there is a dilemma between the means and the ends. What means are just and suitable to obtain the desired ends? The use of violence for political means has always been controversial. But in the historical quest for socialism, the ends are not petty issues, they are the end of exploitation and the suppression of millions, and to stop destruction of the ecological balance of the planet. Does this end justify any means? Alternatively, do the ends never justify the means? Do the wrong means compromise the ends? You will inevitably encounter these dilemmas as a political militant. Machiavelli's use of the ends justifying the means, the reasoning that the ends justify the means, is considered a cynical attitude in corner mainstream thinking. It is often used as a critique of what is considered the use of excessive means to reach a certain goal. The statement that the ends justify the means is often ascribed to Niccolò Machiavelli, the Italian philosopher of power and author of The Prince, a little book written in the early 16th century. Machiavelli was living in a tumultuous era in which wars were waged against Italian city-states as France, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire battled for power. Political and military alliances continually changed, and mercenary army leaders changed sides without warning, causing the rise and fall of many short-lived governments. Machiavelli, Niccolò. Prime. Penguin, 1961. 44. Served as a civil servant and diplomat for different rulers of Florence. In 1513, the Medici rulers accused him of conspiracy and had him imprisoned. Despite being subjected to torture, he denied involvement and was released after 3 weeks. After that experience, Machiavelli retired to his farm estate, where he devoted himself to studying and writing political treatises. The Prince was written in 1513, but only published after his death in 1532. It is a manual for the art of governing. It includes Machiavelli's justifications for violence as a means to secure power. A prince wishing to keep his state is very often forced to do evil. His personal experience showed him that politics have always been played with deception and treachery. Machiavelli considered that violence might be necessary for the successful stabilization of power and the introduction of new political institutions. Force may be used to eliminate political rivals, destroy resistant populations, and purge others who will inevitably attempt to replace the ruler. Essentially, the book is a description of how power functions, regardless of ideological and moral considerations. One can read 7 Prince in various ways. Read it as a cynical manual for how to gain and defend power is one option. Machiavelli himself, however, suggests another reading. It being my intention to write a thing shall be useful to him who it appears to me appropriate to follow up the real truth of it. Machiavelli is considered the first modern empirical political scientist, to draw generalizations from experience and historical facts. He was also one of the Renaissance's first secular thinkers. He wrote about separating religion and politics. He refused to analyze political realities based on religious dogma. He adds, in contrast to many of his contemporaries, a realist. He could not avoid noticing how far removed the theological idealizations were from the real and harsh world of politics. Not all interpretations of Machiavelli are cynical. Antonio Francesco Gramsci, founding member and former leader of the Communist Party of Italy, until he was imprisoned by Benito Mussolini's fascist regime, argued that Machiavelli's audience was nor the ruling class, but rather the common people, because rulers already knew of these methods by way of their. Gramsci was inspired by Machiavelli's writings on morals and how they related to state building and revolution. Popular notions of morality and ethics could be manipulated, part of establishing a hegemony to control society. 7 Ir is also said Charles Stalin carefully read Y Prince and annotated his own copy. 8 However, Prince is far from the first text to discuss the relationship between ends and means. In the tragedy Fleckfra, The Greek dramatist Sophocles asked in 400 BC whether the end excuses any evil, while, in IOBC the Roman poet Ovid concluded in his lyrical collection Heroides that the result justifies the deed. The dilemma is as old as humanity. Let us for a moment, in line with Machiavelli, consider political reality rather than noble rhetoric. Towards the end of the Second World War, the US government was ready to use excessive to achieve a quick end to the war. The Air Force dropped 2 nuclear weapons over the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki on August 6 and 9, 1945, killing 226,000 people, mostly civilians. The minutes of the target committee who selected these means were declassified years ago, and it was revealed that the committee settled on 2 objectives. It agreed that factors in the target's Skltian were AF great imparents of Kai's arc obtaining the greatest psychological. A more recent example of balancing means and ends in U.S. policy is from the war in Iraq. On December 5, 1996, shortly after being appointed Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright was interviewed by Leslie Stahl for the TV program 60 Minutes. Ixley Sral, we have heard 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And no, is the price ITT all night. I think this is the price we think the price is worth. Apparently, when it came to the war in Iraq, the end, to get rid of Saddam Hussein, justified a high price in terms of Iraqi civilians' lives? If the motto of the ends justifying the means implies you can use any means you want in order to achieve any end you have decided to pursue, it means that you have lost your moral compass. Same goes for the motto that the ends never justify the means. After all, there is a third option, which in fact is much more realistic than the other 2, not all ends justify all means, but, depending on the circumstances, some ends justify some means. It is a position, of course, that implies challenges. One has to consider and balance 3 factors: ends, means, and circumstances. It is not always easy to draw the right conclusions. I do not claim Char Albright would argue all means are justified once you have decided to pursue a certain goal, although 500,000 dead children, 700,000 casualties, and 4 million displaced Iraqis are evidently justifiable to her. With stakes like these, political actors have to be very clear about both their ends and their means. Morality plays an important role in this discussion, but a reference to moral principles alone is nor enough. In the 18th century, Immanuel Kant argued the ends alone can never justify the means, any means need to be justifiable in and of themselves. This is a reminder that the means we employ need to be carefully examined. But Kant's argument does not rid us of the responsibility to go through a political discussion that clearly lays out the ends and means and how to balance them. For example, the threat of the use of nuclear weapons, and the climate crises, make the balancing of means and ends an existential question in the endgame of Capitalism. Violence as a political means. The role of the state is to defend the existing order, in the last instance by the use of violence. Any state claims a monopoly on the use of violence, both internally and internationally. States build an enormous capacity to utilize this monopoly of violence. This shows no signs of abating. The peace dividend promised after the collapse of the Soviet Union never came. In the past decade, military spending has boomed. The state reserves legitimate violence for itself, so non-state actors' use of violence is usually deemed criminal charges of terrorism. Other states might think differently and label such a group freedom fighters. However, most people find non-state actors' violence acceptable only if the end is worthy enough, and the situation urgent. For example, few people would politically or morally question the use of violence in the context of resistance against the Nazis in occupied Europe. Even if the resistance movement was labeled terrorist by the state, the overall opinion remains that under the given circumstances, the use of violence was justified. The right to resist occupation has even been enshrined in international law. Resolution 2625 of the United Nations 1970 General Assembly explicitly endorsed a right to resist subjection of peoples to alien subjugation, domination, and exploitation. However, in practice this has nor made much difference. Time will tell if these rights will be equally applied to, for instance, the Palestinian liberation struggle. Whether they were legitimate or not, anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles seem to always turn violent. This is no surprise, the succulence of European colonialism in the 19th century was extreme. The colonial attitude was summarized by the former British Prime Minister Salisbury in his 1898 speech at Albert Hall: "You may roughly divide the nations of the world as the living and the dying. The living nations will encroach on the territory of the dead. The imperialism of 20th century has been equally brutal. The U.S. killed 1 million people during the war in Vietnam. France's attempt to save the French settler regime in Algeria also cost 1 million lives. It was against the background of the Algerian struggle that Frantz Fanon, who was active in the liberation movement, concluded in his book Wretched of the Earth, that the people of the Third World held down by violence, exploitation, and oppression must rise and gain self-consciousness by violently resisting colonialism under the leadership of liberation movements. The liberation struggles in the THIRD world were an act of self-defense." In his preface to Wretched of the Earth, Jean-Paul Sartre tried to understand this. At any rate, if violence this very evening and if asked slogans of nonviolence might end the _, but if the whole regime, even your nonviolent ideas, are conditioned by oppression, passivity serves only to you in the ranks oppressors. Many liberation movements had originally been founded as legal political movements. South Africa, African National Congress one example. It advocated a nonviolent struggle until the late 1950s. Only after the Sharpeville massacre in 1960, and the subsequent criminalization of the ANC did the organization turn to arms. The ANC was considered a terrorist organization right up until the fall of the apartheid regime. It was not until 2008 Nelson Mandela was removed from terrorist watch lists and celebrated as a great statesman. The use of violence in the struggle for socialism. How do we judge the use of violence in the quest for socialism? Besides evaluating social and economic facts, we must perceive political moral choices. He against exploitation and oppression has often taken a violent turn and caused immense human suffering. As Mao stared after the Shanghai Kuomintang massacre of communists in 1927, where thousands of people were killed, is a dinner or writing an or painting picture, or dyeing embroidery, can be so refined, so leisurely and gentle, so kind, courteous, restrained and magnanimous. A revolution is an act of violence by which one class overthrows another. 49. The efforts to defend the revolution and build socialism in poor countries, surrounded by a hostile capitalist world system, have also resulted in forms of violence and suffering conditions that are in stark contrast with socialist ideals. To evaluate such cases often seems cynical, but these dilemmas cannot be avoided if one is part of the struggle, and not merely an observer. The Hungarian philosopher György Lukács, in which he publicly declared his commitment to the revolutionary cause after joining the Hungarian Communist Party in December 1918. In Tactics and Ethics, Lukács transcended his previous neo-Kantian position and commitment to nonviolence, and accepted the need for the moral sacrifice of the use of violence in revolutionary action. Individual's conscience and sense of responsibility are confronted with clue that must if on his mild changing OFTHE worlds to see New York Lukács reintroduced a classic dilemma formulated by Sophocles in the tragedy Antigone. The theme in Antigone is the right of the individual to reject society infringement on her freedom to perform a personal obligation. Antigone upholds the idea that state law is not absolute and that it can be broken in civil disobedience in extreme cases, such as 1. Obligations toward the gods. To this Lukács adds in the case of the revolutionary, if the soul is to be saved, the soul must be sacrificed. The revolutionary is forced to become a realpolitiker and to violate the absolute commandment "Thou shalt not kill," and thus maintains no obligations to any institution, state, or religion. Lukács ends his essay Tactics and Ethics by referring to Friedrich Hebel's interpretation of the myth of Judith, from the Old Testament. And Judith beheaded the brutal general Holofernes who had placed a siege on the Jewish city of Bethulia. Hebel's play, entitled Judith, W. Titten in 1840, focuses on the dilemma between the sin of killing and the struggle to save the freedom of her city. A short while after he wrote Tactics and Ethics, Lukács was appointed People's Commissar of Education and Culture during the Hungarian Soviet Republic in 1919. As such, he discussed the ethical dilemma of the revolution. As a fellow communist, J6 Jefleniel indicated in his memoirs, it was determined in the discussions that, communists take of may be afsam I the God order Judith kill is, commit a sin so may he order communists to destroy the bourgeoisie, B0th metaphorically and 23 for Lukács. Ethics relate to the individual, but are mediated by class, giving rise to a historically generated totality. 24 Similar sentiments were captured by an acquaintance of mine, the late Patrick McManus, an Irish-Danish political activist, who wrote an article called Angels No Longer Exist as a response to the Danish left-wing party and Bedslissen's critique of the use of violence by the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. Astngla for Itof FM Ryans of Human Rights. And in many cases will invariably lead to continued violation of these rights. War is in itself a violation of the RNNST tal right. The right to life. Ihatsit is end. 51. All its imperfection. That is the world that resistance must to maintain ethical standards of its own conduct, regardless of state terror, regardless of the bitterness that every civil war brings with it. Legitimated by for lat I on which terror I is liberation also regardless of its pain, fu rulamanrally creative, while en heedslessren may be waiting for the true movement, officials with arms WTH we must to it is. Young women and men in the he pain suffering. Here arc the mistakes belong to an imperfect world, here is the world, and hear it from my own praxis of committing robbery to finance revolutionary activities, and coming from a well-behaved middle-class background. I can, on my small scale, relate to the problems of sinning for a greater purpose. We witnessed the liberation struggle in the Third World during the 1960s on the one hand and lived privileged lives in a Scandinavian country on the other. We concluded we had to act. We felt there existed an incredible injustice in the world, and we wanted to contribute to a profound change. We also felt that we were in a position that allowed us to act and that it would have been inexcusable if we did not. If you want to act politically, you cannot escape such reflections. In THEI's off Danish state and most people, we were criminals, pure and simple. From our perspective, transferring value from the rich countries to the poor, particularly if they were received by liberation movements, was justified. This is not a free pass. Any choice to use violence as a means of action should never be taken lightly. However, when you have seen and understood exploitation and oppression, you cannot turn a blind eye. Doing nothing becomes as much of a political act as resistance. You cannot claim to be an innocent bystander, because you know what is going on. The quest for a better and more just world does not begin with a cost-benefit or philosophical analysis. It begins with a simple statement. Enough. Reflections about war you can achieve, and at war price. Come later. Bear these thoughts on means and ends when you read the historical evaluation in Par Il, which, taken in isolation, can seem rather Part Il the history of revolutions. 54. The history of revolutions. Chapter 4. The communist spectre of 1848 and the first decades of the 19th century, an era marked by the English poly on industrial capitalism. The principal contradiction was between the enormous growth of production and the corresponding lack of consumption power, leading to recurring overproduction/underconsumption crises. In November 1847, Marx and Engels were given the task to write the program of the Communist League. 7. He Communist Manifesto. At the time when the Communist Manifesto was published in 1848, Marx and Engels believed that capitalism would be a rather short episode in history, be swiftly replaced by some kind of socialism in the advanced countries of Europe, as Engels wrote in 1847. Look. They are making stupendous intend shape the whole world according to their standard, and, on a portion of the surfa, they will so to that triumph will its final configuration. Yet nothing is nor that CWCRYWHCRC preparing the way for us, for the Democrats and the Communists, than that they will at no st win a few years troubled enjoyment, only to be then im behemel proletariat. So just fight bravely on. Mast Gratiumsringsters of capital. M. Yau have clear the vestiges aft Middle Ages and of a solark monarchy are a forepath, you have to annihilate you have to carry centralization into proletarians. Into recruits for by your factories and commercial relationships create for us basis which proletariat for the attainment of in shall be to mle for do forget tlnts chwees the communist spectre of 184b at the manifesto marked a turning point in the history of socialism because it pointed away from utopian idealism and towards an analytical framework from which the struggle for socialism could take place. In bitter polemics, debates, and organizational battles, Marx and Engels str't1 to shift the socialist movement to a materialist perspective of Class S. In the same year the Communist Manifesto was published, a wave of social unrest swept over Europe. The causes of the uprisings were a mess of factors and ideas. Here were democratic aspirations of middle-class liberals who wanted to get rid of various monarchs' reactionary regimes and get a share of the political power. Nationalism was another component of the revolutionary hot pot. Todafy Germany and Italy were fragmented into petty states, and there was a demand for more unified democratic states. However, most prominently, the late 1840s were characterized by an economic slump, creating massive unemployment and social misery in the overcrowded new industrial cities of Europe. On top of this, bad harvests and high food prices created what was called the Hungry Forties. The first of the revolts of 1848 was a bourgeois nationalist uprising in Sicily in January. However, the revolt in Paris soon overshadowed it. The bourgeoisie had not forgotten the French Revolution of 1789–92, which saw the royal family guillotined and noble privileges abolished. They thought the coalition had gone too far and feared their heads were the next to go. Socialist thinkers like Gracchus Babeuf declared that the problem was not just feudal property but private property in general. Conditions in Europe had long been building up for such an outburst. In France, the liberal politician Alexis de Tocqueville, speaking in the Chamber of Deputies to his colleagues just before the outbreak of the 1848 revolutions in Europe, said that, "Do them repeating unceasingly that all that is above them is of tlnttk distribution of the what unjust, that property rests on a foundation, which is nor an equitable furularian. And do you nor realize God when such take when they spread in an almost universal wentlu y sink deply mto talk y to withthlu m. Or later, I know not when nor how, a most formidable revolution? This is my prophecy und I we the insurrection in France began on February 22, 1848, when a demonstration outside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Paris was fired upon, killing 52 protesters. After that, street fighting erupted all over the city. The National Guard was called to restore order, but they refused to fire upon the citizens. King Philippe's fate was sealed, and he fled the country. Tocqueville describes the situation in Paris on February 25. The working had the leading part in the events of the First Revolution. They had never been the sole leaders and masters of the state, either de facto or de jure. It is doubtful whether the Convention of Kuppel, Uitdatskum of af Fabriksry. On the contrary, Tomad entirely our side the bourgeoisie and against il throughout this day. I did see in Paris a single one af farmer agentaires of the public authority. I people alone arms, guarded the public buildings, gave en iludi, It temble thing to in of who pr sesk this immense full af underscore iphon d in the capital a who endrer house anderned workmen formed into regalnance, out of work, dying of hunger, but with there within I into cest nothing. Unit in a common was something. In a common terror. There were no bonds, no sympathy great s the idea of an inevitable mediate struggle at out of the 300,000 proletarians living in Paris at the Rhine, more than 10,000 participated actively in the revolt. The monarchy was gone, but it was not clear what would replace it. Paris, cafes and public squares buzzed with political excitement. Revolutionaries from all over the continent poured into Paris. Marx, who was expelled from Brussels, arrived in Paris in early March at the invitation of the revolutionary government. However, conservative forces reorganized and managed to form anew. A member of the Chamber of and a supporter of the party au Fordre against the Socialists. 3 Abib. SNE 32. The Communist Spectre OF 184B57 government in April. In an effort to discipline the rebellious working class in Paris, they conscripted all workers between the age of 18 and 25 to the army, others would be sent to the province to clear land for the peasants. It provoked a new outburst of anger in Paris in June. For 3 days, the proletariat fought against the forces of the French regular army. Rapidly, over 1,000 barricades were built to defend working-class neighborhoods. Artillery hammered at the barricades. Parts of the city were laid in ruins. The disorganized insurgent army was defeated piecemeal. In the end, thousands of soldiers outgunned the more or less spontaneous uprising. With its barricades and primitive weapons, the June uprising was drowned in blood after killing tens of thousands. Thousands more were sentenced to forced labor or deported to the colonies. Revolutionary events happened across Europe, in Rome, Milan, Munich, Brussels, Vienna, Berlin, Budapest, and Stockholm. Mostly students and the middle classes participated in revolts in these cities. As the working class was smaller than in Paris. Besides social questions, which were predominant in the Paris uprising, demands were made to put an end to monarchy, to establish republics, expand suffrage and implement freedom of speech. From Paris, in April 1848, Marx and Engels issued a statement on behalf of the Communist League. Nie demanded that Germany be proclaimed a republic and that royal and feudal estates, together with the mining industry and transport sector, were to be. They also demanded the establishment of publicly owned workshops, and the state should provide education for all children. In June, Marx moved from Paris to Cologne and founded the Neue Zeitung. Its support for revolution caused the Prussian regime to deport Marx from Germany. He returned to Paris in May 1849, but the political climate had changed, and he was denied permission to stay in the capital. Forced into a difficult situation, Marx decided to leave France for England. Engels took part in the armed Seru * in the southwestern part of Germany, but he was also forced to return to England VLA by the end of 1849. It was clear that reaction had triumphed throughout Europe. The revolutions of 1848 never really had a chance. Despite the anger and revolutionary spirit, the working class was too disorganized. The history of revolutions and did not have the necessary strength in terms of military force and strategy to counter the regular army of the state. The bourgeoisie was of the opinion that the democratic reforms would be a threat to the order of the existing system, so the uprisings had to be crushed, and they were. In the following decades, the forces of reaction were in firm control throughout most of Europe, from France to Sweden. Despite the meager result of the 1848 uprisings, the events were important for the development of Marx and Engels' theory of social transformation. In the article Address of Central Committee to the Communist League, written in 1850, they concluded that the liberal wing of the bourgeoisie betrayed the interests of the working class and popular. We told already in 1848, brothers, that the German liberal L***bourgeoisie to immediately its p the workers _ you have seen this forecast can see true. The bourgeoisie, which possession of TB stare or Harari in the wake of the March of 1848, used this to drive the workers, its ally Instngla. Look into TLWJR. The mass movements of 1848 were largely proletarian. However, they relied on liberal politicians to transmit their demands via the parliament to the state. The liberal parliamentary prolexin of the political movement attests to its political incapacity to rule the state. Hence the recurrent theme of the politicians in power betraying the political movement. The crucial question was the power of the state. The lesson for Fustritl # was that the bourgeoisie and the middle classes could not be trusted in the Suru *, the proletariat had rake the lead themselves. As Marx summed up in the address, they themselves must contribute mass to their final victory, by informing themselves or their own class interests, by taking up their independent eikal, by allow ng to misla by the hypocrital of the democratic petty into for one minor the necessity of an independently organized peri of the proletariat. Must be, permanent. The Communist Spectre OF 184b 59. Another lesson learned was that the working class must gain and maintain its own arms to be able to match the armed forces of the bourgeois state, be able forcefully and threateningly oppose this peri, whose betrayal of will begin with very first hour of workers int st try to themselves independently a proletarian guard. To disarm the workers must be frustrated. By force if necessary. The lessons from the Paris Rebellion of June 1848 was of great importance for the strategy for future struggles for socialism. June defeat which can seize he aft see European only dipped in the blood aft June insurgents did the tricolor become the flag of the AW on the red nag. And we exclaim, revolution is dead. Live major historical crises were characterized by the conjunction of multiple, contradictory class struggles. Rather than presenting themselves in a direct economic guise, the class struggle assumed varied political forms, social struggles, popular revolts, national insurrections, all repressed using force. There was a need in theory and practice to put in order the different forms of class struggle, that is, to identify the principal contradiction, to develop a strategy with which victory would be achieved, a capacity that the Mkornants did not have at the time. The results of the uprisings of 1848-9 were primarily bourgeois reforms, getting rid of remaining feudal institutions and idling parliamentary rule. Modern state administration was to be the framework for renewed development of the productive forces after the capitalist crises in the mid-19th century. It was also the first step for the anti-capitalist forces in terms of organizing and developing strategies for the long transition from capitalism towards socialism. After the 1848 uprising, Marx became a refugee in London, his base for the rest of his life. The Communist League had been dissolved in 1852 after the arrest of the leadership of the German section. As the revolutionary spirit of 1848 petered out in Europe, Marx shifted his perspective from the immediate social revolution to the building of an international movement of workers aimed at overthrowing the capitalist system. In the 1850s, the capitalist mode of production only covered a small part of the planet: England, the Netherlands, Belgium, the northern parts of France, and the Westphalian part of Germany. One would think that capitalism then still had a vast potential for expansion. This was foreseen by Marx, who in 1858 wrote in a letter to Engels, "The proper task of bourgeois society is the creation of the world market, at least in outline, based on that market." Sinu world of the up of China Japan would seem to have this for us. However, the difficult question is this, and the if penel continent revoluis and will, instantly a socialist character. Will it in this little of Euthernavemic of bourgeois is still in the ascendant of her greater terrain? It was precisely this colonial expansion, both in terms of economics and migration of European settlers to the New World, that eased the pressure on the social kettle in Europe. Raw materials for industrial production, sugar, tea, coffee, and food products became cheaper, new markets opened, and the industrial output of cotton material and iron doubled in the 18 migration reduced unemployment and wages grew rapidly. The attempts to construct socialism in Europe failed primarily because capitalism still had options for growth, both in terms of terrain and in terms of developing productive forces. The inclusion of the non-European world into a center-periphery structure postponed the world revolution. Nevertheless, Marx and Engels predicted that social revolution would occur within a few decades in Europe. They ruled out Britain to be the first, even though it was the most advanced capitalist country and therefore ripe for a transition to socialism. Tributes from Ireland and overseas colonies to the British economy smoothed out the political contradictions in the country. Engels wrote in 1858, "English proletariat is actually becoming more and more bourgeois, so this urgeois of all nations is apparently aiming ultimately at the cession of a bourgeois proletariat alongside which exploits this is to a certain extent justifiable." 9. After a short break in 1857, the economic boom continued in the 1860s and 1870s. In England, liberal trade union laws were passed 1867, and in the following years, revolutionary politics diffused into a liberal scramble for the proletarian vote. However, on the European continent, particularly in France, the revolutionary socialist movement, the recognition that capitalism was an expanding international system, led to the argument the working class had to organize internationally as well. On the 28th of September 1864, Marx finally saw his idea of the International Working Mini Association realized, an organimion he proposes in the Communist Manifesto. The first international had its historical roots in the General Strike of London workers in 1859 and their radical trade union. Marx attended a mass meeting of the London Trades Council in March 1863, in which the members proclaimed their support for the war against slavery and their opposition to British intervention on the side of the Confederacy in the American Civil War. Another incident that played a role in the founding of the International was the efforts of European workers to support Italian and Polish workers' liberation SRRT*S. The final push, which led to the establishment of the International, was an effort to counter the threat from leading capitalists to bring workers from France, Belgium, and Germany to act as strike breakers in their struggle against British trade unionism. Marx was one of the German delegates at the founding meeting and was elected to write the inaugural address. In the text, he linked economic and political struggles, and made internationalism an essential part of the STRU. Marx was also elected to the General Council and became a leading figure in the organization. He drafted all its main resolutions and prepared all its Congress reports. Yet, the maintenance of unity was difficult at times. Marx's clear anti-capitalism clashed with a majority reformist opinion. Marx managed to reconcile the seemingly irreconcilable, and formulated a non-exclusionary, yet firmly class-based, political program that changed the initial moderate political strategy of the organization into a coherent anti-capitalist platform. The majority of the French and German Social Democrats were really against the strike as a weapon of STRU*. However, from LAR 1866 onward, strikes intensified in many European countries, and their positive results convinced all the tendencies in the International that strikes were a fundamental weapon of labor struggle. It was also a dominant trend in the early years of the International. Workers should only fight for socio-economic improvements through trade union struggle and not to organize for political power. Marx tried to argue for political struggle, however, it was the experience of the Commune that convinced the International, and the labor movement generally, that they had to establish proper political organizations to fight capitalism. Light International also created awareness among workers that the emancipation of labor could nor be won in a single country, but was an international objective. From the beginning, the International was persecuted by nervous governments on the European continent. At the time of the Basel Congress of the International in 1869, it had around 50,000 affiliated trade union members. The International was successful in increasing the efficiency of strikes, with workers across Europe helping each other financially in times of action. However, the organization was soon racked by political differences. At the Brussels Congress in 1868, there were disputes between Marxists and Proudhonists, who rejected state ownership of the means of production in favor of production agent operatives. The Basel Congress in 1869 was characterized by harsh debates between Saint Press, 1965. The communist specter of 184b followers of the anarchist Bakunin and Marx. 63. Adding to this fracturing of the working class, the Italian and man unification, and the strengthening of the nation-state in general throughout Europe, caused nationalism to grow within the labor movement, reflected in labor support of each European colonialism. The proletariat in the colonies were nor at all represented in the First International. The repression of the organization following the defeat of the Paris Commune in 1871 was yet another blow. All these factors weakened the First International more and more until it was finally dissolved in 1876. 64. The History of Revolutions. Chapter 5. The Franco-Prussian War. And the Paris Commune. Outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War in 1870 opened the stage for the Paris Commune. France and Germany had long competed to be the dominant power in continental Europe. In a dispute on the succession of the Spanish throne, Otto von Bismarck maneuvered an overconfident Napoleon Ill into a declaration of war in July 1870 and then whipped up German nationalist fervor against the French, even managing to get the Insalian faction of the German socialist movement to support the war effort. The outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War in 1870 caused problems for the International. Marx wrote a statement on behalf of the International in which he called for class solidarity with the workers of both France and Prussia against the fratricidal feud concocted by the ruling classes. At a meeting of the International in Chernat 7, Germany, delegates representing 50,000 Saxon workmen unanimously adopted a motion to this effect. We present war to be exclusively dynastic. We are happy grasp the fraternal out to buy of the working MDS Mlerarians AF all countries. Unite. We shall never that workmen of countries are our friends and the despots of all our enemies. The Franco-Prussian War and the Paris Commune 65. However, the International was faced with the fact that the working class in Germany would respond to a war of national defense against the French army. On the other side of the border, the French workers would fight against an invasion by the Prussian army in spite of their resistance against the regime of Napoleon Ill. The International had the difficult task of curbing the nationalism and anti-French hysteria in the German working class. At the same rhyme, Marx hoped that the Germans would prevent the reactionary Napoleon Ill from triumphing. The International proved powerless to stop the slaughter despite their call for cross-party solidarity. It was an early warning of the catastrophic result of chauvinism in the working class that would erupt in 1914. The French army soon collapsed, and Napoleon Ill himself was captured. When the news reached Paris, crowds poured onto the streets, and the Third Republic was proclaimed in Paris on September 4, 1870. The International called on Prussia to make peace, but the Prussian army headed for Paris. However, the French National Guard in Paris refused to hand over the city to the Prussian army, directly disobeying the French government. Social tensions grew due to hunger, unemployment, and overall misery under the siege of the Prussian army. French troops in Paris loyal to the government tried to disarm the National Guard, but people poured into the street and attacked the soldiers, and 2 generals were lynched. The response of the National Guard was to hold Incheon on the 26th of March and set up a civil administration of the city, the Paris Commune. The assembly included members of the International, workers, artisans, shopkeepers, and radical intellectuals. Similar communes were set up in Lyon, Marseille, and Toulouse, but they were quickly suppressed. The establishment of the Paris Commune proved that a war between capitalist states could be a window of opportunity to bring the national class struggle to a head. The communards rose and seized the opportunity. Napoleon XI ousted government, which escaped from Paris to Versailles, regarded the Commune as a threat to bourgeois society and called for the remaining French army to attack. On April 2, 1871, the Germans retreated in order to give French troops the possibility to turn their attention to the communist rebels. The Germans also released prisoners to help strengthen the French army. Germany did not want a socialist commune at its doorstep to serve as an inspiration for the Socialist 66. The history of revolutions movement in Germany. The French army moved in Paris and faced the commune in a nearly month street-to-street battle. Around 20,000 communards lost their lives and the subsequent executions. Around 50,000 were taken prisoner, many of whom were later put in prison or deported to French colonies in Africa and New Caledonia. The rise and fall of the Paris Commune were determined by the French-German intercapitalists through over dominance of the European continent. We will see this pattern of interstate rivalry and the opportunity for revolution repeated up through the 20th century. The French government accused the International of being the mastermind behind the establishment of the Paris Commune. In February 1871, Marx was practically unknown outside of a dozen small circles of left-wing revolutionaries. By the end of the year, Marx was infamous. The Paris Commune generated a Red Scare across Europe. The French government and the bourgeois press managed to organize a crusade against the International throughout Europe. Britain and Switzerland were among the few states where the Organimion was not banned. In this atmosphere of growing nationalism in Europe, and repression from state power, the political struggle between the Marxist and anarchist lines inside the International intensified. The influence of anarchism was growing in Italy, Spain, France, and Switzerland. In 1872, the Marxist faction of the International held a congress in New York. The anarchist-dominated faction held their congress in Saint-Imier in Switzerland, where they declared themselves to be the true and legitimate International. Consequently, they were expelled by the New York Congress. This was the end of the first attempt to organize the proletariat across frontiers. The International was formally dissolved in 1876. Despite the Communist Manifeste's call for internationalism and its claim that the proletariat has no motherland, the history of the socialist movement is a history of national movements operating within the boundaries of the modern world system of nation-states. Consequently, the idea of revolution has mainly revolved around seizing state power and controlling national governmental institutions. On the one hand, this focus enabled national revolutions. On the other hand, it stood in the way of socialism because the socialist mode of production, and its political system, cannot be fully realized in an isolated national context, particularly the Franco-Prussian War and the Paris Commune, largely in a world system where economics and politics are becoming 67 and more transnational, a lesson that would be repeated again and again in the history of socialist revolutions. The Paris Commune is the first case in which the proletariat assumed the task of transforming society. Based on the experience of the Commune, Marx came to the conclusion, in his pamphlet Civil War in France, that the bourgeois state machine must not only be conquered but broken, giving way to a new kind of state. Marx praised the Commune abolition of a professional army in favor of directly arming the people, as well as the election of new civil servants. However, state building was a difficult task for the first Commune. Marx deplored its statist incapacities, its lack of military expertise, its inability to define financial priorities, and its shortcomings in spreading the idea of the Commune to the provincial masses, the peasants. The solution to these deficiencies became the establishment of a communist party, not only as the Organisation of a disciplined capacity to struggle for state power, but also to govern the new state, the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Perry realizes the ambiguity of Marx' account of the Commune and gives it a body. The French philosopher Alain Badiou writes, "It becomes the political site of a fundamental tension between the non-state, anti-state, of a politics of emancipation and the statistic character of the victory and duration or that politic. The party state is endowed with to UN centralization of the police and often the off-bourgeois economic decisions, the rallying and submission of the peasants to workers, the of a powerful international, etc. It is not for nothing tl at legend it. vi in the day bold 72 days in which the Paris entire destiny was of the party state may solve the problem that the Commune was unable to resolve of how the proletariat could achieve and execute state power, but, as WC will see, the party state raised other problems. Marx wrote his pamphlet The Civil War in France as an obituary for the Commune, which contained political lessons for the future of Allon. Paris Marx, Mao, Review. Volume 73, Noël, 61-62. 68 The History of Revolutions Communism, concerning the organization and the use of armed struggle. Marx and Engels nevertheless saw the uprisings of 1848 across continental Europe, and the Paris Commune, as the prelude to new proletarian revolutions. In France, the repression which followed the defeat of the Commune turned mere membership in the International into a criminal offense. It took years for the socialist movement in France to reorganize. However, the situation in Germany was quite different. Here Engels had high expectations for the revolutionary movement. From Revolutionary France to German Reformism, Chapter 6. From Revolutionary France to German Reformism. 69. Europe after the 1848 rebellions and the Paris Commune was different from the world in which Marx and Engels formulated the Communist Manifesto. Unification transformed Germany. Rapid industrialization in the 1860s created a large urban proletariat. Thus, the center of gravity of the socialist movement moved from England and France to Germany. The German socialist movement grew rapidly in the form of trade unions and political parties. One of the first was Ferdinand Lassalle Allgemeine Arbeiterverein, founded in May 1863. Though a former member of the Communist League, Lassalle believed in reformist tactics to achieve socialism within a bourgeois political framework. To this end, he was prepared to cooperate with Prime Minister Bismarck in exchange for labor reforms. Marx regarded Kay's approach as a betrayal. Matters came to a head when Lassalle launched the Workers' Association in May 1863 with a program consisting of universal suffrage and state support for producer cooperatives. Marx declared that there was no possibility of a peaceful transition to socialism in Prussia. When Lassalle died a year later in 1864, in a duel over a love affair, Marx was invited to take over the leadership of the party, but he declined due to fundamental disagreements. In 1869, the Sozialdemokratische Arbeiterpartei Deutschland was founded by Wilhelm Liebknecht and August Bebel. In the first years of its existence, the Social Democrats were on par with Marx's revolutionary line. However, as the growing strength of the working class resulted in higher living standards, matters changed. In a move to consolidate their reformist position, the General Workers' Association and the Social Democratic Workers' Party held a meeting in Gotha where they merged into the Sozialistische Arbeiterpartei Deutschlands. The Gotha program adopted by the nascent party called for universal suffrage, progressive income tax, free elementary education, freedom of association, limits on the length of the working day, and other laws protecting the rights and health of workers. The aim of the Gotha program was still socialism, but a socialism developed by peaceful means within the capitalist system. The leading ideologue of the German Social Democratic movement, Eduard Bernstein, believed that Marx was wrong on several points. In his book Bern's Reign Explained, Marx, thesis on polarization of poverty on one pole and wealth on the other was wrong. Bernstein argued that the standard of living of the German working class was in fact rising. Furthermore, Bernstein criticized Marx's statement in the Communist Manifesto that working men have no country. According to Bernstein, the working class had gained rights by social democratic * and had become citizens in the nation. The struggle of social democrats was therefore to reconcile the interests of the working class and the nation. Thus, the social democrats were in favor of German colonialism. Bernstein argued in the section on the military question, foreign policy, and the colonial question that Germany had the right to conquer new colonies to process extracted tropical raw materials. Moreover, Bernstein concluded that it is possible for the working class to achieve improvements in wages, and thus living standards, and to conquer ever increase Hanover historical lats, From revolutionary France to German reformism 71 ing rights within capitalism. Using parliamentarienstruyel, the working class which, after all, constitutes the majority of the population can, without revolution, gain the power of the state and quietly and incrementally introduce socialism. Bernstein's revision of Marx became the backbone of social democracy, which, in future historical situations, caused social democrats to choose the side of capital and the nation-state instead of class-based internationalism. However, the German Social Democrats' nationalist strategy was successful in drawing voters. Led by Karl Koschei, it became Europe's strongest social democratic party. The Gotha program became the model for social democrats across Europe. For the rising wage levels and expanded political rights strengthened the belief in the possibilities of reforms within the system, which again made it less risky for the capitalists to make compromises. Char softened the class #. The change of strategy of the socialist movement in Germany mirrored a changed response from the state towards reforms. In the 1880s, German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck introduced a series of social reforms and welfare measures. These were intended to ensure internal class peace while the state intensified an aggressive foreign policy of colonialism and foreign market penetration, which more than compensated the bourgeoisie for its social welfare expenses. Furthermore, in order to finance investment in weapons manufacturing and shipbuilding, Bismarck introduced a state tobacco monopoly in 1882 and the nationalization of the railways. At the same time that the social reforms were implemented, repressive laws were adopted to weaken the ability of the radical wing of socialists to organize. The laws outlawed social democratic organizations and trade unions but allowed social democrats as individuals to participate in elections. This left the party in the odd position of being illegal as an organization, even while its representatives operated openly in parliament. This also left the political line of the party in the hands of the parliamentarians, which reinforced their pragmatic reformist line. In the 1912 elections, the Social Democrats became the largest party, with 34.8% of the votes. Like other socialist parties in Europe, the Social Democratic Party of Germany voted for war grants in 1914. Thus, the SPD allied itself with capital in German FI conflict with France and England over the imperialist division of the world. The Social Democrats in many were drawn into the system, their representatives became members of parliament, entered into governments, and became administrators of a capitalist society. Here integration was complete when, as a social democratic government, under the leadership of Friedrich Ebert and Defense Minister Gustav Nitzsche, they used the army and paramilitary forces to suppress the communist uprisings of 1919. Marx and Engels' critique of reformism as early as 1847 in The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx drew attention to a reality ignored by bourgeois economists, when they claimed capitalism's capacity to improve the conditions of the working class. In speaking of improvement, the economists were thinking oft millions of to perish in the lead to pinxer million and workers employed in England in the same industry 3 years prosperity of likewise. Marx wrote a harsh criticism of the Gotha program in 1875 admonishing its reformism and lack of internationalism. It is self-evident that to able to at all, the working class must organize itself at home as a class and char irs on country is the immediate arena of its as its class strtw, le is not in substmui. Communist in but work of the national for instance the empire. Is herself economially within the framework of the wad marker, directly within the of states. Every businessman knows at time foreign trill. Of Herr Bismarck consists. To precisely in his a kind of international policy. And to what does the German Workers' Party reduce its internationalism? That the of its will be the international of League of and which is intended to the Janel Brotherhood af working classes in the joint struggle against the ruling classes and their governments. Not a word, therefore, the international functions of the German working class. and it is thus that it is to challenge its link up in against it with the bourgeoisie fall Herr Bismarck's international BIC of Conspiracef international of the classes does not in any way depend on the existence or the International Working Men's Institution. Ibis to a which a extinct success on Auftkit but which was no longer realizable in its historical form after the fall of the Paris Commune. Bismarck was absolutely right when it to the Sitoff its TLNTFWTYSM nationalism in the new internationalism also had to include the STRU hashtag of people in the colonies. Capitalist relations penetrated these societies and generated forces of national resistance. Engels defined the Chinese resistance at the rime of the Second Opium War in 1856 as a popular war for the maintenance of Chinese nationality, and Abdel Kader's Stroui in Algeria as national resistance against the French. Resistance against slavery in the end, resistance against colonialism, was to grow in frequency and scale as an integrated part of the struggle for world socialism, affecting the development of the working class movement both nationally and internationally. The English working class could not liberate themselves on the backs of the Irish working class, and labor in a white skin, as Marx wrote in Capital regarding the U.S. Civil War, cannot emancipate itself where it is branded in black skin. 9. Marx was critical of the abstract universal brotherhood of peoples expressed in the Gorha program. Internationalism had to have a concrete form, connecting it dialectically to national struggles. It had to take on the same global dimensions as capitalism itself. Marx sent his critique as an internal letter to the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany, with whom Marx and Engels were in close association. As Engels explains in a letter, ROSPD leader August Bebel, considering the importance of the program, they believed it was necessary to step in. People imagine that we run the whole from here, whereas as well as I do we have hardly ever interfered in with party affairs, and then only in an attempt to as sensible, to IMVE at that. But yourself will raise. His marks a turning point which may well force us renounce any kind of responsibility in regard to the party that adopts it. Marx's critique did not affect the program. Marx and Engels refrained from criticizing the SPIY's theoretical shortcomings in public, but it remained a constant concern. In the late 1870s, the ideas of Eugen L. Ehring were gaining influence in the SPD, including among the leaders Bebel and Bernstein. Ehring criticized what he considered economic determinism and revolutionary strategy. Engels took up the task of refuting L. Ehring's ideas by publishing Anti-Debring in 1878.11. Engels' work aimed at demolishing L. Ehring's influence inside the SPI. But he also wished to popularize the point that a revolutionary movement requires a revolutionary philosophy and strategy. When Bismarck passed the anti-socialist laws, outlawing the organization of the SPD nor the legality of its members of parliament, the SPI, parliamentary faction, including the leader Wilhelm Liebknecht, signaled its willingness to compromise with the German government by remaining within the law and by voting for tariffs and the state budget. In September 1879, Engels responded to the policy of SPI, Parliament. Almost 40 years we have emphasized that the class STRTW, LE is the attentive input IQLU. Stngla bourgeoisie and proletariat is the grade of modern social revolution, hence we cannot possibly with men seek eliminare. Expressly formulated the battle cry, emancipation of the working class must by working itself. With men who say openly that the workers are to emancipate themselves and must be emancipated fan above by philanthropic MEM, of the upper KR and lower middle classes. Party organ is to adopt AP01 ICTLNT2 of if it rjo and not proletarian. Then all we might be publicly declare raves IR and abandon solidarity with which we have hitherto represented the German party abroad. Engels demanded that the SPI oppose the capitalist state outright and reject collaboration with all bourgeois parties, as well as advocate the primacy of class struggle and working class emancipation. At its 1891 Congress in Erfurt, the SPD decided to adopt a new program written by Karl Kautsky and Eduard Bernstein. The Theodoric was still revolutionary, but the practical demands were deeply reformist. As a response to the Erfurt program, Engels decided to go public with a critique. His first move was the publication of Marx's Kritik auf Gotha program. In particular, he highlighted its emphasis on the importance of the dictatorship of the proletariat and how this was a problem for the SPD leadership. In the Reichstag, SPD deputy Karl Grillenberg publicly repudiated Marx and declared "Char for us, here was never any question of a revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat." L. Engels answered back by releasing a new introduction to Marx's Civil War in France. In the final paragraph of the introduction, Engels states, of late, with wholesome terror at the words, dictatorship of the proletariat. Well good, gentlemen, do you want dictatorship 1.00k at the Paris he had was the dictatorship of the proletariat. Engels was worried that the party's parliamentary successes and their focus on opportunism threatened its class character and wrote to Gue in 1894 that is roughly that of poor whites to the forefront the British working class was simultaneously sliding into chauvinism, racism, and reformism. However, IR was nor only the profit from colonial investments, which allowed capital to raise wages and promote reformism. Settler colonialism also played a significant role in the rise of imperial socialism both in the country the emigrants left and in the settler colonies. Followers of the utopian socialists Charles Fourier and Henry de Saint-Simon tried to construct enclaves of socialist communaires from North America ro Algeria on land that was taken in brutal colonial wars. Settlerism was partly a consequence of the poverty and distress that resulted from the rise of industrial capitalism in Europe, and partly a result of the possibilities created by colonialism and a new means of transport, which enabled millions of Europeans to serve in the world. Approximately 70 million people emigrated from Europe throughout the 19th century. They were often surplus laborers in the countryside who could not find work in the cities. Poverty and famine, as in Ireland and Sweden, drove the emigrants across the globe, 36 million to the United States, 6 million euros to Canada, 5.7 million to Argentina, 5.6 million to Brazil, and others to Australia, New Zealand, Rhodesia, South Africa, and Algeria. A significant number of the emigrants settled and claimed land, often displacing and dispossessing the original population in bloody conflicts. Overall, the proportion of emigrants accounted for more than 17% of the 408 million people living in Europe in 1900. This settler colonialism was different from ordinary colonialism. The settler did not want to just pass on the values from colonial exploration to the mother country. They wanted to become the new mother country. Hence, the American War of Independence in 1776. The settler colonies, which were successful in eliminating most of the indigenous population, became clones of the center. The U.S. even overtook the British Empire by the turn of the century. By acquiring land or work in the New World, emigrants helped to reduce the reserve army of labor in their old homelands, thus securing the remaining workers a better starting point for higher wages. Emigration was a safety valve creating social unrest in Europe. In imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, L_Sning quotes the businessman and later Prime Minister of the Cape Colony in South Africa, Cecil Rhodes, IW, LS in the Fast End of London yesterday and attended a meeting of the Plaid. Wild speeches, which were just a cry for bread. And on way home over the scene and I became more of my salad.an for the problem. In order to the 40,000.000 of United Kingdom from a civil we colonial statesman int st acquire new to settle the surplus to provide new markets for SPAUA in empire. IIMVE always said. Is AA Buchter if I want to avoid civil war. USTB imperialists. In the United States, impoverished European workers and peasants turned into settlers, in a nation that was on the verge of replacing England as the leading global power. The success of the settler state was based on the dispossession of the indigenous population and the exploitation of enslaved Africans. Imperialist profits from Latin America, along with Land speculations and the practice of slavery generated the capital necessary for the fast-growing U.S. economy. This racist hierarchy, embedded in the foundations of the American state, positioned immigrants from northwestern Europe as an upper part of the working class. Between 1830 and 1860, 4.5 million immigrants from Europe arrived in the United States. New Irish, German, Scandinavian, Italian, and Polish workers supplemented the former generations of European immigrants. The settlers, the first generations of Anglo-Saxon origin, retained their privileged positions in skilled jobs or as foremen in charge of teams of workers. At the time, they received the highest wages of any worker in the world, approximately double the wages in Britain. Light result was that, by 1900, the American working class was divided by national origin into three main groups. The top. The Euro-American labor aristocracy, a privileged layer of born in the USA. Workers who constituted approximately 25% of the industrial working class. Got the best paid skilled jobs and were protected by the American Federation of Labor. Below them were a layer of workers made up of the new immigrants from Europe, which comprised between 50 and 75% of the industrialized working class in the northern states. They were mostly unorganized and were systematically excluded from the AFL and thus from the better paid jobs. However, their wage levels were significantly above salaries in Northwestern Europe at the time. At the bottom were the colonial proletariat of African, Latin American, and Asian origin. They did the hardest work for the lowest wages on the railways, in construction, in mining, as well as on the plantations of the southern states. 19 Gerald Horne describes how European settlers were able to climb up the class ladder with sugar stocks and Africans as the rungs by acquiring a share of the profits from land privatization and speculation, and the benefits from slavery. A racist ideology of white supremacy was gradually shaped as pan-Europeanism, an invented solidarity between Europeans that transcended class, ethnic, and religious lines. Through the journey across the Atlantic and the confrontation with the indigenous population, as well as slavery, an identification of belonging to the white race was strengthened. Racism against black and indigenous people, Latin Americans, Indian, and Chinese immigrants, combined with an identity as Anglo-Saxon Protestants of Northwest European origin, lent a particular quality to American nationalism. The United States was God's own land, ruled by the white man. Racism and nationalism blocked the development of solidarity based on class consciousness. The trade unions, along with the socialist and communist movements, never succeeded in establishing as strong a foothold as they did in Europe. Not even social democracy developed in the United States. But racism and, as a consequence, the anti-racist STRTL hashtag has been prominently recurring features of U.S. history, and white supremacy has characterized U.S. domestic and foreign policy right up to the present day. These effects of colonialism confirm that class struggle seldom presents itself in the pure state workers versus capitalists. In Britain, the bourgeoisie could consolidate their rule thanks to the colonial subjugation of Ireland. In Ireland itself, colonialism made the social class struggle rake the form of a national liberation star. In the CLS, as Engels wrote in 1850, the class cream traditions are but incompletely divisory between the classes is conceded by the outflow of the plus to class struggle was diffused via the expropriation and deportation of the natives, as the sealers moved to the west later, during the American Civil War. Marx observed that whites of modest means espoused the cause of the slave owners and often formed the mass base for attempts to export slavery to Central America, on by expeditions illique that which William Walker conquer Nicaragua in Slaveryl, is it ble to square the interests of whites with those of the to gi-a their thiet with the prospect of one daying slaveholders themselves thus. Class struggle within the white community was also diffused through the enslavement of African Americans. Although supporting the Irish people against British colonialism, Marx did not shy away from mentioning the reactionary, Anti-abolitionist role played by immigrants of Irish origin before and during the Civil War in the U.S. As they crossed the Atlantic Ocean, emigrants changed from poor proletarians to settlers, finding their place in the class hierarchy. As Marx writes, the Irishman sees the Negro as a dangerous competitor. As the communist specter haunted Europe, theories emerged demanding that the annexation of land in the colonies should be assigned the property-less class in the capitalist metropolis. In 1868, in France, Ernest Renan attacked the French Revolution of 1789 for having prevented the development of colonies, thereby obstructing the only route by which modern states can escape the problems of socialism, a thesis he repeated 3 years later, following the Paris Commune. Large-scale colonization is a political necessity of the first order. A nation that does nor colonize is irrevocably condemned to socialism, to war between rich and poor. It was necessary to inferior races to work for the benefit of the conquering race. It was clear that the Europeans are a race of masters and soldiers. Reduce this noble race to work for life like Negroes and Chinese, and it will revolt. Some decades later, Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, recommended the colonization of Palestine as an antidote to the ascendant revolutionary movement in Europe. A proletariat that instills fear should be diverted towards a territory that requires men to cultivate it. Freeing itself of a surplus of proletarians and desperate men, the European trollus at the same time export civilization to the colonial world, with this go of revolutionary in his connection. It must be thal everywhere at grips with revolutionaries and will detach young and workers from socialism and nihilism to the extent that we HDD out a purer popular ideal. 25. 81. Indeed, socialists and anarchists of Jewish descent were converting to Zionism, or the Zionist form of settler colonial socialism, in the form of the kibbutz movement. The first kibbutz, Degania Aleph, was established in 1910 in northern Palestine. Light kibbutz attracted thousands of young volunteers from North America and Western Europe to work in these settler colonial projects, regarding them as socialist. European anti-Semitism and the Nazi Holocaust added to the Zionist colonization of Palestine and the establishment of the State of Israel. A garrison state that, from the start, was supported by the U.S. as its battleship, controlling its interests in the region. The Italian philosopher Domenico Loserdo notes that on the eve of the First World War, the nationalist political leader Enrico Corradini called on Italian socialists to support their own country in colonial expansion, taking to heart the British example. British TLNTMUS a British Empire. 5 continents. An activity on a daily he is part, which has a far from negligible impact on his household budget. This is Britain's trade, is strictly on British Egypt. The India Ostunlia controlute and compete his welfare and all. Co-ir an ever greater number of Irish workers and British CCWNS. 5 years after Engels' death, writing in the Socialistische Minutschrift, the German Social Democratic Party leader Eduard Bernstein noted Ilf. Typical have staple of Konsumtien, if the American and ranges and fields supply millions workers, we thank colonial enterprise. W. Euro C today. WHWC arc to eradicate be much worse and would have much less hope of eliminating it. Even when counterbalanced by the crimes the derived always weigh much. Concurrent to Bernstein writing, Germany committed genocide against the Herero people in Namibia, expropriating their land for settler farmers and cattle breeders. In the preparatory materials for his writing on imperialism, Lenin transcribed passages from a German historian on the matter, with the comment, rob the land and become landowners. This was how the imperialist powers proposed to resolve the social question. Like the British Labour Party. Bernstein, Social Democrats resolved that promoting colonial expansion to obtain social reforms was the right strategy. Imperial socialism was progressing in the most authoritative socialist party of the time, spreading to the Netherlands and Scandinavia. The advance of imperial socialism made the connection between reformism and imperialism explicit, drawing attention to the revolutionary potential of colonial peoples. The anti-reformist communist movement needed to develop an analysis of the totality of political and social relations, national and international, as a precondition for the formation of revolutionary strategy. Along with the colonial question, inter-imperialist contradictions in the prelude to the First World War demonstrated the need for a global perspective on class struggle. Fear the repression of the Commune, the situation for French socialists only improved at the end of the new Socialist Party. Parti ouvrier was founded in Marseilles in 1879. The party's leading figure, Jules Guesde, asked Marx to assist him in writing the new program in 1880. In the preamble, Marx got the chance to present his position in a concentrated form. Considering that the emancipation of the productive class is that hook jngsofwx the free only when they are in possession c means of production _hat this coal appropriation can arise only the revolutionary action of the productive class or in a distinct political party that ch intyan m by all through proletariat at its ng universal suffrage which will be transformed from the instrument of deception it has been unreal now into an instrument of mion. However, after just 3 years, the party experienced a large break, away led by Paul Brousse. He founded the Fédération des Travailleurs Socialistes de France as a protest against Marx's revolutionary thrust of the Parti ouvrier. Brousse preferred a more accommodating approach that worked within the framework of the parliamentary system. In 1889, Brousse and Guesde factions convened in Paris to establish an organization to succeed the dissolved International. The rivalry between the two was intense, with delegates wandering back and forth between them. Though Guesde's Marxist faction would triumph, with 400 delegates from 20 countries, the establishment of the Second International was ravaged by conflicts between the reformist and revolutionary lines from the start. The assumption in the Communist Manifesto that proletarians have no fatherland did nor march reality. The basis for such a proclamation was that all proletarians were exploited by capital and that this common relation would transcend their citizenship. This was not an unlikely assumption in 1848. Proletarians worldwide shared more or less the same living conditions and they did not owe anything to the national state. However, Rees' situation changed. Colonialism, the globalization of capitalism, was a polarizing process, dividing the world into a system of center, semi-periphery, and periphery. Exploitation was not only confined to the relationship between the worker and capital, but it was also a relation between nation-states. The gains from imperialism trickled down to the citizens of the imperialist countries, including the working class, increasing their nationalist feelings. In 1904, Lenin noted a correlation between the absence of a militant English communist movement, the political strength of the organized trade unions, and the growing foreign investment of English capital. 2 Despite this, he continued to advocate for proletarian internationalism while arguing against reformism and national chauvinism in the Second International. The strength of nationalism became clear in 1914, when rows of people lined the streets in England, France, and Germany, hiling their troops as they marched to war. The German SPI, as the leading power of the Second International, had, as late as July 25, 1914, spoken out against militarism. However, the SPI had only one foot in the pacifist camp. Light Party guidelines issued in 1891 by August Bebel nourished patriotic sentiment: the soil of Germany, the German fatherland, belongs to us the masses as then to the others. If Russia, the champion of terror and schism, to be those who stand at the head of Germany _3 After Germany declared war on Russia on August 1914, the majority of the SPI newspapers shared their enthusiasm for the war, the so-called spirit of 1914. Because of the general enthusiasm for the war among the population, many SPD deputies worried that they might lose their voters if they followed the pacifist line expressed by the Congress of the Second International. On August 4, 96 SPI deputies, including Friedrich Ebert, approved war bonds, arguing that hostilities had been forced on Germany. This decision made the full mobilization of the German army possible. The Kaiser welcomed the so-called political truce in the Reichstag, declaring, "I'll no longer see parties, I see only Germans." The SPI decision had fatal consequences for the Second International. The immediate reaction of the other parties was disgust, with the desertion of the anti-war position by the best organized social democratic voice in the setup. Other parties soon fell into line behind their respective governments. August 4, 1914, the parliamentarian Social Democrats and radical socialists took very different paths. Lenin urged all true socialists to leave the Second International. When information of the deaths of millions in the trenches reached Paris, Berlin, and London, despite suffocating censorship, some Social Democrats regretted their first hush of patriotism. However, the SPD leadership expelled members of parliament who were against the war effort and continued to support their government and the Kaiser, a sign of what the social democratic role in post-war Germany would be. An evaluation of the strategy to obtain socialism in the second half of the 19th century might conclude that the revolutionary approach of 1848, and the Paris Commune of 1871, led to a massive loss of human lives, while the reformist strategy successfully gave the working class a better living standard. But what was the cost of the lives of colonial projects and the inter-imperialist wars, which were supported by social democratic policy? The architect of revolution by the end of his life, Marx turned his hope towards Russia as the site for a possible socialist revolution, despite its less developed capitalism and hence, smaller working class. However, there were other factors at play. Light polarizing dynamics of capitalism had trapped a semi-peripheral country like Russia in a deadlock, which made it impossible for it to develop its productive forces and catch up with the more advanced center countries in Europe and North America. The destruction of pre-capitalist modes of production, and the ruthless exploitation at the margins of the world system, caused social upheaval. By the turn of the century, the revolutionary spirit had moved from Northern and Western Europe, the weak links of capitalism in the semi-periphery, and to the periphery. Russia had a revolutionary upheaval in 1905 and China a huge peasant revolt in 1911, which overthrew the Qing dynasty. Moreover, Latin America gave the world its first peasant revolution in 1910, the Zapatista Revolution. With the outbreak of the war in 1914, the contradiction between the leading capitalist powers in Europe became the principal contradiction in the world system. This created a window of opportunity for a new revolution in Russia. Lenin became the main architect of the Russian Revolution. In the first half of the 1890s, he had already begun to develop his ideas concerning how to revolutionize Russia. Marx had nor left much advice on how to build socialism, apart from some remarks in his critique of the Gotha program. The young Eichmann was forced to develop an alternative to capitalism himself. First, he rejected utopian socialism. In his book, What the Friends of the RNE Lo They Fight the Social Democrats, written in 1894, he criticized the dreamy visions of socialism espoused by the Narodniks. Lenin argued instead that socialism becomes a historical possibility when the existing mode of production becomes a Lenin, Vladimir Ilyich. What the Friends of the People are and how we hate the Social Democrats. Fetter upon the development of the productive forces. This was the situation created by the Tsarist regime in Russia. However, the construction of socialism had to take as its starting point the productive forces developed by capitalism. Lenin reflected in 1914 on how capitalism prepared for socialism, Taylorist its KM wishing it is for when he will take over all and appoint IRSRW and workers' committees for the purpose of properly distributing and rationalizing all labor. Large-scale railway. All of to cut by THRCEFRWRTHS working time of the workers and make them 4 rhymes better off ran they are all and these working committees, by workers will be to apply principles of the ratio. The problem was that Russia was not a developed capitalist society ripe for socialism in terms of the development of its productive forces. It was Russia, position on the margins of capitalism blocked its development. The construction of socialism in Russia necessitated catching up technologically as well as changing its mode of production to unblock the development of its productive forces. But the first step for the Bolsheviks was to take state power, the revolution. In January 1917, Lenin was based in Switzerland. At that urn, he publicly stated that his generation may nor live to see the triumph of the revolution in Russia. He had been in exile since 1900. Following his banishment to Siberia for 3 years on charges of revolutionary activities. In Switzerland, he built together with other exiled Russians a vanguard party of professional revolutionaries, the Bolsheviks. His argument for that organization is set out in the essay What is to be Done, written in 1902.8. Lenin argued that to execute a revolution, it is necessary to have an organization that could act fast, decisively, and in unison, hence the principle of democratic centralism, that is, a practice of democratic actions that elevates members into a position of hierarchical responsibility. Policy decisions are then freely debated by these members until a decision is reached, after which all dissent has ceased for unity in action. The organization should then have the capability to coordinate various kinds of political activities, parliamentary struggles, influencing the workers in seal-elected councils, and organizing party cells within army units. His last task was important, as it was necessary for a secret, armed Red Guard to assist in seizing the power of government when the time was right. All this demanded a high degree of organizational strength, a vanguard party to lead the working class. In his preparation for founding this organization, Eichmann had studied Marx and Engels' evaluations of the Paris Commune and the Civil War in France carefully, hence the emphasis independent, disciplined working class party to struggle for state power, and the subsequent rule of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin was shocked by the behavior of the leaders of the Second International in 1914 and he branded them as traitors to socialism. Contrary to the Social Democrats, Eichmann was calling on socialists to transform the present imperialist war into a civil war. Lenin the beginning of the 20th century, Russia was a semi-feudal society under a Tsarist regime in the semi-periphery of capitalist Europe, with its development blocked by imperialism. Dutch Marxist theorist Anton Pannekoek also noted an ideological difference between the Western European and Russian bourgeoisie. During the Middle Ages, England, Holland, Italy, Germany, and STMNG with capitalist production when was a pendant class of farmers emerged, who were also masters in their own little. This foundation, bourgeois spiritual life definite. The situation in Russia was different. There was no strong bourgeois culture to dominate intellectual life. In the East, the masses were less engulfed in bourgeois liberal politics and so might be more receptive to leaping over capitalism and into the idea of socialism. Simultaneously, the First World War created the external conditions for the Russian Revolution. The inter-imperialist contradictions amplified Russia's national contradictions and opened up a window of opportunity for revolutionary change in a weak link within the capitalist world system. In 1917, this crisis became acute in the final phase of the war. Lenin defined the revolutionary situation as follows: we shall certainly not be mistaken if we indicate the following 3 major symptoms, when it is impossible for the ruling class to maintain their rule without any change, when there is a crisis in one form or another, among the upper classes, a crisis in the policy of the ruling class, leading to a fissure through which the discontent and indignation of the oppressed classes burst forth. For a revolution to take place, it is usually insufficient for the lower classes not to want to live in the old way, it is also necessary that the upper classes should be unable to live in the old way. When the suffering and want of the oppressed classes have grown more acute than usual. When, as a consequence of the above causes, there is a considerable increase in the activity of the masses, who uncomplainingly allow themselves to be robbed in peacetime, but, in turbulent times, are drawn both by all the circumstances of the crisis and by the upper classes themselves into independent historical action. Without these objective changes, which are independent of the will, not only of individual groups and pares but even of individual classes, a revolution, as a general rule, is impossible. The totality of all these objective changes is called a revolutionary situation. Without these preconditions, there is no revolution, but even with them, there may not necessarily be revolution. It is not mechanical, therefore, as Lenin goes on to say, such a situation existed in 1905 in Russia, and in all revolutionary periods in the it also in the 60s or the century, and in 1859 to 61 1879 to 80, in instances. YWXS it is not every rkvalut. Anary gives rise arises only of a situation in the objective changes are accompanied by a subjectibility of to take a mass strong to old government, which never, nor in period of crisis falls, if is rappelled a successful revolution is a combination of objective conditions and subjective forces. Il Bolsheviks managed to seize the opportunity of revolutionary situation. The Tsarist regime was overthrown. The Russian working class and poor peasants were forced by the intransigence of the ruling class to rise up in desperate self-defense, demanding three things: peace, land, and bread. Taking into consideration the actual situation in Russia and the world of 1917, the Bolsheviks were the only force that could end the war and make the wheels of the economy turn again, making possible the development of the forces of production. Taking state power was, however, only the first step. How, then, to proceed? Lenin wrote State and Revolution as late as August and September 1917, which deals with the problems of constructing socialism. Following Marx, Lenin's interpretation of socialism was the establishment of communal ownership of the means of production and direct control over the workplace through the Soviets of workers. However, the theorizations in State and Revolution conflicted with the practicalities of the times after the revolution. The Bolsheviks had to face a very difficult situation. After a bloody civil war and a Western military intervention, the Soviet Union had to navigate under unfavorable objective circumstances. The Bolsheviks were confronted with the task of developing methods to govern a state transitioning to socialism in a hostile surrounding world. And last, but not least, the Russian backwardness, which in some sense facilitated the revolution, made the realization of socialism difficult. Lenin hoped Tsar revolutions in Western Europe would create a socialist bloc, assisting the development of productive forces in the Soviet Union. However, the Bolsheviks had to change their views faced with the defeat of the German Revolution. As a result, the desired plan to develop socialism had to be modified, and history moved toward building what became so-called actually existing socialism in its peculiar Russian form, something Lenin had wanted to avoid. 92. The History of Revolutions. Chapter 9. The Attempt to Build Socialism under Lenin. The new Soviet state had to develop their productive forces rapidly to meet the most urgent needs of the population while also SRR one wing to stay in power. The attempt to build socialism became a devious road, determined by interactions between national contradictions and the changing global principal contradiction. We can periodize the October Revolution into a short attempt to establish a mixed economy, war communism from May 1918 until spring 1921, state capitalism of the new economic policy, and collectivization during the first years of Stalin. From 1917 to 1921, the situation in the Soviet Union was unstable in every respect. The establishment of the Soviet Union cut off a part of the world market from the capitalist center, and the existence of the Soviet Union inspired revolutionary uprisings in Germany, Hungary, and Finland. From the point of view of capital, the Soviet Union had to be destroyed. This led to foreign interventions during the Russian Civil War. France, England, the US, Canada, and Japan supported the counter-revolutionaries. In 1920, there were about 250,000 foreign troops on Russian soil. Winston Churchill stressed the importance of strangling Bolshevism in its cradle. In 28 is 4 stated, I supported in 1919. I think WCM have its cradle. Body turned up their hands and said, how shocking. See Churchill, Winston Spencer, and Langworth, Richard, in his own words. Ebery, 2012. The attempt to build socialism under Lenin. 93. Lenin had believed that the Russian Revolution was the beginning of a socialist world revolution. He emphasized repeatedly an understanding of the roots of opportunism, primarily the benefits from imperialism, and the fight against social chauvinism was the main task of Western European revolutionaries. His political strategy for Western Europe was to bypass the highest paid layers of the working class and to mobilize the proletariat properly for the revolution. This strategy was applied nor least in Germany, which had lost the war, been stripped of its colonies, and made to pay war reparations. Lenin saw the revolution in Germany as essential for the survival of the Russian Revolution, and for the further advance of the World Revolution. In a political report to the Central Committee on March 7, 1918, Lenin wrote, regarded P-ointment of IQ. Doubtless sly of the ultimate victory are if it were to remain if there were a revolutionary RNRWCMCNCS in other countries, I'll repeat, our salvation from all these difficulties is an all-Europe revolution. However, the German Revolution did not transpire, and this placed the Soviet Union in a difficult position. The Bolsheviks had to prioritize defending their own revolution while awaiting future progress in the world revolution. The mixed economy in the wake of the revolution. The priority of the Bolsheviks' policy just after the revolution was preserve state power and to develop the economy so they could provide the essential needs of the population. It was a day-to-day battle for survival. At the Congress of the Communist Party on March 6–8, 1918, Eisenstadt said that it was an illusion that socialism could be introduced by decrees, considering the fact that of the population was illiterate. Lenin concluded that capitalism, as a sector, would have to remain as part of the economy for some time, if we decided to continue to expropriate capital at the same rate at which we have been doing up to now. We certainly linked we must BLUTI specialist state. Pierre Lenin was aware of a possible corruption of the system, corrupting influence of salaries both upon the Soviet authorities of workers' control a law. Law. Is only to penetrate the minds of broad SEC Lions proletariat. Lenin thought that the development of socialism depended on combining the Soviet organization of administration with the up-to-date achievements of capitalism or communism. The Civil War left the economy in ruins. The plan to establish a mixed economy under proletarian supervision became impossible in the spring of 1918. Famine ravaged the cities. In May 1918, the state-supervised mixed market economy was transformed into a state subsistence econ only called war communism. It included forced requisitioning of foodstuffs, redistribution of land, nationalization of industry, state management of production, centralization of resource allocation, state monopolization of trade, partial suspension of money transactions, and the introduction of strict labor discipline. During war communism, housing and meals at work were free and wages were paid in kind, at low subsistence levels. Any time of war communism is also associated with the institutionalization of the one-party state and increased party discipline. The state, primarily as a military force of authority, acted as the director of the economy. Property rights were reduced. War communism was the collectivization of poverty. Some Bolsheviks regarded poverty as a condition of purity and moral excellence, an attitude criticized in the Communist Manifesto. Nothing is to change. Christianity declaimed against private property. Against the state. Has it not preached in the Oftes, charity and poverty? 95. By focusing on the distribution of wealth, one tends to neglect the development of productive forces. The Communist Manifesto again criticized this attitude. The first movements of the proletariat are often characterized by demands stamped by universal asceticism and social leveling in its crudest form. 8. To be certain, Lenin did not identify war communism with socialism. it was an emergency economy. The Soviet government implemented war communism under the pressure of concrete circumstances, without foreseeing its internal effects. The forced requisitioning of foodstuffs was unpopular with the peasants, who responded by sowing less grain and hiding food. As a result, the food shortage became even more acute. The industrial output fell and aggravated the economic crisis, which was topped by a trade blockade initiated by the capitalist West. The masses grew tired of the hardship and sacrifices. For Lenin, a sailors' uprising at Kronstadt in March 1921, along with frequent peasant revolts, signified that war communism was a dead end and the thumbscrews on the economy had to be eased. The response to the economic crisis was the new economic policy to overcome mass poverty. It was necessary to restart the economy and develop the Soviet Union's productive forces. When the chaotic years of war communism had passed, the Bolsheviks realized that they had to develop the economy to fulfill the basic needs of the population and broaden support for revolutionary power. It was also necessary not to lag in economic development compared to the capitalist countries. It was necessary that the Soviet Union be prepared for defense, as the threat of foreign intervention continued to loom. Lenin believed that the Soviet Union was far from the level of development which would make socialism possible. For Lenin, NEP was a necessary step backward in the transition to socialism. In a speech in 1921, Lenin posed the alternatives for Russia. "We face this issue squarely. Who will come out on top? Either the capitalists in got influ y will communist_s and that will he the end of it. Or the proletarian state with the support of the peasantry, will prove capable of keeping a PN rein on those gentlemen, so as to direct capitalism along state to CMTE, a capitalism that will to state and SCRVC the globalistas beside foreign capitalists, concessionaires, and they will squeeze profits of amounting to %, they will enrich themselves, operating LET will of running the economy. And only when do that will you be able to build up a communist republic *. The Bolsheviks needed investment and new technology. Already on November 23, 1920, Lenin introduced a law giving concessions and advantages to foreign investors. In 1921, the NEP was formally adopted, statuting marker conditions over war communism, militarized production, strict stare distribution, and the compulsory appropriation of grain. The Soviet state gave preferential treatment to organized large-scale capital. The Bolsheviks used the technology and management associated with capitalism to boost production. Under NEP, a return to capitalism was permitted in trade, agriculture, and small-scale manufacturing. The requisitioning of food was replaced by a graduated racks. Moreover, the peasants were allowed to sell their surplus on the market, rent land, and employ labor. Other policies included monetary reform in 1922, and a docket of laws meant to attract foreign capital. However, the commanding heights of the economy, such as finance, infrastructure, large industry, and mining remained in the hands of the state. The Russian working class had seized power before the preconditions for socialism were present. Lenin's strategy was to maintain the dictatorship of the proletariat while developing the material conditions. Eichmann criticized Chose, who interpreted Marx as arguing that the working class should never seize power until capitalism had developed large-scale industry and had made it the dominant factor in society. Lenin knew that the revolution, and victory in the Civil War, had not made the Soviet Union socialist. He wrote in 1921, "LS without large-scale capitalist engineering on discoveries of science, is without state organization, which tends of to thx strictest of in at rhyme, socialism is inconceivable unless the proletariat is the ruler of the state." The Soviet state had survived the first years, but there was a lack of skilled cadres for the administration of the state. There were internal party splits and outright revolts, such as the rebellion at Kronstadt. Although Lenin was surrounded by a disparity of comrades, he faced this reality in the article Better Fewer, but better : and there is absolutely nothing renilk. Ruihing that should give K*Irioner grounds for the slightest in admitting this bitter truth, for we Joint efforts of the workers of several advanced countries are needed for the victory of socialism. We are still alone and in a backward country, that was ruined more deal. More intact the proletarian farces, we have preserved its maneuvering ability, we have kept clear heads can where, when, and how to retreat without making mistakes, threats. Without en mercus to what wrongly done underscore communists YNA illusions. Who do not give way to despondency, and who preserve their strength and flexibility begin from the attempt to build socialism under Lenin 99 the beginning over and over again in approaching an extremely difficult in all puish. It is worth pointing out Lenin was completely open about the consequences of NEP. It was introducing elements of capitalism. There was no beating around the bush or paraphrasing. The NEP was a descent to find another path toward the summit of socialism. The use of capitalist elements had been used before, however now they came into play in a much more structured manner. A special form of capitalism had come into being in Russia, one previously unknown to history, capitalism under the control of a state committed to developing socialism. In 1922, Lenin suggested the term state capitalism for the relations of the transitional period, state capitalism be for us, and for Russia, a mere form than the existing ana we did nac aver either the rudiments or the principles of ist although we had already the on at that time in 191s to extent that it be better if WC first arrived at state capitalism and only after that socialism. Speech at the 11th Party Congress in 1922 stressed that during the NEP, various forms of economies compete and therefore mobilize different social forces. Small proprietors, the state capitalist, the state socialist, and self-governing cooperative sectors, together formed a system of market economies, which meant the direct realization of socialism as a system was taken off the political agenda for the time being. However, this was a transition period, in which the possibilities to develop socialism could mature both in terms of due development of productive forces and in the mode of production. During the 1920s, direct communal production was established either in the form of voluntary associations or by way of state mediation, though only in a small fraction in agricultural and industrial production. Eichmann called them islands of socialism and imagined that this model could be the way to establish socialism in the longer run. In the article on cooperation, written in January 1923, he argued that cooperatives are part of the road towards socialism. All WC actually need under NF. P is organize the population of Russia in operative societies on the Sutayishandi large scale, for we have now found the or private interest, with state supervision of this that degree of its to which was formerly the stumbling for very many is this very circumstance that is underestimated by many of our practical workers. Ihe 100k down upon cooperative squieties, failing to appreciate exceptional of principle arc by the state. And second, from the standpoint of to the new system by means are simplest, and most acceptable is thing to draw out fimtastic for building socialism thrm.ghmrts of quite to socialism in such a small peasant take part in it. We far when we NFP, because we to the of free enterprise and trade we side of we conservatives. WC are slow ready beginning to forget the vast importance of from points AF view. In conclusion, a number of financial and king must to state must mate the principle in which the population must be see though the NEP was meant to be functional for a longer period, Lenin did not remove socialism from his agenda. Incorporating the whole population into voluntary cooperatives of production and consumption would take a longer period to realize. The cooperatives, as Eichmann wrote about in On Cooperation, are the products of capitalism, they collective capitalist institutions in which the future of socialism can be glimpsed. He spoke about the possibility of coexisting state socialist and cooperative socialist enterprises, though a differentiation between the two forms of cooperative, state and self-governed, would soon cornwhy by the mid-1920s. Nearly 1 million people worked in state-organized and state-subsidized consumer cooperatives. Lenin explicitly stressed that a shift must be made from the interpretation of socialism previously reached. Published the first edition of Spirit of Utopia in 191 g. He called on the Soviets to implement the transformation of power into love and to put an end not only every private economy, but also to any money economy, and with it the mercantile values that consecrate whatever is most evil in man. W21 When the second edition of Spirit of Utopia was published in 1923, Bloch had deleted the passages. However, these idealist attitudes towards the construction of socialism did not vanish in either the Soviet Union or elsewhere. Light transition to NEP found passionate critics among the Millerand Bolsheviks as well as among Western communist leaders. At the 11th Congress of the Communist Party in 1922, Lenin said, "AR the last extended plenary meeting of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, by the best sentiments and horror. The good communists were retreating. At every step you obdpimw.tetlntwcrc cold starving in that fuel, and outraden d we have had off poetic effusions of this so rt yet Antonio Gramsci had a very different evaluation of war. Muni sm, collectivism afprwcrry and will be the principle. But those very conditions of poverty and suffering would be inherited from a urgewary suffering that will be tolerated because that it will to press it quickly. The collectivism of poverty and suffering is justified by the specific situation in the Soviet Union in the immediate post-revolutionary period. However, IR had to be overcome as quickly as possible. Therefore, Gramsci had no objections to NEP, as he made clear in a letter from the Politburo of the Italian Communist Party to the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party. He reality aft uni on puc us in the presence of NEP before seen in a politically dominant class finds self in living coalitions inferior to certain elements and strata of THX, the leader of the German Social Democrats, carried on a persistent criticism against Bolshevism. The revolution was in the wrong place and premature. Socialism could only be established in a highly developed capitalist society like Germany. Therefore, the Bolshevik attempt to force the establishment of socialism through a coup d'état, promulgated as a revolution, could only result in a historically impossible deformity. Since bourgeois social relations persisted, either an old or a new exploiting class held power in Russia. Lenin responded in an article published in Pravda on November 7, 1919, stressing that the transition from capitalism to communism, combined talk of why will demand steps forward. In 1923, a few months before his death, Lenin criticized people who concluded that the October Revolution had been in vain. The situation in Russia and the world as a whole had made the revolution possible. Lenin wrote about the common allegation that the development of the productive forces in Russia had not attained the level that makes socialism possible. All the heroes of the Second International keep harping on this incontrovertible position in a keys. It is criterion of what if the complex hopelessness AFGN, by stimulating the efforts of the workers and peasants tenfold, offered us the opportunity to create the requisites of civilization in a different way of West general link of world H story. Has that the ENSIC relations between the basic classes of all the char RLN%NG, or have drawn into the general course of WORLD definite level of culture is for the building of socialism. Why cannot we by STE by the prerequisites far definire level of culture in revolutionary way, and Chen, with aid of the government and the Soviet SYS turn, to overtake TLW? However, the debate about whether the West or the East was ripe for socialist revolutions was answered by historical events. The establishment of the Soviet Union inspired revolutionary attempts in many parts of Europe. Actually existing socialism had immense importance. Socialism was no longer a utopian dream, but a possibility. In neighboring Finland, a civil war occurred between January and May 1918. On one side stood the Reds, socialists, and communists, which consisted of urban and rural workers in the south of Finland. On the other side stood the Whites, the Swedish-speaking middle and upper class, and the farmers in the north. The Whites were receiving support from the German government. which was concerned by socialism spreading from the east. But they also received support from the Social Democratic government in Sweden, which harbored the same fears. After the White victory in Finland in May 1918, suspected Reds were interned in concentration camps where thousands died. People perished in connection with the civil war in Finland. Again, we see how foreign intervention from a hostile surrounding capitalist world in interfered in a possible transition towards socialism. In Hungary in 1919, the communist leader Bielikon proclaimed the Soviet Republic of Hungary. However, its lifespan was short. Only 133 days later, the revolution ended with the entry of the White Romanian Army in Budapest. Here were also communist uprisings in Warsaw and Vienna in 1919, and in Belgrade, Montenegro, Kosovo, South Serbia, and Macedonia in 1920. In Bulgaria, there were worker unrest, strikes, and a communist uprising from 1919 to 1920. But the most important and decisive event in the future development of socialism in Europe was the revolutionary attempt in Germany. At the end of the First World War, conflicts began to sharpen in Europe. Any war was exhausting both civilians and soldiers. The stress of confronting the realities of the war emphasized the differences among German Social Democrats. By 1917, they had split into factions. On the left was a small revolutionary faction called the Spartakists, led by Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. The rump was the BIIFST part of the SPD, which Lenin called Social Patriots. Now that the left wing had decamped, the remaining SPD's desire for respectability could flourish without being reminded of its revolutionary past. In SPD's Congress, towards the end of the war in October 1917, a delegate from Hamburg and leader of the National Construction Workers Association, August Winning, expressed the mood in the party, was our historical error before we should IEVE something through a revolutionary ideology. A working whose is by will be persuaded to risk of. However, the revolutionary events in Russia were electric. Strikes broke out in Germany in April 1917 involving hundreds of thousands of workers. Workers' councils were formed, inspired by Petrograd. The SPI, and the trade unions saw these actions as a threat to the German war effort. Philipp Scheidemann, co-chairman of the SPI, and future prime minister, called them a serious danger to peace. In 1918, the German people wanted an end to war. In November, Marines in Kiel and Wilhelmshaven, who did nor want to die in a losing war, rebelled against their officers and refused to go into battle. Troops sent to suppress the trouble went over to the rebels, who formed councils and hoisted the Red Hag on their battleships. The SPD saw its opportunity to prove how useful it could be to the establishment. It dispatched one of its leaders, Gustav Norsk, to calm down the Marines, but instead the rebellion spread. On the 6th of November, workers' and soldiers' councils controlled the ports of Bremen and Hamburg. In cities all over, many people took to the streets in huge demonstrations. On the 9th of November, the Kaiser abdicated. Friedrich Ebert, the leader of the SPD, formed a new government. Lynch was offered a place, but refused to give a left-cover an SPD government. Friedrich Ebert appointed Gustav Nitzky as Minister of National Defense. Nitzky, who was a butcher by trade, had worked his way up in the SPD. On his appointment as minister, he stated that, someone must be the bloodhound. Skyde proclaimed the establishment of the Republic from the balcony of the Reichstag in the afternoon. Karl Liebknecht raised the red flag 2 hours later on the roof of the Royal Palace. The task facing the German revolutionaries was difficult. Except for the Spartakists, which were a rather small organization, the radical elements had no united organization of their own. While strikes and street fighting were enough to bring down the old regime, they were not sufficient in creating a new order. Lacking leadership and strategy, and in the absence of a clearly formulated alternative, workers were inclined to look to their traditional leaders. Many were taken by the seemingly radical rhetoric of the SPI, leaders. The government was welcomed by a large meeting of workers and soldiers' representatives. They elected 14 workers and 14 soldiers to an executive committee of the revolution to participate in the government's work. The Junshils might have possessed the trappings of a revolution, but beneath the surface the old framework survived. The parliamentary road did not lead SPI to change the system, but to become the system. Rosa Luxemburg took the initiative to build an organization able to lead the revolutionary struggle. The Communist Party of Germany was founded at the end of December 1918, consisting of approximately 3,000 members. The KPD's program focused on the self-activity of the working class themselves, in my view and in that of my intimate associates in the party. The gnomic struggle will be carried on by workers' councils. Ibdurkvian of the St. Ruggel and the continued expansion of the area of this St. Rug. GLE in the oft workers' councils. Councils must have in state Luxembourg insisted that the revolution was still in its early stages, we must the illusion or the first phase or the Ariayushan, thinking it to over the mutlu capital HT up other bring about the socialist conquest will be one is a question of step in order to take transfer all the powers of the state bit by bit the bourgeoisie to TLW but step taken. Members are and proletarians in general underscore we must make the masses understand that the workers and soldiers CRN sil is in all senses the or the eine Heinery of state, that it take over all in he who are organized in workers and soldiers councils are still miles away from having adapted such an audaoc, and only isolated proletarian minorities are dearly co-NCOTVs of their tasks. 6 However, the majority of the delegates did not share Luxembourg's strategy of a long-term struggle for power. She was also unable to prevent the party from breaking with the unions and labeling them reformist institutions. Revolutionary shop stewards had been expected to join the party, but as a consequence of the positions adopted by the Congress, the party lost the possibility to include some of the most influential workers' leaders in its ranks. The impatience of the majority of the party was not surprising considering the political developments at the beginning of 1919. Army was falling apart, and a strike wave was bringing more and more workers in Rostnw. Yet, in the Paris paper DZE Roer van Ahe Red Flag, January 7, Luxembourg stressed the difference between the fighting mood of the masses and the fatal indecision of the leaders, and warned that the government was preparing to destroy the revolution. He Eberch Sedemen Kleekark Nat airtime in endless Xi'an. Behind the scenes are preparing act with the usual cunning and energy they are their weapons for final to destroy. Luxembourg was right, the SPI government began to destroy the revolutionary movement. Norsk used a volunteer group of right-wing ex-officers called Free Corps, together with regular troops, to wipe out disorganized Lehrwingers in Berlin. The Social Democrat paper Vorwärts openly called for the death of the Spartacist leaders. On January 15, 1919, Luxembourg and Lieneker were found and murdered, and their bodies were thrown in the river. The murder of the Spartacist leaders created an outrage in Berlin. On March 2, a general strike was called on and street fighting broke out on a large scale. Again, the government used Du Free Corps to crush the opposition with brutal force. Schließ was the end of the German revolutionary attempt. In an article written on January 14, 1919, and published shortly after she was murdered, Luxembourg recognized the defeat of the revolution, in Berlin. So proclaims the pre-triumphantly. So proclaim an AF who are being cheered by the in Berlin waving the ultimate victory of Ari proletariat to be in this conflict. WC Hamidi of Ebert Skydernan and the establishment of a socialist dictatorship. If we all that way weak link in Reolutjan y vot jakel immaturity aftseemxes of soldiers. Who still their afsers to misuse them, the people, for counter-revolutionary ends because of the contradiction in the stages of the revolutionary probing TLW of Tienzit. Individual of the informal defeat. Revolution is the only fortune. This is another peculiar law of history in which the ultimate victory and be prepared only by a series of olole of Emvolugenweistinger with nothing but thunderkms defeats. Yet, AC the same time. History marches inexorably. Step by step. Final Vigori. Where would we be from which we draw experience, understanding, power, and idealism? Into the final of CLA. The of those very defeats, and WC cannot do with MT any of them, because each one or understanding, is but one condition. Question of why each defeat must be answered. Did it because the forward storming combative energy of with Tokbuir of it chat indecision. Wieselkstein. And internal frailty crippled the revolutionary impulse itself and both? The crisis had a dual nature. Contradiction between the powerful, decisive, aggressive of the Berlin masses one and the immafuted vigilation of Berlin Otlu are the mark of this _ leadership, but a leadership must be created by masses, and from masses the masses are the factor. The rock on the ultimate victory of the will _ what are the lessons from the European uprising in the wake of the First World War? We are again presented with dilemmas on how to organize the revolutionary forces. A vanguard party and centralistes com, MAND like the Bolsheviks. Or workers' councils and people in arms. Lenin held out great hopes for the German Revolution, both to ease the pressure on the Soviet Union and to continue the world revolutionary process. However, the defeat of the German Revolution confirmed Eichmann's belief, much in line with the above evaluation by Luxemburg, that a disciplined organization backed by a well-organized Red Armed force was necessary to win a revolution, and most of all to sustain it. The idea of a vanguard party has been criticized by the Agentention Rat. Only the masses can liberate themselves. However, to do so, the masses have to organize themselves. The ability to ACR in unity, quickly, and coordinated at the right moment does not flow spontaneously from the depths of the mass movement. It takes an organization in close contact with the masses to be able to concentrate and formulate the demands and plan the strategy to reach them. Taking the global perspective on the German Revolution, we have to remember that unlike the Russian Revolution, which happened in the semi-periphery, the German revolutionary attempt took place in the imperialist center of the world system. Germany was an imperialist striving to be a dominant world power. The main reason for the defeat was the split in the socialist movement between revolutionaries and social democrats, a split caused by imperialism which became apparent in the STNW in the Second International leading up to the First World War. The Social Democrats abandoned the international class position and turned against the revolutionaries to defend the capitalist state. Social democracy arrives at this end through an emphasis sharing the results of capitalism in the sphere of circulation. Capital pays, and pits one section of the working class against another to secure itself. And yet, the communist movement, in line with Luxemburg, did nor consider the failed revolutions in Europe the end of the transition to socialism. The World Revolution, including new attempts in Europe, still high on the agenda in 1919. 116. The History of Revolutions. Chapter 11. The Third International, Comintern. When judging the legacy of the Soviet Union, it signify not solely that it was the world's first experience constructing actually existing socialism. The Soviet Union was the major architect of the Communist International, the third attempt to organize the proletariat on a world scale and promote the idea of the unification of anti-imperialist struggle and socialist revolution. The Comintern could not have been established without the prestige of Lenin and the success of the Russian Revolution. It had a unifying impact on the communist movement worldwide. When 44 delegations assembled on March 2, 1919 at the founding Congress, they thought the World Revolution was underway. Their hosts were the world's first state founded by a proletarian revolution, and a wave of revolutionary uprisings was engulfing Central Europe. Lenin assured the delegates that they would one day see the founding of the World Federative Republic of Soviets. The driving force behind the founding of the Comintern was the division of the Second International between the Social Democrats, who supported nationalism and imperialism, and the Communist faction, who decided to establish a Third International dedicated to promoting and coordinating world revolution. The Comintern would provide assistance and disciplined leadership, serving as the political bureau of world communism. The Comintern defined its aims in the Manifesto of the Communist International to the proletariat of the entire world. If the First International predicted the future course of development and it take 1 fi or millions, then the International is the International of open mass screwy, the Invernarianal of revolutionary realization, the International of action, in contrast to the Second International, the Comintern's position on anti-imperialism was clear-cut. A resolution passed at the Congress in 1919 read, "At a plum rd its wage slaves. A community of interest between and the explorers against the oppressed Danese, the yellow, black, and red, the a working class to the immolist." The Comintern still assumed that the decisive battles for world revolution would be fought in Europe. The aforementioned manifesto the workers and peasants nor only of Anarn, Algiers, and Bengal, but also of Persia, Armenia, will gain their of imlepimlant existence in of obeying George and taken state their own slaves af Africa Asia, off proletarian to our ship in Europe will also be the hour of liberation. Their strategy was to prioritize the mobilization of the European proletariat below the top tier of the Unionists workers, but it failed. Revolutionaries within the workers' movement and most trade unions were not able to challenge the reformist leadership. In Germany, their influence remained strong, even after the defeat in 1919, but subsequent communist uprisings were crushed with brute force by the SPD government. The situation was the same in Vienna and in the Balkans. In Hungary, the Soviet Republic was defeated and Belikon managed to escape and join the Comintern. In England and Scandinavia, Social Democrats benefited from the post-war economic crises, forming governments backed by the working and class majority. In Europe, reform seemed safer than revolution. The 1922 Congress of the Comintern, East or West. In July 1920, 167 delegates, now including Hessians from Asia, Africa, and Latin America, met at the Comintern's Second Congress. The response to the defeats in Europe was to increase discipline so as to eliminate reformist and nationalist tendencies. 21 conditions for admission to the Communist International were adopted and all affiliates of the Comintern had to accept its décret binding. The Congress undertook to create a link between the struggle for socialism in Europe and the anti-colonial #. Lenin labeled the British working class stance toward the struggle of oppressed nations treachery. The rank and gle British would consider it treasonable to help flew in their uvisings against British jingoist of Britain present a very great danger Socialism and are a bulwark of IB Second Invernarianal, we this for all to hear, and it is irrefutable. We shall see if to deny it. Even among Europe's communists, support for anti-colonial struggles was often half-hearted and was widely believed chat communist movements in the imperial core were more important than those in the periphery. Communists from Asia criticized these attitudes. Pak Din-shun, the Korean delegate at the 1920 Comintern Congress, attempted to point attention to the East, where the fate of the world revolution may very well be decided. The Indian delegate Manbendranath Roy, head of the Comintern Far Eastern Bureau, declared the exploitation of the colonies to be the limitation for European revolution. And as long as these exist, it will be difficult for the European working class to capitalist. European imperialism is in make concession to labor. Racy at one of the previously mentioned 21 conditions adopted at the 1920 Congress, was the demand of every member party, to denounce without any reserve all the methods of its own imperialists in the colonies, complemented by the demand to work for the expulsion of its own imperialists from such colonies. However, the European Communist parties had great difficulty abiding by these demands. A few months after the Congress, Lenin met with a delegation of English workers and discussed the issue with them. He reported the following: made not get into their heads the truth that in which defeat of their at the 1920 Congress, there was an intense debate between Nath Roy and Lenin concerning communist strategy in the colonies. Due to the relative weakness of communist parties there, Lenin's twice red char they should forge alliances with bourgeois democratic movements. Roy, however, opposed any collaboration with the Indian National Congress, which he considered to be a debating society. Lenin pointed out that there was no functional communist party in India, and that, under these circumstances, the idea of communists acting alone was doomed to fail. 0. He added, there was nor the slightest doubt every national movement can only be a bourgeois democratic movement. The Comintern adopted a series of positions on the national and colonial question. Communists in Asia were directed to immerse themselves in the struggle for national independence and to form alliances with other movements for colonial freedom. The revolutions in the colonial world were seen as a two-stage process: first, a national bourgeois revolution against colonial rule, and then a socialist revolution. In China, the Rime, a semi-colonial country, the May 4th movement sparked an uprising in 1919. The movement also resulted in the founding of the Communist Party of China in 1921, and this provided a testing ground for the Comintern's strategy. By the mid-20s, the Communist Party of China had, under the Comintern's direction, established an alliance with the Kuomintang Nationalist Party, in an attempt to create a bourgeois coalition. The Communists had allowed the Kuomintang to take military leadership in the struggle against the warlords. However, the Kuomintang turned against their partners. This led to the Shanghai Massacre of Communists in 1927. It took years to rebuild the movement. While Mao Zedong, who would soon be appointed commander-in-chief of the Chinese Red Army, concurred with the Comintern that the Chinese Revolution first had to be a national revolution, he also stressed the importance of communist leadership in the struggle. The Baku Conference in September 1992 and other Asian countries to coordinate Comintern activities. The Comintern had nor given up trying to forge an alliance between the communists of the West and the East. In the mid-1920s, its leadership employed the help of German communist Willy Munzenberg to establish a broad-based front organization for the Against Imperialism, the League Against Imperialism. An anti-imperialist commission was established in Moscow to oversee the process of launching the IA. It was important to mobilize the workers in the imperialist countries for the anti-imperialist struggle, first of all denouncing the social democratic position as direct support of imperialism. 17. Berlin was chosen as the base of LA's work. Germany had lost its colonies in World War I, and as a result, the government wasn't much concerned by anti-colonial movements. In 1927, the LA was launched at a congress in Brussels, attended by 174 delegates representing 134 organizations from 34 countries. Albert Einstein, appointed %, president, proclaimed in the opening speech, "In your Congress, the solidly united endeavor of the oppressed to achieve independence takes bodily shape." For many militants from the colonies, the LA Congress was an opportunity to meet militants from other colonies. They exchanged experiences and discussed future strategies. This explains the historical significance of the event. When, as Indonesia's president, opened the Bandung Conference in 1955, he explicitly mentioned the 1927 LA Congress as a crucial stepping stone in the development of the anti-imperialist struggle. While its headquarters remained in Berlin, the LA also established bureaus in Paris, Nijmegen, Amsterdam, and Boston, which were supposed to advance anti-imperialist politics in collaboration with the various communist parties. The results were modest. European communists simply did not prioritize anti-imperialist work. They knew that it wasn't a burning issue for the European working class, and certain factions even deemed it unpatriotic. The IAI never lived up to the expectations of the Comintern. In 1933, when the Nazis took power in Germany, its headquarters moved to Paris. When Germany occupied France in 1940, the LA ceased to exist. Ho Chi Minh's doubts concerning the mobilization of European workers for anti-imperialist politics was justified. However, LA had been an important factor in the embrace of Marxism-Leninism by many national liberation movements. Communists became leading figures in the struggle for the colonies' freedom. The Sixth Congress of the Comintern in 1928. Comintern again adopted a new mode of confrontation with the reformist West and the Social Democrats, who, in June 1928, had formed a new government in Germany. The Comintern's Sixth Congress in 1928 was also meant to reorganize activities in the fast affair, the Shanghai massacre of communists by the Kuomintang. 20 Palmiro Togliatti, leader of the Italian Communist Party, summed up the attitudes of Europe's social democrats, "Li social have politicians. The possession of colonies as something which their Kunriks could never renew, and that, when there has no colony, it is up to them to." Rogliatti pointed out that social democracy had always had a colonial policy, one which consisted in allying itself with or directly participating in the colonial enterprises of the bourgeoisie. The Italian Social Democrats had always voted in support of the colonial agenda. At a 1927 Congress for Italian Social Democrats, it was declared that the post-war problems could not be solved without colonies. Any French Social Democrats supported military intervention in Syria to crush the nationalist movement there. In the Netherlands, the Socialist Party did nor even discuss whether there should be colonies or not, the only question was how to govern them. They condemned the communist-led mass rebellions in western Sumatra and Java in 1926 as being orchestrated by Moscow or Canton. In Germany, the SPD repeatedly bemoaned the fact that Germany had lost its colonies and demanded their return. In England, the Labour Party made it very clear that it did not support decolonization. Rather, it was ready to defend the rights of British citizens who have overseas interests, concluding that as for this community of races and peoples of different colors, religions, and different stages of civilization which is called the British Empire, the Labour Party is in favour of its maintenance to s. Light 1929–1931 Labour government under Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald rejected all demands made by the Egyptian government to withdraw British troops, constrain British capital, and cede control over the Suez Canal. The harsh critique leveled at the Social Democrats during the 1928 Congress reflected the Comintern's new strategy of class against class. Yet problems remained concerning anti-imperialist politics in the communist movement itself. The Comintern secretary Otto Kuusinen, who had Finland for the Soviet Union after the defeat of the Reds in the Finnish Civil War, presented a document entitled Theses on the Revolutionary Movement in Colonial and Semi-Colonial Countries. It addressed the lackluster approach to anti-imperialist politics by communist parties. It must be it that, up until now, not all the parties in the communist fully TLW decisive which establishment of close, regular and unbroken relations with the national Ari movements in the colonies has in affording these active and TIAL for Kuusinen, engaging in anti-colonial politics was one of the weakest sides of Comintern's activity. In his opinion, since the Comintern's inception in 1919, communist parties had either ignored anti-colonialism or regarded it as a waste of time. 2s All efforts by Comintern leaders to rectify this had been in vain. Kuusinen suggested the creation of a commission, headed by the British communist Robin Page Arnott, to visit the communist parties of Western Europe to discuss anti-colonial politics and prepare a colonial conference to be held in 1929. Arnott first went to where he attended the Communist Party's 1929 Congress. He reported that the anti-colonial question was raised, but only in passing, and on the final day. The British Communists had simply disregarded the directives of the Arnott's next stop was Paris. If anything, the French Communists' interest in the anti-colonial question was even lower than that of the British. Arnott saw all aspects of Ho's critique confirmed. His experiences in Belgium and the Netherlands were similar. In short, the anti-colonial work of the European Communists was close to non-existent. Even the simplest tasks, such as establishing contact with militants in the colonies, had not been carried out. Arnott summed up his impressions in the report on the Paris, in which he dryly concluded that the moment not much is being done. After receiving Arnott's report, the commissioners of the colonial conference deemed it necessary to rewrite the position paper on the colonial question. This task was assigned to the Hungarian operative Lajos Magyar. In his paper Rurald the Organisarian of the colonial work of the European Communist parties, he reached the following conclusion: He im verdant task oft communist parties the imperialist Countreis with regard af a direct contact betwixt the parties the revolutionary trade union up to n is the revolutionary in respective colonial cannot be all of the paries have so far grasped the great significanu of regular with the in of m.ts underscore only to the extent the communist parties in the impnlsta worries accrually support the revolutionary movement landalasig the strui of colonial countries against their position with regard to TMLY Bolshevik. Magyar identified 5 tasks for the parties to focus on: producing political literature to be distributed effectively in the colonies, sending our members to the colonies as regular workers, that is, not as representatives of the Comintern, to find employment and organize on a grassroots level, establishing contacts with sailors, workers, soldiers, and students from the colonies living in Europe, and, finally, penetrating the communities of people from the colonies living in Europe to exert Kommunistischer influence among Hern, and entirely absent from Magyar's paper were any recommendations on how to mobilize the working classes in the metropolis to act against imperialist war and racism. The 7th Congress of the Comintern, from anti-imperialism to the Popular Front, the repeated efforts of the Comintern to get the communist parties of Europe to make the anti-colonial question a priority were largely in vain. Many Europeans were convinced that the main purpose of the colonies was to serve their colonizers, and this was in their own best interest, since it would bestow civilization upon them. All undeniable suffering that Truus process entailed was seen as collateral damage. The German Marxist Fritz Steinberg criticized Lenin and the Comintern for having unrealistic expectations. In 1935 he wrote, as Lenin misjudged the strength of so his epigones even Gua of Xiologia which formed of reformism, and which it from shaken during the period up ro the Vikvori of fascism Ib Komimern has contented itself with slogans. It made it clear that differentiation in within flu working increasing wages of the entire class. Comintern not Lenin I mistake 10 question labor evaluation of the real strength of reformism. Oh, and the contrary, it even deeper. Sternberg's critique must be read against the background of German politics in the 1930s. In 1933, the Nazis had risen to power with significant working class support. When Adolf Hitler was appointed Chancellor by President Paul von Hindenburg, Social Democratic Party leaders had advised against mass protests. After much internal debate, the majority of SPD Reichstag delegates even endorsed Hitler's commitment to peace, made at a Reichstag speech in May 1933. In her 1993 book German Social Democracy and the Rise of Nazism, historian Donna Harsh writes about the vote in the Reichstag, WLWN serial DEPA to W.TE with the parties. The chamber, including Hitler, broke into storm of the German nationalists burst many in. Bavarian of Parliament Wilf P. Sons of the For One Eternal Moment Mother G00 Our Hearts. A few months later, the SPD was declared illegal, and its leaders were forced into exile. The social imperialist policies they had pursued now helped cement Nazi power. The ruling class in Europe was horrified by the destruction of the old order in Russia. In order to stay in power, they were prepared to form alliances with anyone who would keep the communists at bay. This helped to pave the way for fascism, first in Italy in 1922 and then in Germany in 1933. One of the first things Hitler did after becoming chancellor was to one more policy. Due to the danger of fascism, it abandoned its revolutionary class against class strategy. The new Comintern leader Georgy Dimitrov was a key figure in this policy change. Dimitrov argued that the rise of fascism demonstrated the danger of a divisive conflict on the left. It had to be replaced by a popular front approach that sought cooperation with Social Democrats and others now opposed to fascism. France was the only country where the Popular Front became a success. In the general election in April 1936, the Popular Front of Communist, Socialist, and Liberal Radicals gained an absolute majority in the parliament, 378 seats out of 618. 72 of the seats were Jamunist. In Britain, the Communici Par, an attempt to affiliate with Labour was rebuffed. In Germany, it was too late. However, the relevance of this strategy was confirmed by the Anti-Comintern Pact signed by Japan and Germany in 1936. Fascism was an immediate threat against communism. The Comintern's central concern was now the defense of the Soviet Union. At the 7th Congress of the Comintern, it became clear that the pursuit of world revolution, and the focus on the countries of the East, were no longer priorities. The sense was, once again, that the future of the Soviet Union would be decided in Western Europe. Stalin had no illusions about the working classes there. In communication with Dimitrov, Stalin wrote, "Without their colonies the imperialist could not exist. This fem of Ami in this they are inclined to go with internally. They are in agreement with our anti-imperialist RBIC. They are even afraid of this policy. And for just this nation it is necessary to explain approach these we immediately ers in EU during the 7th, and last, Congress of the Comintern in 1935, the anti-colonial struggle was hardly mentioned." After listing various groups which could aid in the struggle against fascism: Social Democrats, Catholics, anarchists, unrevised workers, peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, and the intelligentsia, Dimitrov now called the peoples. Struwis in the colonies an important reserve for the world proletariat. Dimitrov made it clear the priority of the communist parties was the for peace and the defense of the USSR. Communists, he declared, were irreconcilable opponents, on principle, of bourgeois nationalism, but we are not supporters of national nihilism and should never act as such. He insisted that communist organizations must persist in educating the working classes in the spirit of proletarian internationalism, but must nor sneer all the national sentiments of the wide masses of working. The COMINTERNK revised position on nationalism in the imperialist countries was confirmed in the May Day statement 1 year later in 1936. The declaration asserted that the Bolsheviks had been correct in insisting that the proletariat had to defeat the national bourgeoisie in the Russian Revolution, but that today the situation is not what it was in a statement on the 1938 Nazi annexation of Czechoslovakia. The reversal of the Comintern stance on nationalism was even more pronounced. The paper proclaimed that the working class had begun to revise its relationship with the nation and had won a place in it. Essentially, Kais meant the Comintern accepted the power-sharing agreement between the capitalists and the working class in the imperialist countries. The leaders of the Comintern even went so far as to accuse the bourgeoisie of betraying the national interests, declaring that, it is the working class and its communist party which takes over the legacies of the bourgeois revolution, maintains them against the traitors and develops them for a richer and fuller life. The Comintern's Popular Front strategy came to an abrupt end with the signing of the Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in August 1939. Stalin signed the pact because he feared that the Western powers would sit back and clap their hands while Germany destroyed the Soviet Union. Within weeks, the Comintern's strategy of anti-fascist unity had been abandoned in favor of peace all costs. The Soviets' efforts to avoid a military confrontation with Nazi Germany were in vain. Germany invaded the USSR in June 1941 and the Soviets entered into an alliance with the Allies. This caused the Comintern to revive the Popular Front tactic. This approach meant that anti-colonial struggles were no longer a priority. In fact, Soviet leaders feared they might distract the imperialist powers from confronting the Nazis in Europe. The Comintern urged the working classes of Britain and France to stand with their governments in defense of the colonies in Asia, which were menaced by Japanese imperialism. This completed the transformation of Comintern from an organization to enhance world revolution to one defending the national interests of the Soviet Union. The consequences for the colonies were disastrous. Opportunism of the Communist Party of India serves as an example. Before 1941, the CPI had always tried to take advantage of Britain's difficulties. At the outbreak of World War I, its leaders cheered, "Never again shall WC get an opportunity like this. The empire is cracking. It cannot survive the spur." By the summer of 1942, when social unrest engulfed India, The CPI had accepted the Comintern's position, that national liberation had to be delayed until the Soviet Union's survival was secure. The party helped prevent the uprising of the masses and urged people to support the British in their war efforts. Shortly after, the CPI was declared legal by the British authorities for the first time. In 1943, the Soviet government decided to dissolve the Comintern. Stalin explained the decision by pointing to the fact that communist parties outside of the Soviet Union were constantly accused of being agents of a foreign state. But many felt that the dissolution of the Comintern was mainly a concession to the Soviet Union's imperialist allies. The demise of Comintern was not met by resistance from its member sections. The change of the Comintern into an instrument of Soviet foreign policy had laid the roots of the post-war disintegration of the communist movement as a unified international political force. Instead, a variety of different national roads to a transition towards socialism developed. In an assessment of why the international communist movement turned from a force with worldwide revolutionary ambitions into the servant of the Soviet Union, historian Neil Redfern writes, "It is one of the great ironies of history the Comintern, in rupture with the Social Patriots *AF 1914 to 1918 itself became primarily an organization of asocial patriots, even if this was perceived as an internationalist of Soviet how this." P. Writer. The fundamental reason W.L.S. a materialist strength of urge-what ideology, in the imperialist countries, including in the communist. I would like to add that the strength of bourgeois ideology was rooted in imperialism. That is, in the fact that the majority of the working class of the imperialist countries benefited from imperialist profits. During the 1920s, the Comintern genuinely tried to establish a worldwide, class-based, and revolutionary communist movement. It failed. The division of the global working class proved too big an obstacle. In the imperialist countries, social patriotism reigned. Workers identified first and foremost as citizens of their respective nation-states. They were integrated into the nation-state political system, and the political parties representing them were often included in government, sometimes even leading it. Stratification between the working class in the imperialist center, and the exploited in the periphery, was a fact during history of Comintern. In retrospect, one of the important effects of the Russian Revolution was the establishment of Comintern. It was the first and until now, the serious attempt backed by a state to enhance a communist world revolution. It did nor succeed. But the Comintern was a crucial factor in bringing the revolutionary torch from the west to the east and south. In this sense, the Russian Revolution opened up the anti-colonial from the end of First World War 43 and P5K the Third International, Comintern 133 until the mid-1970s. The revolutions of China and Vietnam along with the processes of decolonization would have moved more slowly, if nor for the establishment of Comintern. Since the dissolution of Comintern, there has not been an effective international. After his expulsion from the Soviet Union, Trotsky established a Fourth International in 1938. However, the Fourth International never gained much influence, except in narrow Trotskyist circles, and has since been haunted by splits. Today the Fourth International exerts no major influence. The communist movement never achieved unity in ideology and a client as during the rime of Lenin. Instead of the main road towards a coordinated socialist world revolution, the transition was our move on national roads, developing socialism with different national characteristics. But let us return to socialist development in the Soviet Union itself, as it may shed some light on the changing policies of Comintern. 134. The History of Revolutions. Chapter 12. Stalin, From the World Revolution to Socialism in One Country. The Revolution, the Civil War, and the economic policy in the first years of the Soviet Union did not produce the governance which Lenin envisioned in his State and Revolution, written just before the Bolshevik Revolution. In the book, Lenin described the proletarian dictatorship as a state without professional army or police, a state constituted by a people in arms, before progressively withering away. These was a great concern of Lenin towards the end of his life. Out of the Ruri years in which Eichmann was active in politics, he exercised state power in only 6, from 1917 to 23. During this period, his theoretical positions were tested by experience. He had to revise and admit errors. Any Soviet state he created, with a powerful army and political police, was unlike the ideal model in Slate and Revolution. For sure, the Bolshevik vanguard party had been effective in carrying the revolution. However, IR was not the ideal organizational form to rule the state and develop Socialism. Lenin felt he had to retreat from his ideals under the pressure of circumstances. A people in arms could not defend the revolution against the professional armies of reactionary powers, a lesson learned from the Paris Commune. A centralized army was needed. Moreover, the political police were indispensable in suppressing internal counter-revolution. The chaos of revolution had to be handled by a strong state, particularly through the transitional period of unpredictable duration. Eichmann gave Lenin self-confidence in his course of action. The single-party state began to take shape. Stalin, from world revolution to socialism in one country 135 under NEP, the economy reached a pre-war level, and the food marker began RO function. However, IR did nor produce the industrialization necessary for economic development. Left-wing Bolsheviks criticized NEP for favoring the peasants over the workers. Inequalities re-emerged. The partial reinstatement of capitalist conditions entailed a restructuring of social classes and a change in their relationships. Lenin had hoped that the NEP would be a decade-long transition period, before returning to a more communal form of economic development. However, history went in another direction. The state apparatus also transformed. During the Civil War, the competing Menshevik and Socialist revolutionary parties ceased to exist, but instead of achieving unity, different factions inside the Bolshevik Party proliferated. At the 10th Paris Congress in 1921, the formation of factions were banned on pain of expulsion, as divisions demonstrated weaknesses, which could be exploited by enemies inside and outside of the Soviet Union. When Lenin died, the question of whether the NEP should continue became part of the *4 succession. Stalin, who was one of 5 members of the Politburo, used Lenin's ban on factions to eliminate his rivals. Stalin was elected as General Secretary of the Central Committee on April 3, 1922. From this position, he controlled the agenda of the Politburo and the appointment and demotion of the high-level party functionaries. This enabled Stalin to fill posts with his supporters, and thereby secure his position. Nearing his death, Lenin realized that centralizing power had gone too far. During his last party congress, in March-April 1922, he sued the factors of the situation, the isolation of the Russian Revolution, the poverty and the backwardness of Russia, the individualism of the peasantry, the weakness and demoralization of the working class. But another problem now struck him: state power had been concentrated in the hands of a few Bolshevik leaders. In May 1922, a stroke left Lenin partially paralyzed. In his last weeks, Eichmann dictated a series of letters to his wife Krupskaya, addressed to the Central Committee. In the letters, later called Lenin's Testament, he proposed changes to the structure of the Soviet governing bodies and gave his evaluation of the different Bolshevik leaders. Zinoviev. Came 136. The history of revolutions: Nev, Trotsky, Bukharin, and Stalin. He warned of the possibility of a damaging split in the Paris leadership between Trotsky and Stalin. Comrade Stalin, having become Secretary General, has unlimited authority in his hands, and sure he will always be capable of with Trotsky. On other hand, as his against the CCNE Commissariat of Communications has already proved, is distinguished nor only by standing ability. Il is personally perhaps the inclusive. The purely administrative side of the work qualities of leaders AF present C can tend dy lead to a split. Party does not take steps to avert this. The split in a postscript, Lenin wrote. Stalin is too coarse, and this defect becomes intolerable in a NL_YI that the think of reing Stalin from that and appointing another man in his who in all CN her respects differs Fuhren comrade Stalin in having only an advantage, namely, that anti-ing tolerant, more poit to cap r, ci may to be an equal detail _ but I think from standpoint of Svegwards a split and from standpoint I above relationship between Stalin and Trotsky it is not a detail, but a detail which can it was only after Lenin, death, on January 21, 1924. That Krupskaya turned the documents over to the Central Committee Secretariat. The letters were read to the delegates of the 13th Party Congress in May 1924 under the condition that they should be kept secret because of Lenin's words. Stalin offered to withdraw as General Secretary. However, he was asked to remain in his post by the Central Committee. In 1923, Stalin had already formed a coalition against Trotsky. The first issue which divided the two sides was whether socialism could be built in one country or whether, as both Lenin and Trotsky had believed, the revolution had to be spread to the most advanced countries in Europe. This was the dividing line. Far more than any difference in internal outlook, Trotsky was no different in perspective on the party than any other Bolshevik. At the 13th Party Congress, in May 1924, he stated, "None of us desires or is able to dispute the will of party. Clearly, the party is always right. We right with by puty. No way off being in right. English in my country, right have much bur historical justification in saying whether it is right or in certain individual cases, it is if the PMT clotes which of us thinks unjust. Say. Jews or unjust. It is my party. And I shall support the consequences of the decision to end." Trotsky also agreed on the need for purges, of a police character, to review the whole Soviet system and cleanse it ruthlessly from all the accumulated filth. Taking Trotsky's record as the leader of the Red Army in the Civil War in mind, I think it is incorrect to assume that a party led by Trotsky would nor have used repression in the cause of revolution. In 1924, Stalin published Problems of Leninism, which claimed that proletarian revolution could build socialism in one country. In 1925, the 14th Party Conference accepted this strategy. Any construction and defense of socialism in one country had top priority. Trotsky became isolated, and Zinoviev and Kamenev began to criticize the NEP from a left position. The three formed an united opposition against Stalin. As a consequence, they were accused of forming a faction and by violating the decree on party unity. All three lost their seats in the Politburo and in 1927 were expelled from the party. Trotsky was exiled to Kazakhstan, and then later deported from the Soviet Union in 1929. In his campaign against the united opposition, Stalin was allied with the right wing of the party, Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky, who supported a continuation of the NEP. However, once the united opposition had been defeated, Stalin decided to terminate the NEP and swept away both capitalist production and market and communal forms of production. A switch from state capitalism to so-called state socialism. The reasons for the shift were motivated by problems in food production and the desire for rapid industrialization so the USSR could effectively resist the eventuality of an invasion. A precondition for increased industrialization was to control food production so the industrial workers could be fed. If war, communism and the NEP were difficult for the people of the Soviet Union, still harder times awaited. Collectivization. The Bolsheviks formed an alliance between workers and peasants during the revolution by redistributing feudal land. However, this had not increased agricultural production, as many small farmers had reverted to subsistence cultivation during the chaos of civil war. With the NEP, agricultural production increased, but often the peasants hoarded grain to force the price up. To enforce rapid industrialization, Stalin had to set a livery of food for the cities. Part of the new industrial labor force came from rural areas, so those that remained had to supply more food to the cities than before. Rapid collectivization became the answer. The number of collective farms rose from 4% in 1929 to 58% in March 1930. Farmers were forced to pool their resources and work as a collective. The state purchased most of the production at fixed prices, although the collective farms were allowed a small plot and sorn livestock for private consumption. As a response, many peasants slaughtered their livestock, burned their grain, and destroyed their farming tools. Fearing that the peasants would refuse to sow summer crops, the collectivization campaign came to a temporary halt in the spring of 1930. Many peasants used this opportunity to leave the collectives. Collectivization was resumed in the summer of 1930, creating around 250,000 collective farms. The process was opposed by the majority of peasants, especially the kulaks, the richer farmers. Stalin wanted to liquidate the kulaks as a class. Their property was appropriated, and they were deported to remote areas. Nuisance died in the process. Opposition to collectivization and acquisition of grain for the cities combined with unusually. 139. Cold and drought caused famine in rural areas of the Soviet Union in 1932–33. Costing millions of lives and ending the forced transition to collective farming. Industrialization. The Bolshevik Party under Stalin was convinced that rapid industrialization was necessary to develop socialism and repel Western aggression. At the 16th Paris Congress in June 1930, Stalin stated, "We are on the eve of transformation from an agrarian into an industrial." The ambition for such a transformation was not new, it had been an objective since the revolution. To facilitate this process, the Soviet Union imported advanced technology from the West to accelerate the development of their productive forces. However, in 1929, Stalin shifted from the NEP, a new form of management, the centrally planned economy, implemented through 5-year plans. The first was launched in April 1929. In 1925–26. Under the NEP, the state sector constituted 46% of the economy. By 1932, this had risen to 91%. Instead of market forces, political decisions were to decide what should be produced. Production targets set by economic planners dominated life, eliminating remnants of pluralism in the political sphere. Simultaneously, harsh discipline was introduced in the labor force. Even arts, sciences, and philosophy were subordinated to support reaching the goals set by the planned economy. The priority of the first 5-year plan was the production of capital goods, with a focus on heavy industry, machinery, and energy supply. The total production of any society can be divided into two inversely proportional sectors, capital goods and goods for final consumption. The fewer goods produced for final consumers, the more goods can be produced for expanded production. The second 5-year plan from 1933 to 37 followed the same lines. Results were astonishing. The industrial workforce increased from 4.3 million in 1928 to 11.6 million in 1937. After less than a decade of industrialization, the Soviet industrial output was greater than Germany and England. IR was only surpassed by the United States. The Moscow Metro was constructed, and a vital defense industry was established. But only a portion of the fruits of industrialization became available to Soviet citizens. Any majority was appropriated by the state for military expenditure and further industrialization. In the first 5-year plan, defense was 5.4% of total expenditures, but by January 1941, it had reached 43.4%. In 1931, Stalin stated, "We are 50 to 100 years behind the advanced countries. We have to traverse this distance in 10 years. We will either accomplish it or else we will be crushed." By the time of Hitler's invasion in June 1941, the industry had produced 2,700 modern aircraft and 4,300 tanks. Judging by these figures, it cannot be said that the USSR arrived unprepared for its tragic appointment with war. The Soviet Union achieved industrial development in a decade, an achievement which had taken Europe 100 years, all during a time when the rest of the world was in an economic, though Stalin's priority was socialism in one country, the Soviet Union still managed to support revolution internationally. Leading up the Second World War, the Soviet Union supported the anti-fascist forces in the Spanish Civil War. 12 In total, the Soviet Union provided Republican Spain with planes, 362 tanks, and artillery pieces. The Soviet Union was the Republic's far most important source of weapons, without which the Republic would not have lasted long. In 1936, the USSR dispatched of its precious annual production of military aircraft to Republican Spain. The Soviet government provided credit to the Republic, knowing it had no chance of remuneration. Besides that, the Comintern urged communists all over Europe to support Republican Spain. Thousands of Communist Party members around the world joined the international brigades as volunteers. Besides the economic transformations, there were also political changes in the state and the party. Stalin conducted purges of opponents against his political line. This method of resolving political differences was egregious and damaging to the development of socialism. Besides the sheer brutality, it hindered the development of policy inside the party and weakened popular support. It damaged the reputation of socialism as a liberating project inside and outside the Soviet Union and has had negative consequences for the communist movement to this day. This is not to say that purges are always wrong. Class STRT1Ls are sometimes transmitted to political struggles inside the party, and they can take an antagonistic form in which exclusion of members is a method to enforce a political line. However, political differences in a communist party should not be solved by criminalization or the physical elimination of opponents. Inside the Bolshevik party, there had been fierce political surreals since the revolution. Lenin's call to storm the Winter Palace was considered a deviation from Marxism by Kamina and Zinoviev. Alert, the Mensheviks of Lenin's plans, risking the revolution and inviting the accusation of betrayal from other Bolsheviks. Long before Trotsky made the accusation that the revolution had been betrayed, such allegalians loomed like shadows over the party. However, during the early history of the Soviet Union, it was Trotsky, as commander of the Red Army, who was labeled a brutal dictator and a traitor of socialist ideals. During the Civil War, he had to secure the very existence of the newborn state. In 1918-21, elements of the peasantry were quite indifferent to the needs of the cities for supplies of food. Instead, they were inclined to establish spontaneous peasant republics centered on subsistence production. Deserters from the Red Army also claimed to represent authentic socialism, creating the Free Republic of Deserters in the district of Bessarabia. They appealed to Lenin to support them against state administration. The situation was the same in Kronstadt, where Soviet Marines revolted. Trotsky was in charge of ending these revolts and was considered the defender of a bureaucratic organization. Trotsky, for his part, suspected Zinoviev of having encouraged the Kronstadt revolt by wielding the banner of worker democracy. The accusation of betrayal has occurred in many revolutions when ideals meet reality, and these accusations are often linked to personal ambitions and power struggles. It is important to differentiate between political strategy and personal ambition. In December 1934, Politburo member Sergei Kirov was assassinated. This led to a paranoiac purge. Most of the Bolshevik old guard from the revolution were arrested and sentenced to death or imprisoned in labor camps. The result was that 70% of the Central Committee, and over of the delegates of the 17th Party Congress in 1934, were no longer able to attend the 18th Congress in 1939. Their replacements were people with a more technocratic outlook, and were also more loyal to Stalin. In the end, one of the central figures in the execution of the purges, the chief of the secret police N.L. Zhov was purged, and Lavrentiy Beria took charge of NKVD. At the 18th Congress Stalin declared that, it cannot be said that the purge was accompanied by grave mistakes. Where more mistakes might been shall hew no further. Na of to talk of 1933 to 36 was unswatable and its results, on the whole, were beneficial. Stalin's method to solve disagreement was a disaster, as it created a political atmosphere that could not lead to innovations in the development of socialism. Light-leading Bolsheviks developed into a new privileged layer in society. While Lenin was still alive, no Party member was allowed to earn more than a skilled worker. This principle was formally abolished in 1932 and of importance for the development of this privileged class were also several perks and special treatments. Party leaders, and so-called apparatchiks, leading bureaucrats, administrators, and comrades in responsible positions, lived a different life than the general population. They were provided with special apartments with modern amenities, free cars with drivers, access to shops with food and luxury goods, free holiday stays, etc. The Bolshevik Party lost legitimacy as the People's Party. Rather than regulating the general production to the benefit of the people, the bureaucracy alienated themselves from society. From 1924 to 1934, the political climate in the Soviet Union radically changed. However, this was seldom criticized by European monists. The contrast between economic depression and the spread of fascism in the West and the rapid modernization in the Soviet Union led many Western Marxists to tone down their criticism of Stalin's authoritarian tendency. One example of this attitude can be seen in the Austro-Marxist Otto Bauer. He had initially been critical of the Soviet Union, but he revised his opinion. In his 1936 book Between Two World Wars, he defends Stalin's policy as a historical necessity, yet just as terrible the sacrifices which the great industrialization and it's the ideology of actually existing socialism. One mistake made by Stalin was his statement that socialism had been realized in the Soviet Union. In his report to the 8th Extraordinary Soviet Congress in November 1936, he declared that socialist construction had been successfully completed. As a result of all these changes in the sphere of the national economy of the U.SSR, we RWW have a new socialist economy, knows which and which our citizens WRTH opportunity to lead a use and life. Such, in main, which have raken in sphere of our during the period 1924 to 1936. The capitalist economic system, which established the socialist ownership of his Soviet Kakyeti along the Takom Nu, and on the same occasion, Stalin proclaimed that the Soviet Union was the most developed democracy in the world, indeed the only consistent democracy. In a few days' time TB Soviet Union will have a new, socialist constitution, built on a fully socialist. It will dealing in simple terms with clue of the victory of socialism in the with the emancipation of the working people of the U.SSR. Fuhren capitalist slavery, with facts of the victory in the U.S. of and thoroughly all this was an illusion. The Soviet Union was not socialist. While it was the first attempt to develop a socialist economy and state within a dominating capitalist world system, it was on the wrong track. In Marx and Engels' definitions of socialism in the Communist Manifesto, they write about a society where the free development of the individual is the condition for the free development of all. In the Civil War in France, Marx wrote about the despicable state machinery and the necessity to shatter the state. This was hardly the situation in the Soviet Union in 1936. The Soviet Union had eradicated illiteracy and managed to provide free health care. It had overcome famine and developed its productive force to a level comparable with states in the West. But socialism? No. It was a state-centered economy run by a peri-state bureaucracy. However, there are pragmatic reasons why Stalin proclaimed the realization of socialism in 1936. One reason was the mobilizing effect. The idea of the Soviet Union as a first mover in a global transition towards socialism could generate enthusiasm and help drive the modernization process forward. Through media, literature, film, theater, painting, and the educational system, this image of the Soviet Union as the existing utopia was spread. It was a tale about the first country of the world where workers and peasants had taken power. It was the story of the abolition of poverty. IR was an ideology about international solidarity between the oppressed and exploited. However, it was not the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Story of socialism in one country had elements of truth. Children received an education, and the health system was effective. When Stalin died in 1953, millions of Soviet citizens mourned him, the largest demonstration of public mourning in Soviet history. This fact has caused problems for anti-Stalinist academic research, which emphasized the psychological fascination of Stalin to explain the phenomena, instead of using a balanced historical materialist analysis. In the latter part of the I-30s, and during World War I, the ideology of a sequely existing socialism moved in a more nationalistic and conservative direction. Great retreat from the revolutionary policies of 1920.23. An example of this could be seen in criminal law. In the 1920s, punishment was inspired by Anton Makarant's principles of upbringing and resocialization of children and young people. New institutions had been established to bring child gangs and juvenile delinquents back to a normal life. However, in 1935, the death penalty was reintroduced starting from the age of 12. In the 1920s, the Bolsheviks supported Yevgeny Pashukhany's philosophy of law, in which it was argued that criminal law would gradually vanish with the economic change from capitalism to socialism. However, in 1936 the criminal system was strengthened in order to serve the state, and family law was also moved in a conservative direction, abortion bans were reintroduced, and divorce laws tightened. On the cultural front, the Proletarian Writers' Association was dissolved in 1932 and replaced with the Writers' Union, which praised the industrialization, collectivization, and glorified Russian history, all in the form of social realism. Alexei Tolstoy wrote an ode to Peter the Great. The director Sergei Eisenstein, who, in his 1926 film Battleship Potemkin, had depicted a heroic mutiny during the 1905 revolution, now paid tribute to the despots of the past in his films Alexander Nevsky and Ivan the Terrible. There was a parallel development in historiography. The leading Soviet historian of the early 1930s, Mikhail Pokrovsky, emphasized the ruthlessness of Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great. And Pokrovsky heroes were the leaders of the great uprisings in Russia's history, Kondraty Bulavin, Stenka Razin, and Yemlian Pugachev, all of whom were portrayed as forerunners of the proletarian revolution. However, after Pokrovsky's death to cancer in 1932, scholars were given the task by the Politburo to write a new history textbook. Pokrovsky's attack on the old Tsarist regime as a prison of peoples was deemed to be anti-patriotic. To eliminate this national nihilism, a new Russian nationalist historical orthodoxy established, in which rebels were portrayed as bandits with no political leading. Marxist theorists of the late 1920s, such as Abram Deborin, David Ryazanov, and Isaac Rubin, were purged and replaced by theorists like Mark Maidin and Vladimir Adoritsky, with Stalin being the final authority in all theoretical philosophical questions. Even in architecture, the idea of grandiose nationalism had its influence in what was to be called Stalin Baroque. In Moscow, central districts were demolished, and streets widened to accommodate processions and parades. Conservative tendencies and strong nationalism were introduced in the Red Army as well. New uniforms, with the old-time epaulets for officers' uniforms, were reintroduced. There were special officers' clubs, and military academies were established according to the Tsarist model. Any recruit for the Red Army had hitherto sworn that he would devote all deeds and hours to the great goal, to liberate the workers and fight for the Soviet Union and for socialism and brotherhood between the peoples. Now, it was changed to, will for my last breath serve my fatherland and my government. The political commissars in the army were abolished in 1943, and World War I was later referred to in Soviet history as the Great Patriotic War. 0 In Stalin's speech from atop Lenin's mausoleum on November 7, 1941, while soldiers marched from Red Square directly to the front lines, just outside Moscow, he gave the troops some examples of historical figures. To the war are waging is a war of liberation, a just war. Let the manly Imir Great Nevsky, Dmitry Donskoy, Minin. Dmitry Litter M in his war. May the victorious banner of Brett Lenin be your north. Among these 7 figures were 4 despotic rulers and 1 saint. In 1943, the Comintern was disbanded, and in 1944, the Internationale was replaced with Soviet anthem. The ideology of actually existing socialism legitimized stare institutions and leaders, mobilized the population, and strengthened their labor efforts. For European communists, the myth of a real existing socialist state translated to hope in an era marked by economic crisis and the rise of fascist move today. The postulate char actually existing socialism is socialism has been persistently cultivated by liberals, as well the right wing, with success. The political function is obvious: use Stalin's myth of a socialist Soviet Union to damage the entire brand of socialism. The Great Patriotic War. The development of Soviet military capacity was enhanced by the delay of the German invasion, secured by the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, which Stalin agreed to in 1939 following his failure to secure an alliance with Britain and France. Between 1939 and 1941, the Soviet Union used this postponement to expand its number of military personnel by 30 ibid. Stalin. Jaspe. Speech at the Red Army on the Red Square. Moscow, November 7, 1941. https://marxisrus.org Afaranirchivas Rallin /work/1941/I148. The history of revolutions: 132.4%, guns and mortars by 110.7%, tanks by 21.8%, and aircraft by 142.8%. 2 On June 22, 1941, Germany broke the pact and invaded. By July, German forces had penetrated Soviet territory from Odessa in the south to 100 miles short of Leningrad in the north. However, pockets of resistance left behind by this rapid advance did nor capitulate as the Germans had experienced in Poland, Belgium, and France. Fierce and unpredictable counter-attacks impeded Germany. The resistance of Soviet forces was unbroken. IEs gave the Soviet Union time to transfer resources and industry eastwards and thereby keep up their defense production. Nazi Germany was never able to conquer Moscow, Leningrad, or Stalingrad, and by 1943 the tide had turned. The contributions made by the Soviet Union against Nazi Germany were decisive for the result of the Second World War as a whole. The Third Reich suffered its heaviest losses on the Eastern Front. More than 75% of its soldiers, tanks, aircraft, and artillery. In the winter of 1944-45, the Red Army advanced through Eastern Europe and ended the Holocaust. In October 1944, Red Army soldiers uncovered the horrors of the concentration camps in central Poland and, after fierce fighting, liberated the prisoners of Auschwitz-Birkenau on January 27, 1945. It is often forgotten that in addition to the 6 million Jewish victims of the Nazi genocide, at least 20 million Soviet civilians were deliberately exterminated in 200 prison camps across occupied Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union suffered the most casualties of the war, between 24–26 million. The losses suffered by Western European and the US were significantly lower. The Soviet Union as a world power. In April 1945, the Red Army conquered Berlin. The British and French empires were weakened by the war. The US emerged as the leading imperialist power. Light Soviet Union, however, was also triumphant. Its military strength proved powerful enough to overcome the German war machine. Despite the war's immense costs, the Soviet Union had established itself as an important political player in the world system. The communist resistance across Europe strengthened the position of the Soviet Union. But the split within anti-Nazi movements between Western-oriented and communist forces intensified, such as in Poland, where bloody infighting started during the occupation and continued years after the war had ended. The US and Britain attempted to contain Soviet influence in Europe. The primary objective of the Soviet Union immediately after 1945 was to avoid war with its former allies. Any United States' willingness to use nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki st that any military confrontation with imperialism would end in catastrophe. The Soviets also enjoyed diplomatic influence, as at the Yalta Conference in 1945, where Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin divided Europe into spheres of influence so as to avoid armed confrontation, at least in Europe. East Germany, Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, and Romania had been severed from German control by the Red Army and declared people's republics under Communist Party leadership in the late 1940s. The communist-led national liberation movement in Yugoslavia and Albania liberated themselves from Italians, Germans, and local fascists. Even in Western Europe, communists often led resistance STRT-1Ls. Many of the communist partisans got their first military experience as volunteers in Spain. Italy and France, both with strong communist movements, were liberated by US and English forces and ended up in the Western camp. The Italian communist leader Palmiro Togliatti, a former hardliner in the fight against the Social Democrats, declared that the task of the Italian workers was not revolution but to rebuild the nation. This required loyalty to the Allied forces. His position did not change, even when the Allies disarmed communist partisans who, in April 1945, had seized power in several towns in northern Italy. The Italian Communist Party helped impose the rule of capital and was included in the country's first post-war government. The situation was similar in France, where the French Communist Party participated in the coalition government that ordered the brutal suppression of anti-colonial revolts in Algeria and Indochina. This flirtation between the bourgeoisie and the communists in Italy and France didn't last long. By 1947, collaboration with communists was unacceptable. Delegates across Europe established the Communist Information Bureau as a new alliance of communist organizations. Soviet delegate Andrei Zhdanov declared that the world was now divided into an imperialist camp headed by the CLS and an anti-imperialist camp headed by the Soviet Union. The Yugoslav delegate Edvard Kardelj criticized the Italian and French communists for adopting for the Yugoslav communists, the formation of the Komintern signaled an offensive against imperialism. For Stalin, the foundation of the Komintern was a defensive measure against the Marshall Plan. These different interpretations between the Soviet Union and the communists in the Balkans led to a conflict within the international communist movement. The Communist Party of Greece maintained its armed forces, a fear the German occupation had ended. Light British liberation of Greece from Nazi Germany meant the restoration of a bourgeois regime and the suppression of the communist forces that had led the liberation struggle. Albania rejected British aid and instead received support from the Soviet Union. While the Yugoslav communists demanded aid to be given to the Greek communists, Stalin deemed any challenge to the post-war arrangement too risky. In a meeting with Churchill in 1944, Stalin agreed that Greece would remain in the British sphere of influence. In 1948, he told Milovan Djilas, a Yugoslav partisan and politician, that the uprising of the Greek communists had no prospect of success and had to be stopped as quickly as possible. W-S diplomatic relations were broken off between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, and the Komintern denounced the latter as revisionist. The principal contradiction in the world during World War I was between the Axis powers and the Allies. Toward the end of the war, an other contradiction rose in importance between the US and the Soviet Union. Churchill desperately wanted Western Allied forces to reach Berlin before Soviet troops to limit Soviet influence in Germany. The establishment of people's republics in Eastern Europe created a socialist bloc in the world system. The principal contradiction was written along the Iron Curtain declared by Churchill, later the Berlin Wall, and the frontiers of NATO and the Warsaw Pact. The Soviet UN-10N and post-war anti-imperialism. The situation in Asia was different from Europe. Here there was no agreed balance of power, and the communist parties did not abide Moscow. Communists had withstood Japan and used the post-war confusion to take the offensive. In 1946, the Communist Party of Vietnam launched a campaign against French colonialism. China's communists fought Japan and the Kuomintang, and in 1949 proclaimed the People's Republic. The Soviet Union offered assistance to the anti-colonial armed struggle. In the Korean Peninsula, the Communists fought Japanese colonialism. At the Cairo Conference of 1943, the Britain and China agreed that Korea should become independent once the country was freed from Japan. After the surrender of Japan, on September 6, 1945, the People's Republic of Korea was proclaimed based on a system of committees. But Korea was divided into two occupation zones, with the Soviet Union occupying the north, and the U.S. occupying the south. In the south, the U.S. military government outlawed the PRK on December 12, 1945. In the north, the Soviet authorities merged the Ornmities into the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Along with arming the DPRK, the Soviet Union provided technical personnel and equipment. Only the strength of the Soviet Union could prevent the wholesale U.S. takeover of Korea in the aftermath of the Second World War. Yet Stalin warned Kim Il-sung against pursuing a war of national liberation in U.S.-occupied Korea. However, Stalin's position would change after the liberation of China in 1949, and Kim Il-sung then proceeded with his attempt to unify Korea. The result was a war in Korea from June 1950 to July 1953. To prevent communist forces from uniting the country, more than 428,000 bombs were dropped on Pyongyang, the capital of the DPRK, roughly one bomb for each resident at that time. In all, 600,000 tons of bombs were dropped on North Korea, 3.7 times the amount of ordnance dropped on Japan during World War LL. The U.S. killed 231,540 civilians in northern Korea during the 3-year war. Blaine Harden quotes American officers and political leaders, over a period of 3 years or so. % of Popularian Air Force Gen. Curtis LeMay, head of the Strategic Air Comm, during the Korean War, told the of Air Force History in 1984. ASR oft look off state, unstates kukriting that in North Korea. Brick on top o Ferrix her dash a frayer running low and urban rar W.S, U.S. bombers destroyed and irrigation in the later stages oft war, ing detroying the U.S. bombing was, in per capita terms, the deadliest in history. War was endorsed by the established United Nations under the Conta of U.S. UK. Soviet delegation R3F auditing the Security Council, and Chiang Kai-shek, who had taught Taiwan, held the Korean War has to be situated within the wider geopolitical framework of the time, which includes the anti-colonial movement and the U.S. effort to contain the Soviet Union and China. As U.S. forces invaded North Korea in October 1950 and drove north, China entered the war and forced them back. The 38th parallel. In February 1950, the Soviet Union and China entered the Sin v Soviet Treaty, committing to defend one another, just as Douglas MacArthur, commander of the U.S. Army in the Far East, agitated for nuclear war on China. In April 1951, the Joint Chiefs of Staff drafted orders authorizing nuclear attacks on Manchuria and the Shandong Peninsula in East China, but were uncomfortable about giving them to MacArthur, for fear that he might prematurely carry out his orders. In the end, President a war with China too dangerous. To which the wars in Korea and as ways contain China underscore the confrontation with North Korea was, in geopolitical terms, about Chi. All this shows the complicated and dangerous position Stalin had to navigate in the immediate post-war period. The assistance provided to Eastern Europe, China, and Korea are demonstrative examples that even in the context of post-war devastation, the Soviet Union under Stalin was willing to provide significant assistance to countries in the Narn of Henry imperialism. An evaluation of the Stalin era. The Stalin era is a prime example of the difficulties of evaluating socialist history. Due to the Cold War and its intense anti-Soviet rhetoric, there is pressure to denounce Stalin completely. You cannot say anything positive about Stalin and still remain in good company. This problem extends to the left in the West. Here it is difficult to have a balanced discussion of the Stalin era. If you say something positive or negative, depending on the company, feelings grow and anger bursts. However, IR is necessary to face the music and commit to a balanced evaluation, because the Stalin era had an enormous impact on the quest for socialism and we must learn from it. In my historical account, I have tried to be pragmatic. I have tried to take into consideration the historical context and possible choices of action that existed at the time. We have to evaluate the Stalin era from the perspective of the long transition from capitalism to socialism. Any loss of human life in the Soviet Union during the 1920s and 1930s cannot only be explained by mistakes and malice of Stalin. An assessment must also be based on the modernization processes and concrete historical circumstances under which they took place. In the years 1927 to 1938, it is estimated by Alec Nove that 10 million people lost their lives. Richard Overy claims a total number of 6 to 7 million. Approximately 5 million of these deaths were caused by the famine of 1931-33, a combination of cold, drought, and the consequences of the collectivization process. The transition from a peasant society to industrial capitalism in Europe and North America was no less violent, but a significant part of the violence was exported to Latin America, Africa, and Asia in the form of colonialism. On the two American continents, the indigenous population was between 60 and 1 million, of which more than half died during the European-induced genocides. In the United States, the native population was estimated to have been between 4 and 9 million at the time of colonization. By the year 1900, it was 237,00095% of the indigenous population had been exterminated. "We shall destroy all of them," declared the third President of the United States. As Jefferson. The capture, transportation, and enslavement of millions of humans ruined societies in Africa and cost uncountable lives. Under Belgian King Leopold IL's regime of terror in the Congo alone, 8 million Congolese died. In Australia, white settlers exterminated approximate. Liberal democratic institutions were no obstacle to mass murder. Theodore Roosevelt, an admired social liberal U.S. president, declared, "I not far to think thou the only dead Indians. I belie, E9R, and I shouldn't like to inquire closely into the case of the 10th. The U.S. and Australia were democratic states for the white population, and fascist states for colonizer peoples. On several occasions, Hitler referred to the U.S. genocide of indigenous peoples as an example to follow. The emphasis on communist-induced starvation in the Soviet Union elides the imperialists' same atrocities. Historian Mike Davis writes in late Victorian Holocausts about colonial famines in northeastern Brazil, India, and China in the late 19th century. Cases of famine were the result of ruthless colonial exploitation, which cost between 31 and 61 million lives. Concerning British colonialism in India, Hickel and Sullivan write, "If we estimate excess mortality from 1891 to 1920, we find 165 million in India, 1880 and 1920. This figure is larger than the co-MLMD-FMMTLW NUI in 1943-44. There was yet another widespread famine in Bengal, India. The famine was not caused by war action, but by English policy. In 1943, food prices suddenly rose by 300%, causing 3 million civilians in the poorest rural classes to starve to death. The English government had just printed rupees to cover the huge expenditures of Indian foodstuffs provided to the Allied forces in the East, causing inflation. Maya, leading to the price rise, were introduced by the advice of none other than Maynard Keynes, the top advisor for the English finance minister at the time. Widespread hunger is still a recurring phenomenon in the capitalist world system today. This is not to diminish the millions who died during Stalin's rule, but one must put the numbers in historical per as the intensity of the Cold War grew, anti-Stalin rhetoric hardened. The criticism of Stalin from the 20th Communist Party Congress in 1956 was to the anti-communist ideologues in the West. intellectuals and liberal politicians could forget the sympathy they had for Stalin during the war and castigate him as an evil communist dictator who was single-handedly responsible for the 1932-33 famine, the purges, and the gulags. This critique disconnected historical structural preconditions from the actor, choices and actions. It became common to put Stalin in line with Hitler, and the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany. Hannah Arendt put forward the idea of totalitarianism as a distinct political movement. In Arendt's view, although many totalitarian movements existed in Europe in the 1920s and 1930s, only the governments of Stalin and Hitler successfully implemented totalitarian aims. Arendt's criticism of Stalin was absurd for the German author Thomas Mann, who fled in 1933, to place communism and Nazi fascism on the same moral place, in the measure that both are totalitarian, is superficial at best, fascism at worst. I missed this well. Deep in their heart of fascist array and rally they will only fascism in a superficial and hypocritical way, while save it is sometimes claimed that Stalinism emerged from Eichmann's mistakes. Nep chose the goal of catching up with the West over constructing an alternative social formation. The consequence was the centralization of state power and the formation of a class of bureaucrats, which allowed for the unrestrained power, and hence, its misuse. Collectivization was the price. The severing of the worker-peasant ally engendered by collectivization was the abandonment of revolutionary democracy and the autocratic turn of the Soviet state. However, if the country had neglected rapid industrialization, with all its costs, it would probably have brought an end to the Soviet Union in 1943, and the consequences of that would have created a completely different world. The Soviet Red Army was the decisive element in the defeat of Nazi Germany. While the Vanguard Party was able to execute the revolution, it was less adequate for the development of a socialist state. The two risks are very different. The day before the revolution, you sabotage infrastructure; the day after, you rebuild it. Secrecy in preparation and unity in action are important characteristics for a revolution, a process, but not necessarily for developing democratic structures. For Stalin, the preservation of the first socialist state meant that any opposition had to be crushed, at any cost. This political line was the only bulwark that could protect the fragile revolution from its many enemies. Yet after Stalin, the Communist Party was never able to regain its popular legitimacy. The party became a bureaucratic elite apart from the people. This is one reason that there was apathy towards the party when the Soviet Union was dissolved by Yeltsin in 1990. Stalin was the first to promote the idea of building socialism in one country instead of giving priority to the world revolution as a necessary condition for developing socialism on the national level, but he was certainly not the last. All the revolutions that followed gave priority to the national development of socialism at the expense of the world revolution except, perhaps, for Cuba. One reason for this was that all subsequent revolutions took place in a colonial or semi-colonial context, and therefore had a substantial element of national liberation. Communist organizations were able to rake the lead in revolutions which were nationalist as much as they were socialist. Throughout the 20th century, it seemed that the national road towards socialism was the only viable way, particularly in a world system still dominated by economic, political, and military capitalism. However, this strategy had implications on how far the transition towards socialism was possible, especially in a world system which became more and more globalized. Nationalism, just as it had done in the 19th century, hindered socialists from the realization of Marx and Engels' vision of a strong internationalist trend in the building of socialism. Stalin's change-off strategy coincided with the defeat of revolutionary attempts in Western Europe and looming fascism. This might have been a wise decision with socialism on the back foot, but it was not the realization of socialism, as proclaimed by Stalin in 1936. The Soviet Union was only the first attempt to construct socialism. An acknowledgement of this would create better opportunities for the future development of socialism. The Soviet Union came out of the Second World War as a major world power. recovered remarkably fast from the destruction of the war. It acquired nuclear weapons in 1949, which created a balance of deterrence in the Cold War, important for the progressive forces in the decolonization of the Third World. However, it acted more and more as a superpower in the world system, with its own national interest rather than as a promoter of the socialist world revolution. Its construction of actually existing socialism started to fade and lost its inspirational. While Khrushchev ruthlessly criticized Stalin at the 20th Congress in 1956, Mao and the Communist Party of China assessed Stalin in a more balanced way. Light Chinese evaluation did not suffer from an inherent Eurocentrism, and it was made by a party that had experienced similar dilemmas as that of the Stalin era. Mao's main critique rested on the fact that Stalin failed to recognize following collectivization, nationalism, and the introduction of a planned economy that the class struggle continued, and this struggle was then reflected within the Communist Party as different political for a long time. Stalin refused to recognize that under the socialist system two contradictions between the relations of production and the forces of proletariat, the of party centralism, and the necreon between and masses. According to Mao, the Bolshevik Party under Stalin never developed proper relations with the masses. The party wanted to change eti for the masses from above, instead of using the mass line of mobilizing the masses to change society for themselves. As a specific example of this failure, Mao mentioned the political SRRT* within the Peri leading up to the purges. In party conflicts, Stalin relied entirely on security agencies instead of the masses to resolve the conflict. Stalin confused tensions among the people with contradictions between the people and the enemy. This led him to unjustly imprison and execute a great number of people. Mao writes, "We must distinguish clearly between the two categories of contradictions. Category of y be confused with the second category of contradictions among heap capital _on of socialist we must it does have contradictions do exist in it. The after for lastivity in the domestic life in union _LHCY sorts of polyucal paris and fakriers, even some people like Trotsky. There were also some other people in the allowed to gay sorts of things, criticizing the Lhen later. Things dictatorial. I Stalinel would not for criticism. He was afraid of who one read ro, he for the of fragrity rowers. He was afraid also of letting a has at hmt of it a and have arrested or Mao continues in his on the correct handling of contradictions among the people sid c% to him see Stalin. Side tlw of that w, ls the correct sid _ he other side the in killing of numerous people, important people. On the question of heavy industry, light industry, and agriculture, the Soviet Union did not lay to as AI and did not do a job of the immediate and the long-term INTCRCSTS people in the main they walked on 11 other points Stalin m, only technology, tech and Eichel wanted but techno lois walk mg leg. Gy. Ling politics. More generally, after the pre-war transformations of industry and agriculture, Stalin seemed to resign himself to the continuation of the existing relations of production. Mao writes, Book Pruams 9 the Usri from first to last says ruihing about the superstructure. I is not concerned with people, it considers things, basic error is mistrust of the peasants. Stalin did a to make TIF communism cannot be reached unless there is a communist movement. Mao's evaluation of the Comintern is also mixed, when Lenin WXS alive. He'll heard International was well LCD_AFTCR Lenin I death, the leaders of the Third International were dogmatic leaders, China developed commercial capitalism, managed within the framework of an imperial state. In the following centuries, a market economy proliferated across China and long-distance trade linked China with other parts of the world system. All the key features of capitalism, as defined by Marx, were present: commodity production for exchange on the market, money as the universal commodity, and accumulation of capital based on the exploitation of labor power. China, manufacturing ranged from silk and cotton textile factories to ceramic, porcelain, prints, and furniture production. 2. This early form of manufacturing and mercantile capitalism also influenced agricultural production. China developed a system of buying and selling real estate property by deeds, enforced through the imperial judicial system. Tenant farming and agricultural day labor grew in importance. Farming became the Chinese Revolution commercialized by producing for market distribution. 163. The attributes of capitalism developed in their own historically specific forms throughout the Yuan and Ming dynasties. In the 15th and 16th centuries, China's commercial capitalism flourished, as the international demand for Chinese goods such as tea, porcelain, silk, and cotton textiles drew increasing amounts of silver first from Japan, and then from the mines of the New World via European galleon trade. Foreigners were allowed to trade with China in a regulated system at the port of Guangzhou, known to Westerners as Canton. The trade had mainly been one-way Chinese goods for gold and silver. However, with the Industrial Revolution, Britain prioritized free trade, desiring to open more ports in China and have a permanent diplomatic presence in Beijing. The Qianlong Emperor declined these requests and reminded the British, in a letter in 1793 to King George Ill, that our Estial Empire possesses all things in prolific abundance and lacks no property within its is, therefore, no to import thee. As late as 1820, China was the largest economy, accounting for 33% of the world's economic output. However, contradictions within the existing mode of production in China were intensifying, and the rise of England's Industrial Revolution brought both goods to compete with China's domestic products and the military capacity to force the Qing government to open the empire to Western imperialism. Chinese manufacturing capitalism generated a stratum of urban-based merchants and rural-based landowning elite that, through their domination of the civil service, controlled the operations of the imperial government. In ancient Confucian thought, there was a tradition of aversion to commercial wealth. However, with the emergence of the commercial elite, these ideas began to erode. Members of the rural elite invested some of their wealth into the businesses of merchants and manufacturers, resulting in a convergence of interests rather than a relationship of antagonism. Lee's is in contrast with the history of class conflict between the rising bourgeoisie and the feudal aristocracy in Europe, but nor entirely. In the German Industrial Revolution, there was a similar fusing of interest between the landowning Junkers and the upcoming bourgeoisie. 3. The convergence of the urban-rural elite in China was reflected in the policy and administration of the imperial stare. The stare sponsored construction and maintenance of roads and canals, facilitated long-distance trade. State intervention in the grain market served to stabilize prices and buffer extreme market fluctuations. Fundamental to the imperial political culture was the idea that the state's primary purpose was to create and maintain stability and security. The breakdown of the imperial order. The Industrial Revolution in Europe reconfigured the global economic and political order. Was in this context China was subordinated to Western imperialism. China commercial capitalism, already under pressure from internal contradictions, had to give in to foreign competition. China assumed a subordinate role as a source of raw materials and as a market for European manufactured products. China was never properly colonized, but it became a semi-colonial country in which foreign powers established enclaves around Shanghai and other big cities and enjoyed extraterritorial privileges, such as their own administration, courts, and police. To reverse the flow of silver from Europe to China, Britain decided to flood China with opium. When China resisted this poisoning of its people, the British initiated the First Opium War, which ended with the Treaty of Nanjing, in which Britain took possession of Hong Kong and imposed upon the Chinese the rule of opium. British officials reported in 1844 that, almost every AF capital who is not connected playman is employed in the opium trade. Opium is inferior and traded whole coast. The decline of the imperial order continued during the Taiping Rebellion from 1851 to 64. The peasant revolt was one of the bloodiest civil wars in world history, with an estimated 20 to 30 million dead. However, it was not just an internal class conflict, it also had a nationalist dimension. This surge of nationalism was a consequence of the humiliation, financial drain, and breakdown of the whole nation caused by the First Opium War. The rebels threw *D to put an end to a dynasty that had capitulated to the Austrian of British narco-traffickers. 8 In the areas controlled by the rebels, the consumption of opium was prohibited, a direct challenge to the London government, which had propped up the eroding dynasty. After China lost the Second Opium War, British and American traders continued to flood the country with opiates. Brittany Fast India Company, and the British firm Jardine, Matheson and Company, led the way, followed by Americans entrepreneurs like Samuel Russell, Warren Delano, and Robert Forbes. Millions of Chinese people became addicted to opium, and foreign powers continued to extract silver. The British and French also imposed war indemnities on China the amount of 32 million ounces of silver, which China had then borrow from European banks. The weakening of the Chinese Empire caused resentment against Western influence. The response was yet another huge peasant revolt, the Boxer Rebellion. Foreign powers like the Great Britain, France, Germany, and Japan sent troops to crush the uprising. This time, they imposed war indemnities on China to the tune of 450 million ounces of silver. Formerly mighty empire had been brought to its knees. In 1904-05, the Russo-Japanese War, which affected Northeast China, revived a nationalist revolutionary movement under the leadership of Sun Yat-sen. This eventually led to the Republican Xinhai Revolution of 1911, which ended the Qing dynasty and 4,000 years of monarchic rule. But the revolution failed to create national unity. China became more and more fragmented. The following years were characterized by peasant uprisings and feuds between different warlords. The effect of Western capitalist penetration into China in the late 19th century was described by Mao as TLW of imperialism with Qi to development of Chinese purpose is to transform China into their own semi-colony, or the Western powers divided up the largest Chinese towns and cities, took control of customs and made them into foreign concessions and communication networks, and dominated China's exports and imports. At the same time, the imperialist forces kept feudalism alive and later, propped up the warlord regime and Chiang Kai-shek. In the absence of the former coherence of imperial state regulation, the extraction of surplus from agricultural production by rural elites intensified and was exacerbated by warlord taxation and the corrupt practices of the Chiang Kai-shek regime. The consequence was the underdevelopment of productive forces in China, which led to a hitherto unprecedented impoverishment of the population. This historical background set the scene for the establishment of the Communist Party of China. The formation of the Communist Party of China after the defeat of the German Revolution. The Comintern and the Soviet Union turned their focus to the East in their hopes of continuing the World Revolution. In East Asia, colonialism created a prune environment for the development of revolutionary socialism, inspired by the Leninist theory of imperialism. Yet because of underdevelopment, Eichmann proposed that the small communist paries in the colonies should enter into alliances with bourgeois democratic movements in order to secure national liberation. In China, the May 4th movement, a nationalist uprising led by students in 1919, became a touchstone of Comintern's strategy. The movement led to a reorganization of the bourgeois nationalist party, the Kuomintang. Later led by Chiang Kai-shek. The Comintern advised the small numbers of communists to ally themselves with the Kuomintang while basing themselves within the. According to party documents, the Communist Party of China was founded July 23 to 24, 1921, at secret meetings, the first of which, in Shanghai's French concession, was disturbed by security forces, leading to the delegates leaving for nearby Zhejiang province, with the proceedings being completed on a houseboat on a lake to avoid further disruption. These meetings were attended by most 13 people, including Mao. They represented just 53 members. In addition, 2 representatives of the Comintern were present as advisors. The Comintern's strategy for China was advantageous. Part of Perry was pushing for a socialist revolution, while others questioned its feasibility. The different positions were represented by the two founding members of party Li Dazhao and Chen Duxiu. In January 1920, Li Dazhao had already put forward the concept of a proletarian nation. According to Li, there was a difference in position between the proletariat in the colonies and in the imperialist center. In Europe, the proletariat was only oppressed by the national capitalist class, but in China, the imperialist powers oppressed the entirety of the Chinese people. China as a whole was a proletarian nation. Li's conception of the Chinese nation being proletarian meant that he included the peasants as a revolutionary force. In a letter dated March 20, 1921, Li wrote, "Arc prepared for the at first to ask whether or not day world corvomic conditions are rending cowardly of socialism, the Chinese situation really cannot be apat fm economy is dreaming from capitalism to socialism." And although China itself has not yet undergone a process of capitalist economic development such in Europe, America, and the eye of Kimmel still I'm directly FM capitalist in a way tint more bitter than the capital ST by working classes of the various. Together with practical experience, they FW-malated their plan of action. The communists distributed to the peasants land seized from rich landowners and recruited thousands of members. Mao stressed party discipline to the troops. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Our principle is that the puty gun to the Mao also issued 8 points for attention to the Red Army when they were in contact with civilians. By 1930, the Red Army had established the Chinese Soviet Republic in the provinces of Jiangxi and Fujian, comprising 3 million people. In the areas controlled by the communists, they began to organize the economy as a coexistence of different forms of property. Edgar Snow described the economy in the liberated areas. Soviet economy in the Northwest was a curious mixture of private capitalism, state capitalism, and primitive socialism. Private enterprise and industry were permitted and encouraged, and private transactions dealing in the land and its products were allowed with restrictions. At the same time the state owned and exploited enterprises such as oil wells, salt wells, and coal mines, and it traded in carded, hides, salt, wool, cotton, paper, and other raw materials. But it did not establish a monopoly in these articles, and in all of them private enterprises could, and to some extent did, compete. A third kind of economy was created by the establishment of cooperatives, in which the government and the masses participated as partners, competing not only with private capitalism but also with state capitalism. Z0 as the focus of the Chinese Revolution shifted from the industrial proletariat to the peasant class, Mao continued Li's adaptation of Maoism to China's specific conditions, rather than the more Eurocentric Comintern edition of Marxism. Li was quickly won over to the new strategy, which fell well with his views of the multi-class nature of the Chinese Revolution. The focus on the peasant class brought Mao into CONFICT with core members of the party, including Chen Duxiu. Xini priority was a revolution like that of Russia in 1917, led by the working class. Chen saw the defeat of this strategy as demonstrating the futility of working toward a socialist revolution in China. Instead, he opted for a bourgeois democratic revolution led by the capitalist class. Chen denied Cha-si a radical land policy and the vigorous organization of the rural areas. 19 Zedong. INL. Yahali. Stephen. Zedong, A New Viewpoints Publishing, 1975_20 Snow. p. 262. 172 The history of revolutions under the Communist Party was the way forward. Chen also opposed Mao's rejection of the major role of the national bourgeoisie in the revolution. NIS division within the party came to a head after Chen and many of the elder party members refused to publish one of Mao's essays, An Analysis of Classes in Chinese Society, in the Central Executive Gan.2 Hauquer. The masses did not care about these disputes within the party, as Mao observed in reference to the seminal peasant movement in Hunan province, in a very short rhyme, in Qin Central, Smithern, and Northern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm. Like a whipped grate. Will able to hold it back. They will all the trammels that bind THCRN and rush forward along the road RO liberation. They will sweep all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, tyrants, evil gentry into graves. EV Putti will to test. To be accepted or they decide. Are three alternatives. To march AR their head and lead nail behind thurn, gesticulating and criticizing? Or to Enway and the Chinese is free to. T will to MKE chew. The difference in strategy concerning alliances led Mao to campaign against his opponents, accusing them of being de facto agents of the Kuomintang. In December 1931, when the campaign turned violent, the THI replaced Mao with Zhou Enlai as secretary of the First Front Army and political commissar of the Red Army. The conflict was discussed at the party conference in Ningtal in 1932.23. Liu Bachan, Lin Biao, Zhu De, and Peng Dehui all criticized Mao tactics. Mao received support from Zhou Enlai, but it was not enough. Mao was demoted to figurehead status. The Comintern placed two political commissars, Bogu and Otto Braun, alias Lida, a German communist, in Jiangxi. As emissaries of the Comintern, they had the authority to dictate policy. Because they disagreed with Mac guerrilla strategy, they used their power to exclude him from the Central Committee. In the autumn of 1934, Braun assumed command of the Red Army. Together with Bo and Zhou Enlai, Braun and Bo enforced a conventional strategy. Braun advocated a direct attack on the larger, better-equipped Kuomintang. This strategy played into the hands of Chiang Kai-shek, and the Communist Army suffered great casualties. Slowly, the Kuomintang Army encircled Jiangxi. Within a year, the Communists lost 60,000 soldiers and half of their territory. They had no alternative but to retreat to a more secure remote area. The Long March on October 16, 1934, the remaining Red Army soldiers and party cadres, led by Bogu and Otto Braun, began the Long March. The conditions of Red Army forced withdrawal some leaders, but Zhou Enlai remained calm and retained his command. After escaping encirclement, it was obvious that the Kuomintang Army intended to pursue what remained of the Red Army. There were disputes between Bo/Braun and Mao on both route and military tactics. In these confrontations, Zhou supported Mao's proposals and encouraged other leaders to overrule the objections of Bo and Braun. It was decided that all military plans had to be submitted to the Politburo for approval, depriving Braun of their right to direct military affairs. On January 15, 1935, the Red Army captured Zunyi, the second largest city in Guizhou. Zhou used the opportunity to call an enlarged Politburo meeting. In the meeting, Mao again opposed Braun and Bo's military tactics. Their direct attacks were costing too many lives of Red Army. Instead, Mao that their smaller, poorer equipped forces should retreat when under pressure and make surprise pinprick attacks, using the guerrilla tactics for which Mao was to become famous. Many military leaders agreed with Braun and Bo were removed as commanders and Mao became Zhou Enlai assistant leader of the Long March. After this conference, the Comintern was pushed aside as an influential force in the Communist Party. The march was long both spatially and temporally. Retreat to Yan'an traversed over 9,000 kilometers, 18 mountains, and 24 rivers in 370 days. The route passed through some of the most difficult terrain in western China. During the L_MNG march, the Communist Army confiscated property and weapons from warlords and landlords and recruited new members from the peasants and lumpen proletariat. Nonetheless, only troops out of the 86,000 who tried to escape from the Kuomintang Army ultimately survived. Any long march gave the Communists a secure base needed to recuperate and rebuild. The Communists used the base in Yan'an for planning, experimenting, and building a new society. In November 1935, Mao became the chairman of the Military Commission, with Zhou and Deng Xiaoping as vice-chairman. The Long March had a profound impact on the Communist Party of China. All the major figures in the following decades were participants: Mao, Zhou, Deng, Lin Biao, Wang Jiaxiang, and Liu Shaokai. Long March was vital to the Chinese Communists in translating their Marxism from an urban worker's perspective into a rural, peasant perspective. It not only created a physical distance between the Communists and the Kuomintang, but also a political distance between the Kuomintern's Eurocentric interpretation of Marxism and the Chinese interpretation of Marxism. To make his analysis, Mao used the philosophical method of Marxism, dialectical materialism. Mao wrote his philosophical writings on practice and on contradiction in the guerrilla camp in Yan'an. Based on notes from many lectures he gave for cadres in the camp. The style is accessible, for the content had to be understandable by people without an academic background. For Mao, dialectics is not just an interesting philosophy, but a practical tool with which to develop strategy, particularly during dramatic rhymes in which the conditions were rapidly changing. Based on the concept of contradiction, Mao analyzed Chinese history as a constant struggle of opposites, workers versus capitalists, peasants versus landlords, imperialists versus nationalists, and the old versus the new. Contradictions were seen as absolute, harmony as temporary, and revolution as freakin'. Mao's understanding of revolution is also more complex than the traditional imnist one, in which seizing state power is the key to transformation. In Mao understanding, the transition from capitalism to socialism is a long process consisting of several stages, many revolutions. The process was characterized by waves, setbacks on the long road to socialism were followed by steps forward, taking us ever closer to our final destination. As Daniel Frost formulates it, Oftlu is a topic, nor a stroll he slopes of history. Trudging with a sense of awe in mind, never forgetting the important of placing foot in front of the of knowing where our next step must fall, fully of round James of in coming this far. And it is doing what Mao did during the Long March and in Yan'an was to adapt Marxism and the experience of the Soviet Union to the specific Chinese situation. The term significarian of Marxism was coined by Mao in 1938 for the reissue of the selected work of Mao Zedong, where he used the term instead of his original phrase of concretion of Marxism in Chi, N.A. The term signification seemed more apt since the basic principles of Marxism belong to the world, not only to China. Each revolution has to apply Marxism to its specific time and place. Copy and paste does nor work. The concept of socialism with Chinese characteristics is nor oppose Mao development. In his report to the Central Committee of the party in 1938, Mao said, "A communist is a Marxist internationalist, but Marxism must take on an alienal form before it can be pug into proclus. There is nasociring abstract Marxism, but only concrete Marxism. What we call Marxism that taken a form. TLNT applied to the concrete in the concrete conditions in China. And Marxism abstractly if a Chinese communist talks af Marxism apart from Chinese peculiarities, this Marxism is merely an empty abstraction. Of to that in all its manifestations with using according Chinese peculiarities becomes problem rat must be undentowed solved by the party without." In July 1937, a new factor entered the equation of the Chinese Revolution. The Japanese invasion from Manchuria overran the majority of largest cities within 2 years. Amidst a complex civil war and Japanese invasion, Mao used the concept of the principal contradiction to develop a strategy. The revolutionary class struggle now consisted of resistance to Japanese imperialism. A national hashtag in a 1938 article Mao W. wrote, "Subordinate the present national Japan such is fundamental principle of the United Front and a struggle that is national in character, the class struggle takes the form or national stngla. Which identity on flu hand. For a given historical the economic demands of the various classes must nor such as disrupt cooperation, in them her hand, the demands of the national struggle should clue wind of for all TLW is in front between national and class. The Japanese invasion had forced the communists to ally with the Kuomintang. This was not an easy step after 2 decades of life and death struggle with the Kuomintang army. However, the United Front strategy based upon the principal contradiction of the rhyme, between the Axis powers and the Allied forces only lasted until 1941, when hostilities resumed between the Communists and the Kuomintang. The Japanese atrocities during World War I made the Chinese population turn to the Communists. Party membership rose to 800,000 and the Red Army swelled to 500,000 dedicated fighters. Li's mass influx of membership underwent intensive political schooling. With the Japanese now defeated, the civil war between the Communists and the Kuomintang resumed. Unlike prior to the war, the Red Army now dominated. This was partially due to assistance from the Communist Intelligence Service. Chiang Kai-shek's Assistant Chief of Staff, General Fei, was a Communist spy, and all Kuomintang military plans were sent to the Red Army in advance. Demoralized, the Kuomintang sent a delegation to negotiate a ceasefire, with assistance from the U.S. In October 1949, Mao proclaimed the People's Republic of China. From the Gate of Heavenly Peace in Peking. Nearly 100 million Chinese lost their lives in the years between 1840 and 1949 as a result of foreign intervention, civil wars, and famine. First words in the proclamation were, "Thai Chinese people have stood up." A reflection of not only the humiliations of a century, but also of the mobilization of human power under the leadership of the Communist Party. On December 10, 1949, Communist troops laid siege to Chengdu, the last Kuomintang-controlled city in China. Chiang Kai-shek was evacuated to Taiwan. 2 million people consisting mainly of soldiers, members of the ruling class, intellectuals, and business elites were also evacuated from mainland China to Taiwan, adding to a population of approximately 6 million on the island. The U.S. Navy patrolled the waters between mainland China and Taiwan, preventing the Communist forces from pursuing the remnants of the Kuomintang army and liberating Taiwan. In 1949, the U.S. did not have the capacity to roll back Communist forces in China and block the Soviet Union in Europe at the same time. In the first years after the Second World War, Europe was the CLS priority. Mao described the situation as follows: the USLW Lycée of ASEAN has so aerial targets. The three main targets are Europe, Asia, and the China. The center of gravity in Asia is a IMGE with a population of 47s by United States would possess all AF in the first place. The A people and peoples AF world do N or secondly, of United States has largely by the awakening of the peoples of Europe, by RI of the peoples in UMK, particularly by he presence aft see this you are pretentedly AF peace best riding Europe Asia, and by its strong assistance to the US of and this is most important, true strength of EU leadership of Communist Party AF China have become more powerful than ever. The Chinese Revolution forced the US to abandon its plans of including China in its sphere of influence. As early as 1945, Douglas MacArthur argued for US military intervention in China on the side of Chiang Kai-shek, but the US government limited itself to sending money and weapons. The contradiction between the Communists and The Kuomintang in China was resolved nationally, without direct foreign intervention, because other contradictions took precedence, the US versus the Soviet Union and the US versus the old colonial powers in Europe. To sum up the Chinese Revolution, it came about for similar reasons as those in Russia. There was a need to break the restrictive fetters which hampered the development of the forces of production. In China, as in Russia, the power of the workers and poor peasants mobilized through the Communist Party was a necessary condition in order to set the wheels of industry turning again. The effect of Western capitalist penetration into China was the disintegration of the old feudal economy, but imperialist intervention also converted China into a semi-colony. The Chinese people rose up spontaneously with two basic demands: foreigners must leave and the wheels of the economy must turn again. To fulfill these demands, the Communist Party led a people war. Since China lacked a developed working class to lead the struggle, the peasants had to be looked upon as an effective force of proletarian revolution. If the preconditions for socialism were absent in China, then the reorganization of Chinese society under the proletariat, represented by the communist, was even more necessary to achieve these preconditions. Taking into consideration the situation that existed in China and the world in the 1920s to 40s, only the power-off working class and the poor peasants, under the leadership of the Communist Party, was able to force through the necessary policies for the development of the forces of production in China. All other forces in society, the landlords, the great capitalists, and the petty bourgeoisie, either resisted because of their own narrow economic interests, or were weak when faced with imperialism. There was no other road open to the development of the forces of production other than the forced removal of the old rulers of the country and the dismantling of imperialism. That is why the revolution occurred, and because the Communist Party was able to fulfill this mission, it won. The attempt to construct socialism in China had its own peculiarities, which distinguished it from the Soviet attempts. Compared to the Russian Revolution, the Chinese Revolution was a long process that took more than 20 years to complete. Mao was aware of the tensions between nationalism and socialism. He tried to ensure that the Communist Party did not lose sight of the ultimate goal, a socialist society. Even during the conflict with Chiang Kai-shek, and during the war against the Japanese, the commitment to the production and development of economy with a socialist profile in the liberated areas became a priority of the Communist Party. The People Liberation Army made land reforms in areas under its control. Coming to power in 1949, revolutionary China was in quite a different situation than the Soviet Union in 1917. While China was under pressure from U.S. imperialism, it was also not alone in the world, as the newborn Soviet state had been. The Soviet position in the post-war period provided some security for the new PEO republic. The Soviet Union also provided technological and economic assistance, despite its own heavy losses in the Second World War. Instead of proclaiming a dictatorship of the proletariat, as in the Soviet Union, Mao called for a people for democratic dictatorship as the first step on the long road towards socialism. The experience the Chinese people have accumulated several to examples to tick dictatorship _who he present in China. They working the urban bourgeoisie these classes, led by class THX Communist Party, unite to tlu ir state talk why they ship you the running dogs of imperialism, the landlord class, as well as representatives af Kuomintang reactionaries, and suppress practio d within of the of tool spects. Democracy for the and dictatorship of the is people's democratic d. In 1820, China was the world's largest economy, accounting for 33-32 Wang, ENTLW people *IP in rarian of the anniversary of the Communist Party af Chinks. https://www.marsisresorvereferencer/archive/rna and selected works/volume MSWV 465 180 The History of Revolutions % of Global Economic Output. By 1949, China's share of the global economic output was reduced to less than 5%. After 100 years of colonialism, imperialism, and civil war, China had become one of the poorest countries in the world, even poorer than India. In 1949, of the Chinese population was illiterate, and life expectancy dipped to 38 years. The new republic was in a state of destitution. In addition, China was soon embroiled in the Korean War and was completely blockaded by the West. The Korean War was a test of the new state's capacity, as the Chinese army came to the aid of the Koreans and fought the U.S. military to a standstill. Chin half-stod army of illiterate peasants was able to hold off the renounced advanced military power in the world. A national economy was gradually sewn together out of separate economic sub-regions. Yet the most fundamental characteristic of China national economy was the cross-country division between city and countryside. The development of the Norni had to link the two together. A precondition for industrialization was the channeling of resources from the countryside to the city. How could this task be accomplished while at the same time increasing the country's total social wealth? How could it be possible to implement an agrarian revolution allowing for equality and not just distributing poverty without also undermining the basis of that egalitarian project? Could this task be accomplished while not privileging geographically concentrated industrial zones and generating new hierarchies through urbanization? To put this task in perspective, we need only to remember that compared to China in 1943, Russia in 1913 had already manufactured 3 times as many tons of steel, twice the tonnage of iron, had double the kilometers of railways, and produced 30 times the amount of petroleum. And this does not even rake into consideration the much larger in order to them from independence. The U.S. Army pushed them the north. China entered the war and drove the U.S. forces back to the parallel. Divided to this day. The Chinese Revolution. Chinese population 181. After taking power in 1949, the Communists inherited the inflation that had plagued the Chinese economy for decades, yet they solved it in 1 year. They accomplished this by putting an end to the speculative economy and establishing an economy related to the real production of goods. The stability and credibility of the new currency, the renminbi, was consolidated, linking ER's value to the price of essential supplies used in daily life, such as rice, cotton, oil, and coal. The state took control of finance, and the nationalization of the banking system was completed by 1952. This was combined with a political campaign called San Fan Wu Fan, mkvanning against corruption, bureaucratization, theft of state property, tax evasion, and shoddiness. The campaign was a self-cleansing movement to solve economic problems by political means. The land reform, which had already begun in liberated areas during the Civil War, stabilized the rural sector. After the revolution, a comprehensive land reform was implemented nationally. 300 million peasants were given land, sweeping away the last vestiges of the old landowning class in the countryside, while collectivizing property and giving small farmers the right to use the land, thereby building a new agricultural system based on collective ownership and planned development. The new government emphasized the expansion of agricultural production. In just 3 years, from 1950 to 1952, 420,000 kilometers of embankments along rivers in China were repaired and reinforced. 20 million people participated in irrigation infrastructure construction. The earthworks were estimated to be over 1.7 billion cubic meters, the equivalent of 23 Suez canals. Dams and irrigation facilities were constructed on rivers that used to be plagued by floods. This opened up thousands of acres of land for crop production. Between 1949 to 1952, total arable land area increased by 10.25% and grain production increased by 46%. The significance of land reform cannot be overstated. By handing over land, the party had handed the people a reason to support the communist state. Agrarian reform could also be seen as the extension of a revolutionary tactic to an economic dimension. It brought a divided nation together. The distribution of land through the tillers mobilized the nation for the construction of a socialist economy. Internal mobilization, thus achieved, became a tool for economic liberation. It was the ability to delink from imperial dependency and to realist sovereignty. In 1950, the peasants were of the workforce and the urban proletariat represented less than. The Chinese Revolution was a peasant revolution. But while the party concentrated on rural land reform, the task in the city became the revival of production. If the Chinese state could not get the factories running again, agricultural production could not be modernized, leaving the peasantry to suffer from recurrent floods and famine. In the cities, the workers and unemployed were literally living in the rubble left by 20 years of war. As the West's blockade of the People Republic began, the country was starved of necessary imports. If China was to rebuild its cities, it would need to produce its own concrete, steel, electricity, and, most importantly, grain to feed the workers at every stage of this process. In June 1949, on the eve of the conquest of power, Mao clarified the Communist Part, a position towards the remaining capitalist elements in the economy. The national bourgeoisie at the present stage is of great importance. Ferocious is still standing alongside China, still of only 10% of total of the economy to counter imperialist oppression and to raise her backward economy to a higher. China must utilize all the of urban and rural capitalism TLNT me not to, and we unite with the national in common screw we. Our present policy is regulate capitalism. The bourgeoisie cannot be leader of the revolution, nor should it chief a state. This distinction between the political expropriation of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie's propensity toward economic expropriation, which had emerged during the Soviet NEP, was repeated. In the summer of 1958, Mao reiterated his point: there are still capitalists in China, but the state is under the leadership of the Communist Party. In early 1950, China and the Soviet Union signed the Sino-Soviet Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance Treaty. The Soviet Union was a vital ally, given the U.S. embargo and the complete absence of any overland routes between China and other industrial nations. Of equal importance was the fact that the Soviet Union was the world's only clear power besides the U.S. in an era when General MacArthur was threatening China and Korea with nuclear attacks. Both the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of China agreed that China should develop national capitalism, as opposed to domination by foreign capital. Only after establishing mass industrialization could China be transformed into a socialist country. The Communist Party aimed to complete the bourgeois revolution in the cities. This was effectively appeasement of the remaining urban capitalists, who would be gradually bought out of their own industries by the state in exchange for offering their technical expertise to the project of recovery and development. As the state pushed for industrialization, it had to rely on extracting surplus from the rural sector. By restoring the peasant economy through agrarian reform, a land reform dividend was gained, colloquially expressed as 9 peasants are capable of supporting 1 urban city 7xno compared to Europe, which accomplished primitive accumulation and industrialization partly through revenues from colonization. China had to industrialize through an internal accumulation process. The basic policies were to advance gradual industrialization under national capitalism and enhance commodity circulation between the light textile industry in cities and the rural sector. Industrial base would be expanded. Facilitate the development of large industries. Mao emphasized that he opposed peasant socialism and stressed that only after the completion of industrialization and socialized production would the Communist Party push for socialism with the consensus of the people. In the early 1950s, small and medium-sized private production was maintained in the cities within limits, preserving at the same time the absolute control of the state over key sectors such as banking, foreign trade, and wholesale trade. Thus, in the mid-1950s China had a mixed economy made up of the state-owned sector, the cooperative sector, the private and individual sectors, and the peasant sector. The first 5-year plan, from 1953 to 1957, intentionally focused on industry at the expense of agriculture. Between 1952 and 1958, 51% of capital went to industry, while only 8.6% to agriculture. During this period, China was completely delinked from the capitalist world market, a decision that was not necessarily voluntary. As the and Western Europe tried to isolate the racialized enemy, the Yellow Peril was now considered more dangerous than the Red Scare. However, the Korean War changed China's international situation. China received strategic aid from the Soviet Union. Military and heavy industry was rendered as state capital. Within a short period of time, state capitalism became dominant. The Soviet Union gave China blueprints, technical assistance and turnkey-ready factories on a massive scale. The most extensive transfer of techniques in the whole history of humanity, wrote Orlins in an OECD report. China's industrialization in the was dominated by Soviet strategic investment made possible by the Cold War alignment. Oriented toward the Soviet Union, China developed a state capitalist industrial sector located mainly in large and medium cities. During first 5-year plan, the Soviet Union provided know-how and investment to China, while the Lager set up institutions complying with Soviet management models. The superstructure had to be brought into conformity with the economic base. Soviet experts coming to China not only worked as managers in factories and enterprises, but also helped to overhaul the entire superstructure of China. Chinese governmental and university systems were copied from the Soviet Union. The tension between state capital and private capital soon became aggravated. Facing internal and external contradictions, China pushed for more state ownership, beginning in 1953. The new democracy strategy of promoting private capital through a traditional market economy became obsolete. Private capital was banned in 1956 and the state acquired the three essential factors of the economy: land, labor, and capital. Zheng Zhenqing writes, 1952–1956. State FM 19.1 to 32.2 of the economy, cooperatives from 2%, and joint state-private ownership increased from 0 to 77.3. The individual fell 71.8% to 7.1%. True capitalist MI fell 69 to state and joint state-private ownership together accounted for 92.9% of the economy. 47 in purely economic terms. The overall result was one of the most extensive industrializations ever seen in human history. National income doubled between 1949 and 1954, and more than tripled by 1958.4*. Every year between 1952 and 1957 saw industrial production expand by astounding 17%, and the groundwork for sustained future growth was laid through massive investments in education and worker training. This allowed for rapid social mobility, as farmers moved into the city and young people entered college. For decades after, this period would be remembered nostalgically as a golden age for urbanites, marked by peace, progress, and prosperity. Despite this performance, some of the Chinese leadership remained critical of the economic and institutional transition according to the Soviet model, known as Sovietization. It was seen as fostering bureaucratization, dogmatism, and formalism. Any industrial economy led by state capital in the cities stood in opposition to the traditional peasant economy rehabilitated in rural China after the agrarian reform. A labor force of 100 million was mobilized to abandon agricultural production and move into the cities to assist in industrialization. This drastic cut in the labor force had a great impact on peasant agricultural production. It was only with the formation of rural cooperatives that the government was able to extract surplus value from the countryside to purchase staple foods, build agricultural infrastructure, and provide pensions for the families of soldiers killed in Korea. The burden on cooperatives, however, became heavy. Some peasant households chose to withdraw from the cooperatives rather than deliver their product at a low fixed price to the to abate matters. At the end of the 1950s, the Soviet Union began to withdraw investment from China because of growing political disagreements on economic development and foreign policy. Chinese communists felt that the Soviet Union was acting like a paternalistic big brother, knowing what was best for China, as the Soviets claimed to lead the world communist movement. The relationship with the Soviet Union soon became a question of Chinese sovereignty, an issue on which China was uncompromising. Great leap forward when the Soviet Union began to withdraw its investment and support in autumn 1957, China began to change its industrialization strategy. Without foreign aid, heavy industry-wide development, relying on external investment, became unsustainable. The SEJND 5-year plan, prepared with assistance by Soviet experts, was aborted. In 1958, the government instead proposed to localize formerly centralize industrial construction to substitute for the disrupted foreign capital input. Mobilization of local public funds was barely able to support a heavy industry-oriented economy. In addition, mass mobilization became a relatively effective means to extract surplus from the labor force and to substitute for capital. Not only workers and peasants, but also soldiers, officials, and intellectuals were mobilized to contribute their labor to infrastructure building essential to industrialization. China emphasized self-reliance. Mao was part of the faction, which was critical of Sovietization, primarily because it compromised Chinese sovereignty, but also because the agricultural sector was squeezed too much to create surplus for industry. Additionally, the Soviet model created a bureaucratic administration. Mao insisted on a Chinese version of socialism, in which the modernization of industry and the collectivization of agriculture would go hand in hand. This was the aim of the policy called the Great THIRD of 1958-1961, but it was easier said than done. Lacking road, rails, ITY, and access to petroleum products, much of the Chinese countryside enormous investment just to make technologies such as tractors and electrified food processing or fertilizer plants functional. This presented central planners with a catch: in order to invest in this sort of infrastructure, urban industry needed to be built up, but in order to build up urban industry, agriculture needed to be modernized to feed the growing industrial workforce, largely composed of new migrants from the countryside. The central planner's solution to this dilemma was not to slow the process and implement modernization piecemeal, a politically unfeasible option when the possibility of renewed global war was still a salient fear, but instead to intensify extraction of surplus from the peasantry and introduce intermediate technologies to agricultural production that required less infrastructural support and less technical. In an effort to develop agriculture without modern technology, rural labor was collectivized. The process had begun in the 1950s with the formation of collectives, allowing the small holding economy to be economically viable by sharing scarce resources, but now it was intensified. Supply and marketing cooperatives were also integrated into a purchasing system as private merchants were forced out of the agricultural THIRD. While only 2% of rural households were members of cooperatives in 1954, by the end of 1956, 98% had joined. But the production of the agricultural surplus was growing slower than expected, and, due to this, disagreements within the Communist Party began to emerge concerning the speed of rural man's formation. Mao and others pushed for a more rapid shift, despite the lack of an industrial base that could provide for the mechanization of agriculture. Since they regarded the slow growth of agricultural production as a roadblock to rapid industrialization. From 1956 to 1957, in a new stage of collectivization, the former producers' cooperatives were turned into collectives, called agricultural producers' cooperatives, in which individual households gave up their ownership of land, livestock, and agricultural implements to collectives of between 40 and 200 households. Larger size of these collectives made it easier for the state to collect the agricultural surplus it needed to feed the cities. In 1958, the Great Leap Forward began with the emergence of larger collectives called communes, the final stage of collective intian. These rural munis consisted of, for the most part, a small marketing town and its surrounding villages, with tens of thousands of members. The commune was formed to mobilize a larger labor force for infrastructure works. As a critique of Sovietization's emphasis on heavy industry, Mao proclaimed the need to walk on two legs, meaning that large-scale, capital-intensive urban industries should develop alongside labor-intensive, low-capital rural ones. Agriculture was to be technologically modernized not by the import of industrial inputs, but instead by low-rech local industrial production, a process of self-reliance. The countryside had to mobilize its own labor for its own development, all while much of its surplus was being deployed for urban industries. This meant mobilizing and diverting part of the rural labor into non-agricultural rural production. 7.5 million new small IOW tech factories were set up in rural areas in less than a year at the beginning of the Great I_Zap Forward. In the winter of 1957 to 1958, as many as 100 million peasants worked in irrigation and water conservancy projects. Most famous backyard iron and steel factories sprang up all over rural China. Farm labor declined as a share of total rural employment during the Great Leap Forward, and output soon followed. which the diversion of workers are of agriculture, harvests were neglected, and food rotted. Grain production dropped, with the 1962 output at just 79% of that of 1957. Though the Great Leap Forward was meant to sustain economic development, as the Soviet Union pulled out, it ended by disrupting production and transferring surplus grain from the countryside to the city. This caused widespread famine. The conversion of the strategy for modernization during the Great Leap Forward, and the fact that China had to pay its $5.4 billion debt to the Soviet Union in agricultural and pasture products all during severe floods and bad weather led to a shortage of agricultural products, which had disastrous consequences. The estimation of China's population changes during 1960 to 1962, known as the 3 years of natural disaster, has been controversial. According to the data published by the Chinese government in 1982, the population growth curve turned downwards during these 3 years, failing to reach estimated projections of 20 million. Most of this was caused by declining fertility and infant mortality due to malnutrition. Part of the rising adult mortality could be attributed to starvation. Western scholars have painted a dire picture of the Great Leap Forward, claiming that it caused a famine the likes of which was unprecedented in Chinese history. They also portray the Mao era as one of ceaseless suffering. The Indian economist Ursa Parnaik has refuted these claims and considers them ideologically motivated. Historian Dongping Han, who grew up in rural China the Great Leap Forward and has done extensive research on the subject, also doubts the numbers. Few deny that people in the countryside suffered during the Great Leap Forward, but China experienced natural disasters during this period, and the suffering was not only the consequence of economic policies. Local officials shared the hardships of the people. William H. Hinton, an American farmer who spent several years in China and authored the influential book Fan Shen, a documentary of revolution in a Chinese village, observed, "Isn't it indeed strange that this famine was not discovered at the time but only extrapolated backyard from censuses taken 20 years later, then spinning the figures to put the worst interpretation on very dubious records." Point 63. A case study carried out by historian Mobo Gao confirms that there was widespread famine in China in 1959 to 1960, but that there is uncertainty about the causes and the role played by the Great Leap Forward. It must not be forgotten that natural disasters and famine were by no means new phenomena in China. They had haunted the population for centuries, claiming millions of lives. In fact, the famine of 1959 to 1960 was the first and only famine during Mao's year rule and during the entire history of the People, Republic. Dresks and Sen point out, the gigantic size of excess mortality in Chinese famine, the extraordinary in India from regular deprivation in normal rhymes vastly overshadows the former. LF.LVCRY 8 years or so more people die in India of its death rate. China Gejemtic of 195,841.6. In general, the health of the Chinese population improved markedly after the establishment of the People Republic of China, with the death rate dropping to 6 per 1,000 by 1978. India and many other low-income capitalist states did not approach this level until the 2010-3. Since the end of the Great Leap Forward, China rural sector has succeeded in feeding 22% of the worldly population with only 6% of the world's arable land. It is a result of an agricultural policy prioritizing self-sufficiency of food, with massive infrastructure projects controlling the rivers and irrigation systems. The recovery of the economy in 1962 to 1963 was due to changes in the rural policy. Traditional peasant economy based on village communities was again prioritized. Rural industries were shuttered, and the remuneration and distribution systems were continually reformed to raise production. This meant restructuring control over production decisions and labor management from the huge communes to a much smaller scale. Villages within the commune were split into production teams of 10 to so households, which were given control over land and production decisions. Because of it, production gradually recovered. The key problem was how to increase work incentives for agricultural labor, that is, how to improve economic output and raise quality, on the one hand, while not increasing inequality and destroying the collective system, on the other. The post-1962 new smaller type of commune became a flexible system for organizing rural production both to sustain the peasants and for the extraction of agricultural surplus to the cities. The collective system led to a spreading of risk across the collective, reducing the risks to individual farmers. Meanwhile, rural living standards increased in terms of health and education. 7 Basic medical care came to the countryside, which cut child death rates dramatically and raised life expectancy. Rural school enrollment doubled from the 1960s into the 1970s. In addition, the rural commune was efficient at accumulating collective welfare funds that ensured a minimum of survival during normal times for disadvantaged families. Another factor that contributed to the rise in agricultural production was that the unemployed labor force from the cities was transferred to the rural sector through ideological mobilization to assist the peasants and learn from them. The countryside has often functioned as a sponge to absorb economic and political problems and provide a soft landing for crises in China. 73 An example was the Up to the Mountains and Down the Villages movement in 1960, which involved the transfer of a large-scale surplus of urban labor to people, communes and state-owned collective farms. By 1964, conditions had improved such that a new investment push was initiated. But international conditions had changed significantly since the first industrialization campaign in the 1950s. The United States, which still had tens of thousands of soldiers stationed in Korea, intensified its wars against Third World countries pursuing a socialist development, staging a failed invasion of Cuba and intensifying its military intervention in Vietnam. Meanwhile, Sino-Soviet relations had completely broken. China had lost its primary trading partner and source of international aid. At the beginning of the 1960s, China found itself increasingly isolated. Not surprisingly, the logic of self-sufficiency and national security became important components of economic policy. In 1964, China developed its nuclear bomb and initiated an industrial expansion called the THIRD Front, which focused investment on interior. The tense international situation forced China to use huge amounts of its resources to secure its safety. As Mao said, even a B***AR must have a stick to drive off dogs. The goal was to create an entire industrial base that would provide China with strategic independence by building factories in remote and mountainous inland regions. The new industrial expansion had to be undertaken without the Soviet aid and technical support offered in the 1950s, signaling a period in which self-sufficiency would become one of the most important watchwords of Chinese socialism. The economic problems by the cut of Soviet support and the changing economic policies of the central state led to resistance against government measures in both rural areas and the cities. This was reflected in the political SRRT*S in the Communist Party on how to respond. The Communist Party of China is nor a monolith. Different political lines have existed since its foundation in 1921. Nor is it a Lenin-style vanguard party. The party stressed the mass line, a policy developed during the revolutionary period. The essential element is investigating the conditions of people, learning about and participating in their #, gathering ideas from them, and creating a plan of action based on the concerns of the people. In short, from the masses to the masses. With millions of members, the party has always consisted of different factions reflecting the class struggle in China and changes in global conradictions. These dynamic political *s within the party are often expressed in campaigns and slogans simplifying the different political positions and have caused constant shifts in the political line. One of the recurrent divergent issues has been how to handle the relationship between rural development and urban industrialization, and on the use of voluntarist methods or more economic incentives in the development towards socialism. The economic crises and the famine in the early 1960s weakened Mao's socialist voluntarist line within the Communist Party and strengthened a line that wanted to use more economic incentives as a means to develop the economy, at that time represented by Liu Shaoqai. Response was to launch the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in 1965, to which we will return, after placing it in the developments of the global contradiction in the 1960s. Hino was not the only revolution to come out of the Second World War. The war had determined who was to become the new hegemon after the British Empire. This struggle created a window of opportunity for liberation movements in what became called the Third World. The old colonial powers in Europe were weakened by the destruction of the war. New hegemon, the U.S. pushed for decolonization to open the former European colonies for U.S. investment and tracked the transformation from colonialism to neocolonialism. But the adjunct hegemon, the Soviet Union, balanced the U.S. and viewed new states opposed to colonialism as possible new allies against Western capitalism. The 1955 Bandung Conference in Indonesia convened the Asian and African countries from the first wave of decolonization. Bliley stressed the importance of independence from both East and West and the development of their national economies. The Bandung Conference was nor a new communist international that strived for the socialist world revolution like the Comintern in 1919, but the expression of national liberation struggle against colonialism, in which communists sometimes took precedence. Sukarno, leader of the nationalist movement in Indonesia, declared the country independent in 1945. Iran nationalized its oil industry in 1951, Egypt took control of the Suez Canal in 1956, Iraq experienced a nationalist revolution and the nationalization of its oil industry in 1958. At the same time, liberation movements from Vietnam, Thailand, and the Philippines in the east to Algiers, Angola and Kenya in Africa to Guatemala and Cuba in the west went on the offensive. If they were victorious, imperialism's reach would shrink even further than the third of the globe had already lost to the socialist bloc. In other words, from the perspective of they had to be fought. In 1928, Mao wrote an article titled "Why is it that red political power can exist in China?" When it was published in 1951, Mao added a note explaining the Communist Party's position on decolonization after World War XI. During World War I, many colonial countries in the East formerly under imperialist rule were by imperialists. By their PMEs, of and members of national in these advantage of the contradictions between the Western imperialists on the one thx imperialists the other, organived at a united FMNT against MS waged bitter guerrilla warfare aga the Japanese. The situation existing prior to World War I began when the Japanese imperialists were out or these countries at the end or World I, the Western realists attempted to rule. It built up 4% of considerable strength during the anti-J plus NCSE war. These colonial peoples refused 10-way moreover, imperialist system all over the world shaken because the Soviet Union all states, either been o'erthrown or weakened in he war. And cause imperialist frank was breached in China by the Chinese to Olurian. Thug, as in China, it has possible for the peoples include to maintain big a walyashi or very long of time and to carry long-term revolutionary wars in which surround the cities from the countryside, and then gradually to take the cities and win nationwide in the LAR 1940s and 1950s, communists across East Asia followed this strategy. As a response the U.S. exposition on decolonization was characterized by demand for decolonization in the context of the US's position towards the old European colonial powers, and the governments of the newly independent countries had to support the US confrontation with the socialist bloc. Therefore, the British, who fought a barbaric colonial war against Malaya, got full US support because the Malayan liberation movement was led by communists. The applied to the French fighting anti-colonial movements in Indochina. On the other hand, the Netherlands was forced by the U.S. to grant Indonesia independence because Sukarno's vision for the country had become acceptable to U.S. interests. The U.S. also made it clear to the French that the countries of Indochina should become independent. The communists were defeated. U.S. eventually intervened in Indochina when the French were humiliated at Dien Bien Phu in 1954. In the LAR 1950s and early 1960s, decolonization advanced, but nor primarily as a result of successful liberation struggles. Not many national liberation movements, whether communist or of a different kind, formed governments during this period. In various colonies, Madagascar and Malaya among them, Jairnmunist liberation movements were brutally repressed before they could get to that point. Instead, US-friendly regimes were installed. In Africa, decolonization happened either without any liberation movements or with liberation movements whose influence on independence was very limited. Africa's destiny was, once again, decided without Africans. The decisive factors were economic developments in center and the contradictions between imperialist powers, first and foremost between the US and the old colonial powers of Europe. Most of the newly independent countries in Asia and Africa were under petty bourgeois leadership and tried to position themselves as the Third World between the West and the East. This was the message of the 1955 Bandung Conference. But there were exceptions. In Algeria, the National Liberation Front seized power in 1962 after many years of fighting against France and European settlers, at the cost of 1 million lives. The Cuban Revolution of 1959 rooked the US entirely by surprise, and the attempt to correct this misjudgment through the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1959 failed miserably. The Cold War was hot in the South. The Cold War period was not only defined by the threat of a nuclear war between the US and the Soviet Union. The term Cold War is Eurocentric. The confrontation between the US and communism was boiling hot in the global South. The Korean War, the historical zenith of bombing as an instrument of war, exemplified the dangers of picking the wrong analogy. The war and continued hostility from the West motivated North Korea to delink brutally from the surrounding capitalist system. However, this isolation has caused severe economic problems, and led to the ideological affirmation of full self-reliance, and idiosyncratic forms of party structure and leadership. Another hot war was in Indochina, focused primarily on Vietnam, but spreading into Laos and Cambodia. In 2008, the British Medical Journal estimated more than 3 million lives were lost during the American phase of the Indochina Wars. From 1965 to 1973, the U.S. Air Force dropped more bombs on North Vietnam than all those dropped during the Second World War. Landmines have stolen 40,000 Vietnamese lives since 1973. American anti-communist warfare brought on another wave of bloodletting in Indonesia. From 1965 to 1966, the Indonesian army and paramilitary bands supported by the murdered as many as 500,000 suspected Partai Komunis Indonesia supporters and overthrew the founder of the WORL and fourth most populous country, and leader of the Afro-Asian movement. The revolutionary spirit of the long 60s. In 1956, the 20th Congress, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, lost its revolutionary spirit in the opinion of many communists, especially in the Third World. By introducing peaceful coexistence, the Soviet Union chose to compete with the capitalist system on capitalist terms instead of pursuing a qualitatively different road. Light Soviet Union and the US competed in armament, space programs, and on producing consumer goods. The Soviet Union tried to provide the same standard and form of living as in the developed capitalist world. But in the end, Lada, Gum, and Trabant lost to Ford, Hollywood, and McDonnell-Douglas. Without an imperialist contribution to its economy, actually existing socialism could not compete with Western capitalism in providing. The consequence of a full-scale nuclear war during the Cold War would have been a catastrophe of proportions not yet seen in human history, and such an event was a real possibility, as the historical documentation has proven. In that sense, the Soviet policy of peaceful irons may have saved the world from nuclear winter. But nevertheless, the world revolutionary spirit moved to the Third World, where imperialist exploitation made rebellion an imperative. Rough the 1960s and beginning of the 1970s, with its climax in the 1968 uprisings, a revolutionary wave washed over the world. On September 23, 1960, the Soviet Union put forward a resolution for decolonization. This resolution was opposed by the entire Western Bloc, led by the United States. Less than 3 months later, 43 countries from Africa and Asia affirmed the Bandung principles and put forward their own resolution with the same content as the Soviet resolution. On December 14, 1960, the UN General Assembly adopted the resolution, Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. 89 countries including the Soviet Union voted for it, and no one voted against, but 9 countries abstained: Australia, Belgium, France, Torkil, Spain, the Dominican Republic, the Union of South Africa, the United Kingdom, and the United States. In Cuba and Algeria, the revolutionary spirit continued in the mid-60s. They were involved in support for revolutionary movements in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, the Tricontinental Movement. The wave of revolutionary socialist movements surged in Vietnam, Palestine, Angola, Mozambique, South Africa, Chile, and more. China took the idea of a continuous world revolution seriously, thus supplanting the Soviet Union in providing a revolutionary spirit. China, inspiration for world revolutionaries, relied on both the Cultural Revolution from 1965 to 69, which promoted radical egalitarianism at home, and confrontation with imperialism internationally. In Southeast Asia, Chinese influence on communist parties and their anti-imperialist armed ## was huge. The Communist Party of Vietnam had been under the influence of China since its foundation. Ho Chi Minh worked for the Comintern and moved to Canton in 1925 to deepen contact with the Communist Party of China. Light Vietnamese people * war against France and the US was inspired by Mao's military strategy of a people's war. In India, the Communist Party fractured during the Sino-Soviet split, creating a large pro-China faction called the Communist Party of India in 1964. However, the CPI saw armed struggle as peasant self-defense, rather than a struggle for a full-scale communist revolution. This led to a new split when the Naxalbari peasant uprising broke out in 1967, founding the Communist Party of India. The leading figure, Charu Majumdar, declared China chairman is our chairman. Naxalbari, together with Nepal and the Philippines, remain areas where Maoist parties still play a prominent role. Chinese influence in Africa was not only ideological. Insurgents from Algeria, Angola, Botswana, Cameroon, both republics of Congo, Guinea, Kenya, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and South Africa all received training from China in the 1960s. 8 Maoist China also exercised influence on revolutionary nationalists and communists who pursued armed struggle in Latin America. For nationalists, China provided a model for independent economic development in a semi-colonial context. To communist revolutionaries who waged armed struggle, the Chinese People's War and Maoist guerrilla tactics were an inspiration. The Cuban Revolution of 1959 was an example of an armed struggle that could lead the way to socialism, but the Cubans Rothwell, Mathis. The road is tortuous, the Chinese Revolution and developed their own variant of guerrilla struggle, the strategy. The Cuban example fueled the emergence of guerrilla struggles across Latin America in contrast to the line of peaceful coexistence. In Western Europe, Maoism was an inspiration for the student revolt in Paris. The Maoist newspaper La Cause du Peuple was a major organ for the movement. In Germany, IR influenced the student leader Rudi Dutschke. My own organization, the Communist Working Circle, was founded in 1964 by people who the Danish Communist Party, which loyal to the Soviet Union. It was precisely the compromising attitude of Moscow and the revolutionary spirit of China that led to the formation of the organization, which I joined. In the United States, Maoist China's most important influence was on radical African American movements. Malcolm X directed the movement to study the Chinese experience with his 1963 message to the grassroots. The Revolutionary Action Movement, which followed Malcolm X's position in situating the black liberation struggle in the context of Third World liberation, served as a milieu in which many activists adopted Maoist ideas. Among them were Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, founders of the Black Panther Party. The Black Panthers adopted many Maoist ideas and popularized the idea that domestic armed struggle against the U.S. government was possible, which was then practiced by the Black Panthers and later the Weathermen and Black Lib, inspired by the anti-imperialist victories in Cuba and Algeria, and the successful resistance in Vietnam. Strong revolutionary movements appeared in numerous countries: Laos, Cambodia, India, Nepal, Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, Palestine, Lebanon, South Yemen, Oman, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Namibia, Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, and Mexico. In some of these countries, socialist movements came to power. In the decade from 1965-75, the principal contradiction on the world level was Benvine imperialism, led by the U.S. and the numerous anti-imperialist movements and progressive Third World states, which tried to build socialism. The guerrilla fighter was the new revolutionary subject. From revolutionary practice, liberatory theory was generated in the Third World by Mao, Ho Chi Minh, Che Guevara, Franz Fanon, Amilcar Cabral, and others. However, national liberation would prove easier to obtain than ending imperialist exploitation. Light anti-colonial movements were well aware that the struggle to develop the forces of production was a continuation of national liberation. Following the Algerian Revolution, military victory, the key question became the production front. In a speech on December 23, 1964, in Algeria, Che Guevara said, "Is a time for construction. Much renork and seemingly less heroic, demanding the Riverian forces. LR is necessary work, because at times like these that is the best way of death." To echo Che in 2006, the Vice President of Bolivia, Garcia Linen, launched the slogan "Industrialization or Death." While the Cuban fatherland or death expresses the identity, in specific circumstances, of the class and national struggle. Industrialization or death expresses the idea that political independence proves illusory if not sustained by economic independence sustained by the development of the productive forces. In Algeria, Franz Fanon posed the problem of a national liberation transition from the politico-military to the politico-eco, non-lic. The worker replaced the guerrilla as the revolutionary subject. National independence nation building in the underdeveloped regions reckon an entirely new country suffers horn the same lack of infrastructure, but also, a world without doctors, engineers, a colonialist by a demand for independence. Proclaims with the nationalist leaders in mind, if you want independent, take it return to the dark ages the ERFML take up the A what we SEC is the colonizer with wing is capital and technicians and encircling the UNG nation with an apparatus of economic pressure apotheosis becomes the of independence. Sweep. Ta national first leaders then arc with no other choice to turn to their people and ask them make a gigantic effort an orarchic regime is established and state, with the pitiful resources at its disposal, to tlu ntjng and gu gmwmgonwc arc witness ta the mobilization of people why have to work themselves ro exhaustion while a conternpruous and bloated Europe looks on. Other third world countries refuse to such an ordeal and to into of colonial taking of strategic in the war struggle. These countries and commit themselves. The formerly colonized territory is turned into an economically dependent NT after the end of the Second World War and the subsequent tide of decolonization. Over 100 new nations were born. But these countries were big like the Soviet Union and China, where more diverse economic land reforms, a planned economy, and delinking from the world market had created viable national economies. Most of the newly independent countries in the Third World remained dependent on exporting to the global market to survive. They were not able to develop their productive forces in a capitalist world market, trapped by dependency and exploited via unequal exchange caused by their low wages. To acquire foreign exchange for technology imports, they had to export their raw materials and agricultural products at world market prices. Political independence led, in most cases, to capitalist applications of development economics. Unlike their Western colonial predecessors, they could not transfer the costs of industrialization and welfare to other nations, and therefore most were caught in the development trap, leading to huge debt and sliding back to an exploited position in global capitalism. The Soviet Union, China, and Cuba had to transfer the social costs of industrialization internally, meaning to the rural communities, or mitigate the problem of capital scarcity by mobilizing a large amount of labor at a IOW cost in the construction of state projects. It contributed to China, successful industrialization. The Communist Party, through voluntarism, was able to substitute capital with labor. In decades after the revolution, millions of people were willing to sacrifice themselves for the socialist primitive accumulation. This created the foundation for China to escape the polarizing tendency within global capitalism, between a rich core and a poor periphery. 204. The History of Revolutions. Chapter 15. The Cultural Revolution. The Cultural Revolution was not a sudden or isolated phenomenon. Launch of the Cultural Revolution must be viewed in the context of a dialectical relation between evolving global and internal Chinese contradictions. On the global level, we saw the intensified contradiction between U.S. imperialism and the national liberation, as well the growing hostility between the Soviet Union and China. The latter disagreed on how to develop socialism on the national level, as well as the stance to take on imperialism and how to continue a world revolution, a process. China resented that its economy had become dependent the Soviet mode of production. After delinking from the Soviet Union, China used labor as a substitute for the lack of capital. But the adopted Soviet system of planning and management, without corresponding financial and technological support, became alienated from the economic base. The Cultural Revolution has to be contextualized in this contradiction. On the national level, the Cultural Revolution was a continuation of the political struggles in the 1950s, centered on how to move towards socialism. To simplify, how might China use voluntarist means or mobilize the masses to construct infrastructure, develop industry and agricultural production in service to the common good? Or how it use economic incentives and the market mechanism to develop the economy? At the same time, this dispute was a critique of the Soviet superstructure, which according to Mao had led to a degeneration of the party, the development of a ruling bureaucracy, and accommodation to imperialism. Mao argued that the road towards socialism was going the Cultural Revolution 205 through a chain of revolutions in the superstructure. The way the economic system was managed in the 1950s was incompatible with the new self-reliance line, and therefore a radical transformation of the superstructure became imperative. A cultural revolution. Mao had been critical of the Soviet strategy for revolution and the development of society since the Long March, and he responded by developing his Sinificarian of Marxism. Coming to power in 1949, Mao insisted on a Chinese version of socialism, in which the modernization of industry and the collectivization of agriculture would go hand in hand. However, despite a different economic base, China had followed the pattern of the Soviet Union's superstructure in management, its educational system, and cultural life. It was not until 1956, under Khrushchev, that Mao realized that it was this pattern that should be broken if China was to avoid following the Soviet Union path away from the political preconditions of socialism. Mao's main critique of the Soviet Union was that it denied class struggle would continue under socialism. The Soviet leadership claimed that class society had ended and the state belonged to the people. In Mao's view, a new bourgeoisie had risen to power in the Soviet Union. He saw the same development in China under the leadership of Liu Shaoqi, who had gained a major influence in the party, during the crises of the Great Leap Forward. Mao's response was to launch the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The enactment of the revolutionary spirit at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution, with students taking to the streets, and party lead, ERS being overthrown and subjected to mass criticism for being capitalist roaders, proved to the world that China took the idea of continuous revolution seriously. It wanted to prevent the emergence of a bureaucratic class that acted in its own interest, as had happened in the Soviet Union. Up until the beginning of the 1960s, Qin planned economy developed according to the Soviet model. Nearly 8,000 Chinese engineers were trained in the Soviet Union, and 11,000 Soviet experts helped build infrastructure and the industrial sector. China received blueprints and know-how to construct everything from trucks to nuclear power stations. This certainly helped with the development of Lauesen, Stephen, and Kurth, imperialism. 206 The history of revolutions China, but it also fostered a technocratic elite with special privileges, similar to what had occurred in the Soviet Union. Significant factions in the Communist Party of China, however, were eager to counteract the bureaucratization of the revolution and the emergence of a new ruling class. The first attempt was a radical experiment in direct democracy. In 1957, Mao famously stated, "Let 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend," encouraging the people to criticize the practices of the Communist Party and its leaders. In 1962, a large-scale socialist education campaign was developed in the rural areas of China as a forerunner of the Cultural Revolution, to experiment and seek out the correct method. Thousands of unemployed urban youth, workers, and intellectuals were sent to the rural communities as a soft landing site for the economic crises in the wake of the Great Leap Forward, absorbing redundant labor power from the city to assist agricultural production, and at the same time, strengthen a socialist consciousness. Mao understood how tightly capitalism and imperialism were connected. He knew that China might easily be absorbed by the capitalist world system and feared that this would turn China itself into a capitalist and imperialist power. He hoped that a cultural revolution would help prevent this. In 1964, he wrote, "Class struggle, TB struggle for Vajrayan, and scientific experiment are the three great revolutionary movements for building a mighty in the of M.NTS, rich PTS, bad cloments, and M on CCRS of all key RDS were allowed crawl our, while our cotters were shut their eyes to all this and in many losses fail even to differentiate between the enemy and but were to see all with divida by him. It would not take long. Perhaps only years or decade, or several decades a counter-revolutionary restoration on a national seal inevitably occurred, the party would undoubtedly apud of Chi M would change its collar. Point 2 Mao denounced the cotters who wanted to use capitalist methods to restore national power, calling them capitalist rogues, yet his strategy did not at first succeed within the party, while the party leader ship applied Mao class rhetoric against traditional class enemies such as landowners, capitalists, and foreign imperialists. It refused to apply it to the party leadership itself. The new political elite felt they were entitled to certain privileges and were unwilling to let them go. Mao's status within the party had been weakened by the economic problems generated by the Great Leap Forward. At the Lauesen Party Conference in 1959, Defense Minister Peng Dehuai Eric Mao, failed economic policy, which turned the peasants against the party. Peng's open Eric cost him his position, but Mao was under pressure. To regain strength, Mao chose to address the masses of workers, peasants, and students directly, in a cultural revolution initiative launched under the slogan "It is right to rebel," which encouraged the people to bombard the headquarters. It turned out to be an effective strategy. However, Mao would hardly have thrown himself into a struggle of such great magnitude if he had nor secured the support of the new defense minister Lin Biao and the army. Mao's formulation of the Cultural Revolution was summarized in a document known as the 16 Points. It defined 3 stages: to engage in against the authorities, to criticize capitalist ideas, and carry our reform. The people of China were urged to rise against established ideas and habits, especially those espoused by old and new elites. All state institutions needed to be reformed. Criticism and self-criticism were declared the basis of progress. Mao was not alone in this project. During the Cultural Revolution, a faction of the Communist Party of China headed by Zhang Chunqiao promoted a socialist political economy, which would move China toward egalitarianism and eliminate capitalist values. In May 1966, Mao sent a letter to Lin Biao, head of the People's Liberation Army. Mao demanded that regular soldiers, as well as officers, should engage not only in military training, but also in cultural studies and agricultural production. It was a challenge to the mentality of capitalist wage labor. Work was nor merely completed to earn money, but was pursued to become a revolutionary agent. Mao knew that the division of labor could not be entirely abolished. Yet, any worker could do some agricultural work, and any peasant could do some industrial work. Soldiers, students, and party officials were expected to line up alongside the workers and peasants in their efforts nor only to assist them, but develop their own consciousness and respect for the hardships of the proletariat. The Cultural Revolution became exceptionally visible during the summer of 1966, when the Red Guard stepped forward. The first to respond to the call to rebel was a Red Guard group, formed at Tsinghua University K-attached middle school. These young people played a huge role in the first chaotic phases of the Cultural Revolution. They shook up, they attacked all obsolete feudal and bourgeois phenomena in society. One example was careerism in the educational system. Lauesen instilled in the students a feeling of being better than the common working population. The graduates from higher education could 100k forward to living in prosperity, miles ahead of average industrial worker. Higher education concentrated upon creating experts, not upon educating politically conscious people wishing to serve the people. This was not just rhetoric. During the Cultural Revolution, within the Young Intellectuals Going to Countryside movement, 20 million urban youth were sent on teams in people's communes. The young people went to the countryside and gave up the advantages of urban life to integrate in intellectual and manual workers, to have them become one and the same person. It was not until 1966 that the Cultural Revolution spread from Beijing to other Chinese cities, where factional battles between students would be supplemented by more widespread mobilization of the working classes. To break down the expert menrollery and its manifestations in the planning of production, a change in mentality was required from both technicians and ordinary workers. Here the Red Guards also played their part in moving due process forward by placing Dazabao a big character poster slow at workplaces. These would then be followed by a discussion between the workers, the technicians, and the administration personnel to create a new attitude toward work. Administrators were required to participate in manual labor, while workers began making administrative decisions and integration of all efforts. Prior to this, individual material advantages had been prioritized, following the Soviet example. The management used differences in wages, material incentives, money rewards, and bonus arrangements to encourage workers to engage in cost-reducing work. During the Cultural Revolution, emphasis was placed upon politics, ideology, and the individual's conscious attitude toward the collective and the whole of society. The workers, the technicians, and the bureaucracy's political understanding of the importance of serving the people became the ideal. 7 In November 1966, the rebel headquarters of Red Workers was formed in Shanghai. Unlike the student groups, it was not a small group organized around a few institutions, but a huge network with over 400,000 members. This trend was not limited to Shanghai. In the same month, similar organizations spread like a prairie fire all over the country, forming the ALC.HINA Red Laborer Rebels Headquarters, AREF, errands to the state-controlled ALC.HINA Federation of Trade Unions. The Red Laborer Rebels organized sit-ins at ACFTU and Ministry of Labor Headquarters. The peak of this mobilization, called the January Storm, came in Shanghai in the winter of 1967, leading to the formation of the Shanghai Commune in early February 1967. As these tumults spread, a window opened in which workers were able to take direct, often chaotic, control over production and day-to-day life. One of the most important accomplishments of the Cultural Seven Guevara was sympathetic to Mao, Maoians. He cheered the idea of developing a socialist to serve the people. A version of the Cubans to eradicated. For all Interx 1. Che emphasized the superiority of moral over material incentives. He lashed AUCAR described as the tendency to that men produced more and better they received more. Revolution was the empowerment of ordinary people and the democratization of Chinese society, in terms of everyday life are the factory, farm, army, and school. This established a strong sense of egalitarianism. People's mindsets and outlooks were fundamentally changed. Indeed, it was a cultural revolution. With the re-evaluation of norms, this political movement hardly left a single Chinese person untouched. It caused debates and discussions, accusations and counter-accusations, and even violent clashes between different groups. When Mao initiated the Cultural Revolution, he did not have a master plan. Much was led to improvisation and spontaneity, which led to unexpected developments and turns of events. Fred Inst, an American who grew up in China after his parents moved there in the 1950s to be part of the revolution, cites the immaturity of the working class as the main reason for the Cultural Revolution's shortcomings. They could avert factional fights. At THX beginning oft cultural the lem to make are up. Her factionalism became the key issue. Immaturity of the working class was MOSU vividly by conservatives who did hesitate use 10 suppress leader. When you suppress others criticism. ETHX leader, you give up own right to criti. That is why I talk of talk enriking he working divided. Capital WCRC united. Number of cards revolutionary leaders could play were getting fewer and fewer. So, they got backed into a corner. To restore order when local authorities had collapsed, the army was called in to take control of communication and transportation facilities, supervise political stabilization and economic production, and conduct ideological education. Organization of the Shanghai Commune was seen as too excessive, hampering the efficiency of production, and Mao recommended it be replaced by 3-in-1 revolutionary committees, run by military officers, pericotters, and representatives from the rebel organizations. These committees became the new organs of power and rebuilt the political order to solidify the Cultural Revolution. The Cultural Revolution was meant to ensure that the struggle against capitalist influence in Chinese society and the Communist Party would not falter. It was seen as mandatory for building socialism. Predictably, the Cultural Revolution deepened the divide between Mao, more voluntarist line with emphasis on continued class struggle and reoccurring revolutions, and those who wished to emphasize the need to economic incentives, represented by Liu Shaoqai and Deng Xiaoping. All three aimed to restore China as a world power but differed strongly in their thoughts on how to develop the productive forces and the road towards socialism. However, it is important to mention that the conflict within the Communist Party of China did not take the extreme form as the conflict within the Soviet Communist Party in the 1930s. It was no dinner party, but it did not have mass incarceration and liquidation. During the Cultural Revolution, Liu Shaoqai and Deng Xiaoping were ridiculed, but remained in the party and would be able to make a comeback. In the process of the Cultural Revolution, two main groups became crystallized. One group was headed by Liu Shaoqai, who remained an advocate of the Soviet model. This group was opposed by Mao's Cultural Revolutionary Group. The conflict hardened and simplified into the existence of two lines, the revolutionary and the revisionist, the socialist and the capitalist. This division was correct as far as Liu Shaoqai and his faction had been following the Soviet line, but it is an oversimplification, because Mao had also followed the same line for China, reconstruction after 1949. This simplification turned Mao's writing into a universal dogma. Mao Zedong thought in the turbulent situation of a cultural revolution in a post-revolutionary society, the concept of Mao Zedong thought was established as the yardstick with which one could and must measure everything. Mao thought was concentrated in IHE Little Red Book, quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, published in 1964, first to be used in the 212 The History of Revolution's Army, but it quickly spread through the entire society. It gained an enormous influence. In 1966, it was translated and sold in more than 100 countries. Over 1 billion official volumes were sold between 1966 and 1969 alone, as well as untold numbers of unofficial local reprints and unofficial translations. In Denmark, the organization to which I belonged published it in Danish in 1967, and in just 2 years we sold 25,000 IES in a country with 5 million citizens. It was Lin Biao who coined the term Mao Zedong Laut as a tendency of Marxism, in the same way Stalin coined Leninism. In the preface, Lin wrote, "Of he Marxism-Leninism with genius, creatively and comprehensively, and has brought it to a higher and completely new." In a speech to the Politburo on May 18, 1966, Lin called Mao a genius and Mao Zedong thought universal auth and our guide for action. 1I In an editorial of Jifang Junbao on June 7, 1966, Lin writes, "Chwayugheid. To it, to support it, or it, ta it, or be it. This is the Anberween and Sham Alyashan, between m. He to make must and act in accordance with it." The idea of Chairman Mao as a genius and his words as universal truth is a side of the idealistic current that to dominate part of the Cultural Revolution. However, this is nor the philosophy of Mao. When Lin became Mao, close comrade in arms, it is because their interests coincided. They both regarded the right wing of the party as an acute danger threatening a military coup, and Mao needed more than a student revolt to carry out the Cultural Revolution. Mao and Lin had common opponents, but their philosophy was different. Lin Biao Mao Zedong Laut changed in 1967 from being advice for action to moral reaching. A wisdom ro bow down to, exemplified in ritual public readings from his Cii Red Book. In his struggle against the right wing of the party, Mao teamed up with a man whose philosophical position seemed unsustainable. In a private letter to Zhongqing, Mao reveals his thoughts on Lin Biao's of his always that those of mine that sort of if he praises to the sky, the whole Perry and do st, Ruel expressed my difference with that SWT of pronouncement of the right, and then in quen or 8 years have another movement for sweeping away the monsters and lnons, the rightist stage an anti-communist data in China, shortly yitlu rtlwir will be by the who represent the interests of the people making up more than of the population. Rightists are arrogant, they are defeated and their downfall is more legame in strength. Ibis is Tianwit in which an unstable middle fat Guyans, all will acquire their own respective lessons. The is still the too familiar corn manse, future is bright the road is tortuous. By the end of the Cultural Revolution, Mao and Lin Biao began to disagree over the issue of China, relationship with the United States and the Soviet Union. Lin believed that both superpowers were equally threatening to China. Zhou Enlai and Mao believed that China should become closer to the United States to mitigate the threat posed by the Soviet Union. Mao approved Zhou's efforts to rehabilitate officials who had been purged during the first years of the Cultural Revolution and supported Zhou's efforts to improve China's relationship with the United States. In July 1971, Mao decided to remove Lin from power. Zhou attempted to moderate Mao's resolution to act against Lin but failed. Lin may have tried to stage a military coup to counter Mao. Lin died when his aircraft crashed in Mongolia on September 13, 1971, the circumstances of the crash are still debated. After his death, Lin was labeled as a traitor by the party, and a purge of his followers was conducted. Lin's transformation of Mao's writings on specific matters into universal auth also had an international dimension. To stress Mao Zedong thought as a development of Marxism is correct if what is meant is that application of the Marxist method demonstrates how reality can be studied and acted upon. The Vietnamese applied the Maoist guerrilla strategy and people's protracted war with great success. However, the use of Mao Zedong thought becomes wrong if it is thereby meant that Mao's specific judgments on concrete international and Chinese situations and Pictum in history him honor of the Red Army's military in 2007. A PAR trait AF was included in a display AF the 10 Marshals, a group considered to be the founders of Chinese forces and displayed at the military in Beijing. Sal validity. This was the approach being taken in China, to some extent, and among many Maoists around the world in the 1970s. These Maoist organizations took Mao's specific analysis as universal law and used them in a reality that did not necessarily conform to the situation in which they were made. One of the weaknesses of Indian Maoism, for example, has been the poor theorization of Indian state power. Capitalism was much more developed in India in the 1960s than in China in the 1930s, and the Indian state was much more robust than the Chinese, which more or less collapsed during the Japanese invasion. The copy-pasting of Maoism became grotesque when it was transferred to the imperialist THIRD. In late 1966, the Chinese press, which hitherto had been almost silent about the working class of the imperialist countries, suddenly started writing about the poor and exploited Western workers who were awakening to the revolutionary struggle against their oppressors. Mass rallies were held in support of white American workers' purely economic strike actions, and the British dock workers were hailed for their heroic struggle against ruthless exploitation. Even more peculiarly, the Maoist groups in North America and Europe talked about the peasants, fishermen, and workers in the same terms as Mao did about these classes in China in the I-30s. The use of Mao concrete statements as if they were universal truths distorted the Maoists' views of the world around them. I still encounter Maoists, with reverence for Mao Zedong Laut, put the working class in the global North and South on the same footing. There are similarities between the Chinese attitude in the late I-60s and the former Soviet attitude under Stalin. China, on its own, and some others' opinion, had taken over the position occupied by the Soviet Union in the world, as the native country of socialism when Lenin, in the last years of his life, assessed perspectives on the future of socialism in the Soviet Union. He stressed the decisive problem was whether Soviet power could hold out until the proletariat in the more advanced countries had accomplished their revolution. From this perspective, he concluded that the Bolsheviks had to do everything within their to maintain workers' power until the European working class had compelled their revolution. The Comintern's interpretation of this in the 1930s was the most important task for all communists was to preserve the power of Soviet workers. The touchstone for a Marxist was one, attitude toward the Soviet Union. The Chinese overtook this position. The touchstone for a Maoist became their attitude toward China, specifically toward the Cultural Revolution, and Mao Zedong thought, while China was awaiting the proletariat in the Third World to follow their path socialism. Nevertheless, the thesis was just as wrong when applied to China as it was to the Soviet Union. The touchstone for Marxists is the ability to develop a revolutionary theory for their own country based on the specifics of that country and how it is situated in the capitalist world system. This was what Lenin did. This was what qualified Mao in the period when the Comintern and Stalin had quite different theories for the Chinese Revolution. Mao stressed that to be a Marxist in China meant to know, understand, and correctly influence Chinese reality. The use of the term Mao Zedong Laut during the Cultural Revolution corresponds closely to the Soviet use of the term Leninism under Stalin. Mao Zedong had to directly oppose this Leninism to secure the Chinese revolutionary victory. We must use Marxism, including the Chinese experience, and Mao works, as Lenin stated, _seek. Correctly determine he way or the exact turn of events, which will lead the masses onto the real, decisive, and final revolutionary fight in our country. Leninism and Mao Zedong thought correspond to two different stages in the worldwide development of socialism. The experience of the Cultural Revolution, positive and negative, has brought China a step further in the direction of socialism. It was a lesson in how to carry on the class struggle after the Communist Party had taken state power. The Cultural Revolution gave China new possibilities, which the Soviet Union never witnessed. However, China in the 1970s, just like the Soviet Union at the beginning of the I-20s, was facing the problem of whether it could hold out until the tide of revolutionary movements might materialize into socialist countries around the world. Just as Lenin's hopes vain, so too were the hopes of the Chinese. The national liberation struggles in the Third World during the long 60s did not proceed into a socialist world revolution. Global capitalism had not yet exhausted its development opportunities. Just like the Soviet Union, China took the wrong track of Denism. Wrong is in quotation marks because it is meaningless to refer to unavoidable historical processes as right or wrong. The reason why the Cultural Revolution did not materialize into a socialist economic development has both an internal Chinese explanation and a global explanation. China had to change its course. Let us now zoom out and take a look at the Cultural Revolution from a more global perspective. How did it interact with the principal contradictions during the long? China's decision to try to be the leader and inspiration for revolutionaries worldwide relied on both the example set at home and on the stance of China upon the global stage. Domestically, the Cultural Revolution promoted egalitarian social reforms that corresponded with communist values. In its foreign relations, China's willingness to support liberation movements abroad, and its efforts to promote its interpretation of Marxism internationally, likewise played an important role in its ability to serve as a radical example. At the time, China had nothing to lose concerning its relations with the West, which had isolated it since 1949. As the Russian Revolution waited in vain for revolutions in the advanced capitalist countries, the Chinese Cultural Revolution waited for supplemental revolutions in the global South to develop their own socialism and continue the world revolution. Lin Biao laid out this strategy in 1965 in Live the Victory of People War. He expounded upon the experience of the Chinese Revolution, in which peasants had encircled and taken over urban areas, to the entire globe, of a very area the encirclement af cities from he concrised is of outstanding and universal practical imperance for the present revolutionary of all nations and be opals, for the of tk natms in Asia. And America ahirvst imperialism and its lackeys. Raking the entire globe, if North America Western Europe can be called the cities of the world. Since World War LL the proletarian for various reasons been temporarily held in American West Lu and tries, while the peoples in Asia. A Latin AKN in AM. Contemporary World Valut.on also presents a picture of the encediment of cities by areas. In analysis, whale cause of world-lution hinges on the revolutionary of the Asian, African, and Latin MKE up majority of when Mao, with link support, launched the Cultural Revolution, context where the revolutionary forces were on the it was in offensive all over the world. By the end of the 1960s, it was not unthinkable that there would be a series of revolutionary breakthroughs, which would support China, new course and vice versa. The Cultural Revolution was in line with revolutionary global developments. Cultural Revolution era China hoped that the wave of revolutionary activities would result in a world order under which the Chinese way of developing socialism could become an example for others to follow. Revolutions erupted in Cuba, Algeria, Vietnam, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Nicaragua, and so on, but despite their socialist aspirations, they hardly left the ground concerning the construction of socialism. It was not only the Cultural Revolution that lost its steam through the 1970s, it was revolutionary movements all over the world. This areas that there was a deeper transformation occurring in world capitalism, which was reflected in global class **s. Undoubtedly there were specific, localized reasons for the downturn of socialism within each country. Here, however, we will examine the changes occurring in the global structures. National self-determination and the ambition to create socialism were nor enough to bring about socialism in reality. The conditions were even more difficult for the smaller third world countries than it had been for huge countries like Russia and China, particularly in terms of economic diversity and mounting a defense against hostile imperialist. Most important, however, was the polarizing dynamic, caused by the unequal exchange in global capitalism. 2s Raw material and agricultural products produced by low-wage labor in the third world were exchanged by industrial products produced by relatively high-wage labor in the imperialist center. The newborn revolutionary states did nor have the power to change these dynamics. They could not simply increase wages and prices for the raw materials and agricultural products they supplied to the world market. Stood in competition with one another and were forced into a race to the bottom. Without the necessary development and diversity of the productive forces, delinking themselves from the world market and trying to produce solely for the domestic market in the interest of the workers and peasants risked throwing their economies into ruin. They had inherited the economic structures established by their former colonial oppressors. These were not designed to serve ni were stuck with monocultures and industries limit their interests. To processing a few raw materials. No matter their aspirations, the economies of the newly independent countries were determined by the dominant capitalist realities. Today, it is easy to say that this was inevitable and that the anti-colonial movements should have known better. However, they had little choice. Seizing state power was necessary to at least change the balance of international relations. The various attempts to strengthen the political position of the former colonies and newly independent nations show that, at the time, it seemed possible to collectively make a difference. Up until the mid-1970s, global capitalism was actually under pressure, culminating in the so-called oil crises. However, as mentioned by Marx, no ILO is all FORWH and superior AFR older ones before the material conditions for their existence have within the framework of the old society. As it turned out, capitalism had the potential for yet another round in the ring. It fought its way out of the economic and political crises through neoliberal reforms and the globalization of the production pro. 25. 26 Marx. The 220 The history of revolution says itself by basing it on low-paid labor in the South. Fed the rapid development of the productive forces, both qualitatively and quantitatively, by industrializing the THIRD world, integrating hundreds of millions of new proletarians into the world economy. War terminated this revolutionary period in China and on the global level, and ushered the counter-offensive of capital in the form of neoliberalism. The answer is the same as what generated the revolution, ARI 1960s changes in the global principal contradictions interaction with local contradictions. Let me be more specific. The struggle against colonialism and imperialism grew stronger as U.S. neocolonialism penetrated the Third World, replacing the old colonial powers, in the first 2 decades after the Second World War. This contradiction of imperialism versus anti-imperialism interacted with the confrontation between the U.S. and the actually existing socialism of the Soviet Union. Although the split between China and the Soviet Union weakened the socialist bloc and socialist movements overall, the two positions, in some peculiar ways, supplemented each other on the ground during the 1960s. While Ni Cultural Revolution and Vietnamese armed struggle provided a new revolutionary spirit, the Soviet Union was the necessary nuclear military power which could counterbalance U.S. imperialism on a global scale, so that the revolutionary spirit could receive the necessary space to flourish without being crushed. The Soviet Union, ability to reciprocate a nuclear attack prevented the outbreak of a devastating global nuclear war and deterred them from using nuclear weapons in its imperialist wars. Vietnam took advantage of the best of both worlds. The Soviet Union provided them with anti-aircraft missiles and heavy artillery alongside existential guarantees to counterbalance the U.S. and avoid a nuclear attack on Hanoi. At the same time, Vietnam waged a protracted people's war on the ground without compromise, until its final victory, in tune with Maoist principles. A supplemental force constituting the long 60s was the Student and Youth Rebellion in the global north, culminating in 1968. It was a series of protests against authoritarian regimes in the workplace, schools, families, and society in general. The 1968 uprisings in the West broad and the spectrum of liberation from the proletariat race, gender, sexual minorities, and the indigenous peoples through *. It also offered a critique of actually existing socialism from a perspective, creating not only Maoist-inspired groups, but a host of new left-wing organizations. I was a member of such a Maoist group in Copenhagen, Denmark. It was our hope that the liberation movements, like those taking place in Vietnam, would prevail, cutting the pipes of imperialism and creating a revolutionary situation in the imperial core. These forces would interact or merge with the rebellions in Europe and the US, and create a new global movement for socialism. I think Mao shared this hope in the 1960s, wishing that China would lead this new world revolutionary process. As it happened, the new global wave which into not a world socialist revolution, but neoliberalism. Capitalism still had options for expansion, a new spatial fix. The forces of the Third World were too fragmented. The socialist camp was split and the '68 rebellion in the West was, in the end, more rhetoric than deeds. Explanations for the end of the revolutionary wave in the '60s are typically given on a country-by-country basis as an example of domestic stare repression, co-option of rebellious elements by reformists, CIA-financed reactionary forces, and exhaustion of rebellious energies. These factors contributed to extinguishing the revolutionary man's formation. However, the most important overarching factor was the inability of truly existing socialism, both the Soviet and Chinese versions, and the newly liberated states in the Third World to develop their productive forces to a sufficient degree so as to break the power of the global capitalist market, which blocked the road to the development of socialism. Because of this, the neoliberal counteroffensive was able to do what the U.S. Army could not in Vietnam, put the third world on its knees. Just as the revolutionary energy of China played a role in the emergence of the global uprisings in the 1960s, the decline of the Cultural Revolution played a role in the ending of the wave. I do not think the Communist Party of China's change of strategy in the mid-1970s was a result of treason, or that Mao lost the internal power struggle in the party. I think the great helmsman himself was part of this new strategy, shifting the course from port to starboard to avoid sailing too close to the wind of the looming storm of global capitalism. Instead, he chose a course which would give a steady railwind in developing the productive forces of China. It was Mao, in person, who ended the Cultural Revolution by receiving columns of Red Guards on parade at Tiananmen. It was Mao himself who initiated a new policy by receiving Nixon in Beijing in 1972 and thus began the opening of transnational capital. Chinese domestic and foreign policies were confronted with a similar dilemma as Lenin's Russia had been in the I-20s. On one hand, trying to develop socialism implies a need to defend China from foreign aggression and to generate resources to develop the economy. On the other hand, China needed to promote the spread of communist and national liberation through West globally, which in the end is a precondition of building genuine socialism. The dilemma is whether to defend socialism in one country, with the risk of the erosion of socialist values, or promote the world revolution, which could provoke imperialist but safeguard China's own reconciliation in the long run. As the revolutionary 1960s faded into the neoliberal counteroffensive of the early I-70s, China chose the first option, as Stalin had before them in the 1930s, in order to face the threat from the West. The specific circumstances, which would cause Qin** turn away from supporting a world revolutionary process and opening towards Western capitalism, were already present in 1968-69. The escalation of the Vietnam War made it seem likely that China could be drawn into direct conflict with the United States as it had been in Korea. On the Eastern Front, tensions continued to simmer on the Indian border, where a war had been fought in 1962. On the northern frontier with the Soviet Union, a troop build-up on both sides resulted in two direct military clashes between Soviet and Chinese forces. In this critical situation, it was as if the Communist Party, with Mao as its helmsman, lost its sense of direction. The harsh critique of the Soviet Union went from a debate on how to continue the construction of socialism in a post-revolutionary society to a theory of the principal contradiction in the world, the so-called third world theory. In 1974, Mao defined the three worlds as follows: hold that the US, the Soviet Union belong to the first world. Middle elements, such as Japan, Europe, Australia, and Canada, belong to the world. We US. The X Afatornik and they are richer. Europe, Australia, Canada, of second world, do so many atomic and are so rich as the first world, but richer than the Asian to all of Africa Latin America till third world. According to theory, there are two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, which constitute the first world, fighting each other to obtain world domination. In Rhee's makeup, China regarded the Soviet Union as the aggressive party. The Soviet Union was no longer just a revisionist bureaucratic state. The Soviet Union had not only restored capitalism, but it had also become the most dangerous and social imperialist power in the world, so dangerous that the Third World had to ally with the Second World, Western Europe, Japan, and even the United States to neutralize Soviet imperialism and avoid a nuclear war. Based on the reasoning that my enemy's enemy is my friend, China supported anti-Soviet forces worldwide, often in cooperation with the US and reactionary forces. China was one of the first to recognize the government of Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet following the coup against the socialist Allende government. China, together with the CIA, supported Mobutu in Zaire and Jonas Savimbi's National Union for the total independence of Angola in the civil war against the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, which was backed by Cuba. However, there was no evidence that the Soviet Union was the most decisive power in the confrontation with the US in the mid-1970s. Already at this point, the Soviet Union was under economic, political, and military pressure from the United States, trying to keep up in the arms race. China made its national conflict with the Soviet Union into the global principal contradiction. Claiming that the Soviet Union was richer than the countries in the Second World was incorrect. The Soviet Union belonged to the semi-periphery of the world system. Neither was the Soviet Union an imperialist power in its relationship with Eastern Europe and the Third World, at least not in any economic significance. The Soviet Union was already in a defensive mode in the mid-1970s, culminating in its collapse 15 years later. This anti-Soviet policy was combined with the Sino-American rapprochement, which Mao initiated in the late 1960s, and continued up until his death in 1976. The pragmatic faction of the Communist Party, led by Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping, which had managed to hold its positions of power during the Cultural Revolution despite criticism, now gained a base of support within the party that wanted social stability. When Mao died in 1976, it was only a matter of weeks before the Gang of Four was arrested, and a purge was carried out against what was labeled the far left-wing faction of the party. The changes created confusion in Maoist circles outside China. Albania had been China's ideological ally during the Mao years. But in 1978 Albania published Hakha's Imperialism and the Revolution, which polemicized against Maca theoretical work and accused post-Mao leadership of aspiring to turn China into a new imperialist power. Given the decline of the Cultural Revolution and the confusion over the direction that the new Chinese leadership was heading, some former Latin American Maoists, such as the Communist Party of Peru Red Flag and Colombia's third-largest guerrilla group, the People Liberation Army, reoriented in the direction of Hakhaism. Taking things one step further, the Communist Party of the Philippines and its New People's Army, which had been waging guerrilla warfare since 1969, sought a new relationship with the Soviet bloc itself. The opening towards global capitalism in China, combined with Hak's heist factional activity within the Maoist ranks, greatly diminished the Maoist forces globally. By the end of the I-70s, it was hard to imagine the force that Maoist ideology had exercised on the global communist movement just a decade earlier or the end of the Cultural Revolution while Mao still seemed to be in political control of the country in 1968. Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping's influence within the Communist Party increased. Party members were concerned with the chaos that the Cultural Revolution had created in workplaces and institutions as well as by the sharp division it had created within the Communist Party. The 1969 Paris Congress, Mao felt power slipping away from him. He was well aware of the fact that socialism's final victory still lay several generations ahead, and he emphasized that not one, but several revolutions must take place in the superstructure to spur on socialist development. On the global level, The revolutionary movements in the Third World had lost their momentum. Capitalism had initiated its neoliberal offensive. Because China had failed to achieve a position as the leader of the New World Socialist movement, Deng began to draw China out of its isolation and develop its productive forces with the assistance of transnational capital. Mao's more voluntarist line was abandoned. As far as socialism was concerned, Deng had a very pragmatic approach. Back in 1962, he stated, "It doesn't matter whether a car is white or black, as long as it catches mice." Why the politics of the Cultural Revolution were dismantled after a political struggle in China, where the global contradiction became decisive. The principal contradiction shift from U.S. imperialism versus Third World liberation movements to neoliberalism versus the power of the nation-state. Neoliberalism was the political expression of a new international division of labor. As a response to the growing cost of labor in the center, labor-intensive industries were transferred to low-wage countries. At the same time, the financial structure of capitalism changed. The U.S. had financed the Vietnam War by printing dollars it could no longer promise to exchange for gold, which led to the disintegration of the Bretton Woods system. The astronomical expansion of the U.S. money supply catalyzed the financialization of capitalism, in which unfettered speculation and exchange of money became as important as investment in production for profit. After the Cultural Revolution, China stood alone with IR's improved political preconditions for the development of socialism. However, the national liberation struggles in the Third World did not transform into a viable counterweight to global capitalism. In a capitalist-dominated world, without a sufficiently developed economic base, China had to become part of the world economy. It had to build up its productive forces under conditions which would almost certainly be a threat to the hard-won political preconditions, since capitalist norms and values would penetrate society. While under pressure from neoliberal globalization, China had to build its peculiar form of state capitalism and market economy in order to maintain its national project. It could not continue the development of its productive forces without investments and trading with capitalist countries. It needed to begin the transfer of technology from the imperial countries. The transfer of technology can take two forms: a direct form, in which the developing country buys turnkey advanced factories, together with knowledge to run them. The second form is indirect. This implies that the developing country opens up to transnational companies to invest and by so doing obtains a transfer of their technology. It is a mistake to think that the quest for advanced technology is a post-Maoist feature. After the break with the Soviet Union, China imported machines and turnkey factories from the West. Deng just opened up a second form of technology transfer: investments from transnational capital. Mao was not at all against foreign technology, though we are developing an industries in a large that the large undertakings constitute the guiding force. That me using ever, where, accepting that foreign technologies constitute the guiding power, is essentially do our desire rapid. Ne can regret the new course, since it led away from socialism. Ir was a necessary detour. The question is whether maintaining the cultural revolutionary line was possible and could lead to success. Particularly at a time when global capitalism went from crisis to new dynamics. If China had isolated itself to save its political system, it would not have developed its productive forces at the necessary speed, and thereby it would have run the risk of being overrun, either collapsing like the Soviet Union or becoming isolated like North Korea. Only by contextualizing the actors can we understand the choices made at a particular historical moment, rather than putting ideological labels on them as either true revolutionaries or. Let me conclude this chapter by summarizing the results of Mao leadership of China, which are indeed remarkable. Starting from one of the poorest countries in the world in 1949, China emerged at the end of the Mao period as one of the 6 largest industrial producers in the world. The higher yields obtained on family farms during later years would not have been possible without the vast irrigation and flood-control projects. China, GDP grew between 1952 and 1978 at an average annual rate of 6.2%. By the end of this period, it had tripled. Industrial production contributed more to GDP than agriculture. Despite the problems created by the Sino-Soviet split, China's economic growth rate was between 1970 and 1979, more than double that of the United States during the same period. GDP growth rate started exceed in the 1980s, before the decision to open it to the world on a per capita basis. The index of national income increased from I in 1949 to 440 in 1978. Over the last decades of the Maoist era, from 1957 to 1975, even taking into account the economic disasters of the Great Leap, China national income increased by 63% per capita. More than doubling. Overall this economic development is exceptional compared with the colonial-supported industrialization of Western Europe and North America. Even a World Bank report from 1983 acknowledged this. China's most remarkable achievement during the past 3 decades has been to make low-income groups far better off in terms of basic needs than their counterparts in most other poor countries. They all have work, their food supply is guaranteed through a mixture of state rationing and collective self-insurance, most of their children are not only at school but being comparatively well taught, and the great majority have access to basic health care and family planning services. Life expectancy is outstandingly high for a country at per capita income level. By 1976, China was unique among developing countries in being unburdened by either foreign debt or internal inflation. The Communist Party had reunited the largest population on earth, modernized it, and ended the reoccurring years of famine that had haunted China for centuries, increasing grain production by 300%. In 1949, life expectancy in China was 38 years. In 1970, it was 68.58. Li's accomplishment is undeniable. Before I continue with the changes in China, I will return to the development of the Soviet Union. To the late 1950s and early 1960s, the 5-year plans brought the Soviet Union closer to catching up with the West. This model, however, fell into crisis in the 1970s. Not only did production stagnate, but the superstructure continued to erode. As a response to this conflict between the base and superstructure, Khrushchev led the Soviet Union further along the path of competition with the West using capitalist standards, rather than acknowledging that class struggle continues in a post-revolutionary society and carrying out his own form of cultural revolution to change the superstructure and reconnect with the masses to re-establish trust in the Communist Party. In the I-50s, the Soviet economy was growing rapidly using crude figures. However, it was an unbalanced and uncoordinated growth that complicated the possibility of further expansion. Centralized planning was unable to control the system because there was a lack of reliable information being relayed from the factories on what they were actually capable of producing. Waste and scarcity increased, and quality declined. The growth rate plummeted during the mid-I-60s. Between 1978-1980 it was 0, and then went below 0. The Weisserlin-handled conflict between different political lines turned the Peri into a hierarchical power structure and nomenklatura, a list of names of those to be appointed to key positions throughout the governmental system. This system was unable to rectify error and develop the economy. Coextensive with the nomenklatura was the growth of patron-client relationships. An official in the bureaucracy could nor advance without the assistance of a patron. In return, the client carried out the policies of the patron. Khrushchev was a protege of Lazar Kaganovich, who had been close to Stalin. Leonid Brezhnev was a client of Khrushchev, his predecessor. This creates inertia and conservatism. It was during the Brezhnev regime things really went wrong. Anatoly S. Chernyev, who was deputy director of the International Department of the Central Committee, kept an extensive diary from 1971 to 1991. In his 1982 volume, he describes the decaying system. Diary entries are devoted to the absence of food and basic consumer the stores. He chronicles the pervasive corruption in the upper echelons of power and in Brezhnev's family. When Brezhnev finally died in November 1982, and Yuri Andropov was selected as the new general secretary, there was hope that he would pull the country out of its stupor. Andropov began to fight violations of the party, state, and labor discipline. He initiated an anti-corruption campaign against Brezhnev's cronies, and criminal cases against high-level party and state officials were initiated. However, Andropov's term in OTGCC became too short to make a difference. He suffered kidney problems and died after only 15 months as general secretary. Andropov was succeeded by yet another man with severe health problems who served even less time in office, only 13 months. The brutality of the regime through the Stalin years also seriously harmed the relationship between the party and the population. There was no longer any application of the principle that, according to Marx, drove development towards socialism. Remuneration according to the quantity and quality of work delivered. Point 2 The enthusiasm and commit production and work weakened. In the last years of its existence, the Soviet Union was characterized by massive absenteeism and disengagement in the workplace. The saying was, "We pretend our work, and they pretend to pay." The right control exercised by the political powers over civil society coincided with a substantial amount of anarchy in Milyakova, Anna, and Savrinskaya, Svetlana. Diary, 1982, up to 2022. Workplaces. All these factors produced a weak order unable to resist the pressure from the West. Chernenko was followed by Gorbachev in 1985. In his first year, 14 of the 23 heads of department in the Secretariat were replaced. By doing so, Gorbachev secured dominance in the Politburo within a year, faster than either Stalin, Khrushchev, or Brezhnev. Gorbachev used the term perestroika for a series of reforms to restructure society and the economy. In a speech in September 1986, he embraced the idea of reintroducing market economics. In the second year of his leadership, Gorbachev began speaking off glasnost in media and culture. Some in the party thought Gorbachev was not going far enough in his reforms. A prominent liberal critic was Boris Yeltsin. The economic problems remained. By the late 1980s, there were still widespread shortages of basic goods, rising inflation, and declining living standards. To reduce the heavy drinking that led to absenteeism from work and poor health, Gorbachev initiated restrictions on alcohol. This and the general tightening up of work discipline led, in the first couple of years of his government, to some improvement in economic growth. It had, however, side effects. Since sales of vodka could no longer take place in government shops, a black market of illegally distilled vodka sprang up, controlled by the criminal underworld, like in the U.S. During Prohibition, the criminal class turned out to be a very dangerous enemy. In February 1990, both the liberal faction headed by Yeltsin, and the old-school hardliners, intensified their attacks on Gorbachev. Throughout 1991, with the Soviet budget deficit climbing, Bachev tried to obtain loans from the West in return for his political concessions. He managed to get an invitation to the G7 meeting in July 1991, where he continued to call for financial assistance. Most G7 members were reluctant, instead proposing the Soviets receive special associate status rather than full membership to the World Bank and Interna Macaulay, Martin. In Power. Longman, 1998. pp. Ryanal Monetary Fund. Instead of helping Gorbachev, they would rather await total collapse and then take over. Gorbachev seemingly harbored the hope that peaceful coexistence between the Soviet Union and the capitalist West could be established, in which both parties could harvest a huge peace dividend. The world could then enter a peaceful and prosperous era. For a general secretary of the Communist Party, such ideas about the nature of capitalism seemed optimistic. Yet, Gorbachev delivered his part of the deal. The Berlin Wall fell, and he accepted the reunification of Germany. Gorbachev hoped this would lead to economic cooperation with Europe. Warsaw Pact was dissolved and NATO prevailed. Light US and Western Europe quickly converted Eastern Europe into a semi-periphery for investments and cheap labor, and prepared to consolidate its position by enlarging NATO at home. Gorbachev became more and more isolated. Yeltsin rallied against him from a neoliberal position. Hardliners within the army and security forces were urging Gorbachev to arrest vocal liberals in the media. By mid-November 1990, much of the press was calling for Gorbachev to resign and was even predicting the outbreak of civil disturbances. Gorbachev banned demonstrations and ordered troops to patrol Soviet cities alongside the police. This further alienated the liberals, but was not enough to win over hardliners. On August 20, 1991, a group of senior Communists party members launched a coup to seize control of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was kept under house arrest. The coup plotters announced that he was ill, and therefore Vice President Yanayev would take charge of the country. Yeltsin, now president of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, took refuge inside the Moscow White House. Tens of thousands of protesters amassed outside to prevent the coup troops from storming the building to arrest him. At that moment, the coup's leaders realized that they lacked support and ended their efforts. On the evening of August 21, Gorbachev returned to Moscow, where he thanked Yeltsin and the protesters for helping to undermine the coup. 2 days later, he resigned as General Secretary and called on the Central Committee of the Communist Party to dissolve. On August 29, 1991, the Supreme Soviet indefinitely suspended all Communist Party activity, effectively ending communist rule in the Soviet Union. Following that suspension, the Soviet Union collapsed with dramatic speed. By the end of September, Gorbachev had lost the ability to influence events outside of Moscow. By the end of 1991, Yeltsin began to take over the remnants of the Soviet government, including the Kremlin itself. Without Gorbachev's knowledge, Yeltsin met with the Ukrainian and Belarusian presidents on December 8, 1991 and signed a declaration proclaiming the Soviet Union ceased to exist and announced the formation of the Commonwealth of Independent States as its successor. On December 20, the leaders of the 12 remaining republics, all except Georgia, signed a declaration agreeing to dismantle the Soviet Union, and to formally establish the CIS. Accepting the fail-a-turn plea of the Soviet dissolution, Gorbachev formally announced his resignation as Soviet president on December 25. The Soviet Union officially ceased to exist at midnight on December 31, 1991 after 74 years. The red flag was lowered at the Kremlin and the Russian white, blue, and red tricolor was hoisted to mark the restoration of full-blown capitalism. When Boris Yeltsin agreed to the neoliberal shock therapy order by the West, neither the remaining elite of the party nor the working class wanted to defend actually existing socialism, which had abolished poverty, developed an advanced health and educational system, yet lost its competition to the West in delivering consumer goods. Soviet citizens took the social advantages for granted and dreamt of tropical fruit, electronic devices, private cars, and travel to foreign countries, without realizing that these goods are largely available and affordable due to the imperialism of West, and Russia would not enter the capitalist system in the center, but as a semi-periphery aside to deliver raw materials and cheap energy. The Soviet version of Marxism-Leninism in the LAR 1980s had already begun their transformation into a version of modernization, the theory according to which the Soviet Union should return to the main path of capitalist development by cooperating with the West. The disintegration of the Soviet Union and the Communist Party from 1989 to 91 was mainly a top-down process governed by the ruling elite and not a bottom-up political process dictated by the people of the Soviet Union. It was the nomenklatura wanting the same lifestyle as the upper echelons in the West that was to seal the fate of the Soviet system. Gorbachev, main instrument, the Communist Party, proved to be useless for transmitting his reform projects to the people. Most people believed that the regime was falling apart, and that socialism could not be saved by perestroika and glasnost. Few were prepared to defend the old apparatus. Yeltsin and part of the Soviet working class harbored the naive dream the Soviet Union would develop into a capitalist welfare state, but the reality was quite different. From 1989 onwards, the old party elite and the newly established oligarchs robbed the state. Individuals with a nomenklatura background continue to dominate Russia. According to one 2022 estimate, 60% of the elites in Putin's regime have nomenklatura backgrounds. Instead of the promises of U.S. consumption patterns and a capitalist welfare state, the Russian population got the worst effects possible from neoliberal shock therapy. Following IMF privatizations, real income was reduced to half by 1995. The birth rate fell by 36% between 1989 and 1993, and life expectancy in 1993 was 57.3 years, compared to 65.5 in 1990. The world second superpower had a bankrupt economy with decimated industrial production, contributing to increased poverty, hunger, homelessness, and alcoholism. The Communist Party of China closely followed the decay of the Soviet Union, and the emerging neoliberalism in the late 1970s, and they began to steer another course to combat the offensive of globalist capping. After the Cultural Revolution, the Communist Party had to find a new way forward. This difficult task is reflected in the frequent changes of leadership in the party, with Zhou Enlai as the usual mediator between different political lines. In 1971, China began rapprochement with the US to exit isolation. Henry Kissinger made a secret visit to China and met Zhou Enlai. The US lifted its blockade in October 1971, and China was reinstalled in the United Nations. After meeting with Nixon in Beijing in 1972, Zhou launched the economic strategy of four modernizations. In 1973, China acquired industrial facilities from Western countries for $4.3 billion. With this, China took the first steps to upgrade its level of technology and implement a more balanced industrial sector between heavy industry and a diversified production of consumer. However, the cost of introducing expensive Western technologies was high. It was nor like the assistance from the Soviets, which had saved China technological costs. China now had to pay expensive service fees, on top of the price of hardware, to the West. Additionally, all payments had to be made in foreign currency. The result was a huge fiscal deficit in 1974, leading to an economic crisis and the closing of many factories. To solve the problem, the state once again mobilized urban surplus labor in a up to the mountains and down the countryside movement. Between 1976, millions of laborers who had not been absorbed by the urban economy were sent to rural collectives. But since the Cultural Revolution had ended, their enthusiasm was lacking, and urban youth were reluctant to leave cities. As a result, the campaign did not run as smoothly as on previous occasions. Social discontent was mounting. Mao had believed in the strategy of relying on China's own force. Based on the premise that accelerated economic growth could be achieved with the same methods used in revolution, mass mobilization and the will to self-sacrifice. Yet the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution showed that appeals to the heroism of the masses couldn't be made constantly and eternally. In 1976, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, and Mao Zedong passed away one after the other, opening up a new analysis of the world, and a new strategy for China's development. NE appointed new leadership, headed by Hua Qiaobang, continued to buy Western industrial equipment. In 1978 alone, China signed contracts for 22 projects with the West, costing $7.80 billion. Isabella M. Weber, in the book How China Waped Shock 7 Therapy, described the debate that took place within the Communist Party involving young Chinese economists and Western neoliberal economists. The latter pushed for neoliberal shock therapy, however, they did nor prevail, and war emerged was an experimental economic reform drew from the experience of Chinese economic statecraft. The leadership in China were still first-generation revolutionaries and approached the change differently than Gorbachev or Yeltsin. Deng Xiaoping took over in 1978. His approach was not about just buying turnkey industries from the West, it was centered on a liberalization of internal economy, opening up for direct investments by foreign transnational capital and Chinese participation in the capitalist world market. This does nor mean Deng wanted to turn China into a capitalist state, nor was he personally a capitalist opportunist. Deng studied and worked in France in the 1920s. Here he became a Marxist and joined the Communist Party of China in 1924. In 1926, Deng was sent to Moscow to study communism and became a political commissar in the Red Army upon his return. In 1929, Deng led the Red Army uprisings in Guangxi. In 1931, he was demoted within the Party due to his support of Mao and his conflict with the Comintern commissars in the Party. However, he was promoted again once Mao line prevailed. Deng played an important role in the Long March and the following Liberation War. He was second in command after Mao in the 1950s. Deng presided over the economic reconstruction following the Great Leap Forward. His economic policy during this period caused him to fall with Mao, and he was purged during the Cultural Revolution. However, following Mao's death in September 1997, Deng quickly returned to the inner circles of the RE. Deng had been working with ailing Premier No Enlai to bring order to the economy after nearly a decade of turmoil. Deng finally became de facto leader of China in December 1978. In a conversation on October 10, 1978, Deng argued that the technological gap with advanced countries was growing. Deng criticized the model of using political calls for mass mobilization because the recent practice had shown that it was incapable of developing the productive forces, and therefore could not genuinely satisfy the economic needs of our in TLW 20 FM 1958-1978 TLNT. Not that socialism means unless you are developing the produave for us and mising people's living standards, you gay that UNG socialism. Deng had a pragmatic approach to the development of socialism. He wanted to use elements of capitalism to create a strong and prosperous nation under the leadership of the Communist Party. Deng believed that initiative could be aroused without economic means. A small number of politically advanced people might respond to the moral appeal, but such an approach can only work for a short time. Further, China had to learn from the advanced countries in the fields of technology and science. Deng Xiaoping drew on ideas from the new economic policy in his reforms. During his stay in the Soviet Union in 1926, Deng became acquainted with the NEP, an experience that he tried to apply between the years of 1949 and 1952, when he was in charge of the Regional Committee of the Party in southeastern China. In the aftermath of the Great Leap Forward, he recommended it again. In 1978, now in control of the party, he finally had the chance to implement his policy across the country. In a speech from 1978, Deng explained the background for his ideas. Only if we make our CCNNTRY state effectively consolidate the socialist system and cape foreign Zion Sulversion, can WC he reasonably of the material that to our great communism is a view that part of the productive forces. Mere a century ago. Marx said expansion of the use of machinery in product. Lion requires the conscious applied ion of nat_tal science too, he said, is on the productive forces. Development of modern science and has science and ion mom tightly to jitlu knowledge me chank percent taken and new leaps have been made in almost all areas. A whale range of new sciences technologies is continuously nergen a series of industries, @_WIC conductors. And been on the of newly emerging sciences. Modern science opens the way for the improvement of ion and determines the direction of their development. In of rapidly raising dme of in production with the same number of marv 4 hours, people can kern our saxes or hundreds of rhymes more prod. UCTS than before, our science and technology have enormous progress. Foamling of China a vital AE construction in building up or national we be clear-sighted and recognized there is still an enormous gap between level of and tech-nology that of most Lu and tries, Mst me catch up with and them __ I not rockin' shutting the door on the world, nor does self-reliance mean blind opposition everything fairin'. Science and are part of the wealth in common by according ro den, only by opening up and realizing Joe and lay for modernizations would it be possible to abolish poverty and create common prosperity. He insisted on the political continuity between Mao's era and the era of reform which united the leadership of the Communist Party. In a 1980 interview with the Italian journalist Oriana Felici, Deng says, let's start with pointing out that, in the final analysis, the principle of our national construction is the same which was formulated by Chairman Mao. While raking international assistance, we'll mainly rely on our own efforts _hen of course. There will be some decadent influence of capitalism brought into China. We are aware of this, but I think that it is not so terrible, and we are not afraid of it. Deng insists that McAntrittians are primary and his mistakes secondary. We will not do to Chairman Mao what Khrushchev did to Stalin. Xiaoping, Deng speed at the opening ceremony of the National Canon March 18, https://dengxiaopingworks.wordperu.com/select. Deng's reform strategy does not stern from a neoliberal perspective. Deng advocated for the acceleration of foreign investment capital in a planned way. Believing that planning and markets could be used to serve the development of a socialist system. Neither did Deng introduce economic shock therapy, the way Yeltsin did in Russia. Rather, elements of capitalism were introduced gradually. Crossing the river by feeling for the stones, became a popular slogan. The most important question in the early years of the economic reform was how to develop the countryside. Success in agricultural reform was the key to other reforms. Any reform plans were made by young economists who, during the Cultural Revolution, had been sent to the countryside, where they lived for years and worked in knowledge of the rural economy. They formed an alliance with the first generation of China, communist leaders who had a deep connection to the countryside. These two generations had a common experience, and they shared the view that the countryside was critical for successful reforms. These reforms gradually dismantled the people communes, the political and economic backbone of the former economy. Instead, family households were formed, which worked together in cooperatives. The households had to deliver their share of the planned quota for agrarian goods, which were distributed at subsidized prices. If they were able to produce more, they could produce it for the market at market price. This formed a dual-track price system. On the one hand was planned fulfillment, which gave secure and cheap prices of food for the cities, and on the other hand were market prices for other products to expand production. These meant that the peasants earned more cash and were able to purchase consumer goods from urban industrial areas, goods like bicycles, vehicles, or sewing machines. Lee's dual-track price system gave the rural economy a dynamic expansion while keeping secure and cheap food for the working class in the cities. When the urban industrial economy later became the focus, the dual-track plan and price system that had emerged in the countryside transposed the industrial economy. Each company would have fulfill its plan, but could produce beyond the plan for sale in the market. In addition, the industry was divided into an essential primary sector and a secondary industrial production. Steel, cement, energy industry, and transport were considered crucial, whereas the production of some consumer products was considered secondary. The logic was to keep the essential parts of the industry under the strict control of the plan to ensure the strength of the economy, while part of the secondary sector, product goods, could grow into the market. Finance and banking in consumer remained public under the planned economy. The logic was to unleash new dynamic forces through market experimentation and then to channel it into the planned economy. Rather than destroying the plan to make way for the market, the liberalization of some sectors added something to the economy. In the industrial sector, there was a shift in strategy from heavy industries to light industry and export growth. Light industrial output was vital for China, which from a IOW capital base. Foreign exchange export earnings generated by light manufacturing were reinvested in technologically more advanced production and further capital expenditures. These reforms were a reversal of the Maoist policy of economic self-reliance. However, by attaining foreign funds, and thereby advanced technologies and management, economic development began accelerating. In the 1980s, Deng reform policy attracted foreign companies to special economic zones in South China, where foreign investment and market liberalization were encouraged. 7. In 1988, the ban on internal labor migration was lifted, prompting the migration of millions of low-wage laborers from rural areas to the industrial zones in the country, 4 South. This led to China becoming the world and leading industrial producer. In 1986, Deng explained that some people and regions could first become prosperous in order to bring about common prosperity, popularized by the slogan, "Some people get rich first," which a reference to the NEP in the Soviet Union. Deng said that socialism does not mean shared poverty. In a CBS interview from 1986, he explained his approach, during that preferable rich to Marxism. Communist is based on material abundance. Only when share is material abundance can the principle or a society that is, each according to his ability. To his munisran with pauperism. Or socialism with so to get rich is no sin. However, war we mean by getting rich is different from war you mean wealth in aid to the people. To get rich in a socialist for antimlhi variables of R, first, development of production. Second, common WC permit some PUPLE and some regions RO become prosperous first, for the per achieving prosperity faster. Is why our policy will not to a rich get riclu or while get be frank, we shall not penny the of a new bourgeoisie. Deng's promise did not quite keep. The rich got richer, and a new bourgeoisie emerged. In the second half of the 1980s, the defenders of the dual-track approach came under pressure from the more neoliberal-minded faction of the Communist Party, headed by Zhao Ziyang, and vanished from the scene of policy-making as liberalization and privatization intensified. Weber writes, the economics profession in China was to align with the international neoclassical mainstream. Neoliberal reform, deep inroads in the of ownership, the labor market, the OTLU but of 10 was never in on instead. It was fundamentally transformed by means of a dynamic off-grower and globalization under the activist off-state. In that period, most of the country, small and medium-sized companies were privatized and sold for prices below their actual value. The buyers were political officials, former managers of state-owned companies, and private capitalists with good connections to the regime. The pressure to introduce capitalism in China also came from the process of external neoliberal globalization. Many large transnational companies located in North America, Western Europe, and Japan became capable of controlling production activities on a global level through new communication and transport technology. This reduced the entities involved to subcontractors, consequently siphoning these subcontractors' profit toward themselves. Transnational capitalism required low-wage labor power to continue its expansion, and China possessed a huge proletariat and developed infrastructure, all ready to be connected to global capitalism. However, transnational capital could not just demand structural adjustment ROGER free access to China, as in the rest of the Third World. China encounter with neoliberalism was different and from the rest of the world. Weber writes, what was at stake in China's Marxist reform debate is by the Qin** rise and Russia's China's positions in the have been since the imprint of GDP halved. From 3.7% in 1990 to about 2% in 2017. While China's share increased six-fold, from a mere 2.2% to 1/8 of global food, Russia underwent deindustrialization, while CHMTK Werleo of real incornk of 99% of people in Russia was in 201s than IR had been in 1991, whereas in China, despite rapidly rising inequality, the figure quadrupled in the period, surpassing in 2013. As reality of S talk MPY. In mortality that of any previous experiences of an I-12. China was keen on avoiding unconditional integration into global capitalism. The government defended its sovereign economic planning by forcing any global capital char wished to enter the country to conform to their policies, nor vice versa. It was important for the Chinese government to control private capital within the framework of a planned economy. The aim was to develop a diverse industrial sector based on joint ventures with transnational corporations, and according to a strategic plan. The planned economy also controlled infrastructure projects, housing for millions of new urban proletarians, as well as the construction of new roads, ports, dams, and power lines required for industrialization. Strategic industrial sectors, such as energy, transport, and defense industries, remain state-owned. A strong planning instrument is the stare ownership of land. It is used to plan the location of industry and is essential for the agricultural sector. The Chinese state still guarantees access to land for the peasantry. Agricultural production changed from collective farms to family plots. The Chinese encounter with Neolib 2AL globalization 245 during Denism, but the agricultural sector as a whole remained under the control of the state, as land cannot be privately owned, and the family plot was still organized in cooperatives. The persistence of public ownership of land distinguishes the agrarian situation in China from other countries such as India, Brazil, and South Africa, where the agrarian question still causes huge difficulties for the development of the productive forces. Another tool that enhances the Chinese government's autonomy is that of fiscal policy. The financial system and its foreign exchange agent are still under state control. China has strong national banks and a national currency with increasing international importance. China is not engaged in an arms race to the detriment of the national economy, as had happened with the Soviet Union. Its per capita military expenditure is much lower than the NATO countries. Former President Jimmy Carter, in a conversation with former President Donald Trump in April 2019 about China, made the following remarks to Trump, who was concerned that China was getting ahead of the US. Chim's dividend. It's how many miles of we have in his country? China has around 18,000 miles of high-speed rail lines while the U.S. wasted, I think, trillion military asserting to a study by Watson Institute Public US_spent rely in waging war in Syria. Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Ather Orv since 2001. ILS more than you can nor wasted a single penny on war, and that's ahead of in almost the Tiananmen uprising. $N project was not without danger. Not only did neoliberalism have enormous economic power, it was also an ideological challenge. 1989 was the zenith of neoliberalism. It saw the fall of the Berlin Wall and the dissolution of the Soviet Union. In the summer of 1989, it seemed that this destructive process would continue in China. Export-led growth was nor yet on track. To accelerate economic growth, China still needed to increase the imports of foreign capital goods and technologies. The party and state bureaucrats, the emerging capitalist class, and the growing urban middle class also desired to have goods. Chinese imports grew rapidly in the 1980s, but exports failed to catch up, resulting in trade deficits by the second half of the 1980s. To finance the trade deficits, China borrowed money, and foreign debt surged from $16 billion in 1985 to $53 billion in 1990. Similar to the effects of Soviet assistance, this new influx of Western technology and management changed the superstructure. In the 1950s, it was the formation of a Soviet superstructure, which took a cultural revolution to try and correct. Likewise, the new flow of investments since the late 1970s required universities to run courses in neoliberal economics to educate the new managers. In 1988, Milton Friedman, one of the world's leading neoliberal economists, visited China and met with Zhao Ziyarang, who was then the General Secretary of the Communist Party of China and was in charge of implementing Deng's reform program in 1986. Zhao was very impressed by Friedman. After the meeting, Zhao decided to liberalize all prices of goods within a short period. The consumer price inflation rate surged to 21% in 1988. In addition to the surging inflation, growing corruption led to the escalation of social discontent. The protests in Tiananmen Square began on April 1989. Precipitated by the death of pro-reform General Secretary Hu Yaobang. While the protests lacked a unified cause or leadership, participants raised the issue of corruption within the government. Some voiced calls for more economic liberalization and liberal democratic reforms. A replica of the Statue of Liberty was raised. Many of the protesters came from universities in Beijing. Ming Li, author of Why Rise of China and Demise Capitalist World recalls his participation in the events. I was a student the Economic Management Department of Beijing Uniring period 1987-90 Classical Liberalism and Al-Az by Friedrich and Milton had. University campuses, as the student demonstrations grew, workers in Beijing to TMTO in of were, of course, not experiencing a deep sense of irony. On these workers were people we considered bisive, ignorant, and stupid. Yet now they were ing out to unjust MKS PFOA, advocati reform programs that shut state leave. Asked myself, these workers really care who they are supporting? Unfortunately, the workers did not know. In flu 1980s. In of material libmflu working remained relatively well oif _WCRC growing on the part aft workers as the program of economic reform a capitalist turn. Were given increasing power to impose capitalized style and 1kcmmh. The reintroduction of incentives had way for growing income inequality and managerial corruption given the Kala Hararian of official media the liberal intellectuals by mainstream Westi servicing that the Chinese workers would accept the mainstream of capitalism naively and uncritically the dominant image of capitalism had run from one of sweatshop super exploitation into one with high wealth me well talk union. Of nat the 1990s that the Chinese working would learn horn their own experience capitalism means in real life while many Chinese workers might be ready to accept capitalism in the strict its depiction on in reality they certainly understood talk ir material lay. And their initial AF was PA-based teamed and were paired cesting against corruption and inequality. Hoa politically the was to act in political force for its own class instead, politically participating in a political movement the ultimate or which was to mid-May 1989. Student movement rapidly equal the government and the student movement was all inevitable. As the protests developed, the authorities responded with both conciliatory and hardline tactics, exposing divisions within the Communist Party. During the demonstrations, General Secretary Zhao supported the demonstrators and distanced himself from the rest of the Politburo. On May 19, Zhao appeared in Tiananmen Square and wandered among the crowd of protesters, delivering a speech to the students in which he referenced the leadership of the party, saying, "We are already old, and do not matter." This was the last public appearance of Zhao Ziyang. The day after Zhao's May 19 visit to Tiananmen Square, Premier Li Peng declared martial law and Tiananmen Square was cleared on the 4th of June. There was no massacre on Tiananmen Square as the story goes, but the clearing of the square led to the deaths of hundreds of protesters and soldiers in street fighting in western Beijing. Only a few days later, on the 9th of June, Deng responded to the uprising in a speech broadcast by national television. This storm was bound to come sooner or later. This is determined by Mainternational China's own minor climate. LT Justa of Time Whale _LT that the situation into a have main slogans, one is to topple Communist Party, and the other is RO overthrow the Socialist SY. Goal is to establish a totally Western dependent bourgeoisie fr opal to this. Of accept. WC should take the ruption slogans RA by with ulterior motives as go at basic coing PT of reform and percent nin SS wrong? No. Without reform and opn SS, what we TC? Reits of 10 years of reforms to the AUT_SIDC world must be properly even chuff such issues as inflation emerged. Naturally, in carrying our refer in and opening our to THX outside world, bad I the West to we further mere. we must persist in integrating a planned economy with kit economy. In practical work we can place more emphasis on planning in the adjustment period. At other times, be a little market reg. Teralnlity _feudum policy still integration of a ed economy and a market economy.